Part 2.
Section 12 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Catherine Edman. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Man Who Spoke Latin. By Samuel Hopkins Adams. Mementos of Average Jones' exploits in his chosen field hang on the walls of his quiet sanctum. Here the favored visitor may see the two red ink dots on a dated sheet of paper, framed in with the card of a chemist and an advertised sale of Lepidoptera, which drove a famous millionaire out of the country. Nearby are displayed the exploitation of a lure for black bass, strangely perforated, a man's reason hung on those pinpricks, and a scrawled legend which seems to spell mercy. 2 men's lives were sacrificed to that. While below them, set in somber black, is the funeral notice of a dog worth $1 million. Facing the call for a trombone player which made a mayor, and the mathematical formula which saved a governor. But nowhere does the observer find any record of one of the advisor's most curious cases, running back 2,000 years, for its owner keeps it in his desk drawer, whence the present chronicler exhumed it by accident one day. Average Jones has always insisted that he scored a failure on this because, through no possible fault of his own, he was unable to restore a document of the highest historical and literary importance. Of that, let the impartial reader judge. It was while Average Jones was waiting for a break of that deadlock of events which, starting from the flat dweller with the poisoned face, finally worked out the strange fate of Telfik Bay, that he sat one morning, breakfasting late, the cool and breezy inner portico of the Cosmic Club, where small tables overlook a gracious fountain shimmering with the dart and poise of goldfish, was deserted, save for himself, a summer engagement star actor, a specialist in carbohydrates, and a famous adjuster of labor troubles, the 4 men being fairly typical of the club's catholicity of membership. Contrary to his impeccant habit, Average Jones bore the somewhat frazzled aspect of a man who's been up all night. Further indication of this inhered in the wide yawn of which he was in mid-enjoyment, when a hand on his shoulder cut short his ecstasy. "Sorry to interrupt so valuable an exercise," said a languid voice, "but—" and the voice stopped. "Hello, Bert," returned the adviser, looking up at the faultlessly clad slenderness of his occasional coadjutor, Robert Bertram. "Sit down and keep me awake till the human snail who's hypothetically ministering to my wants can get me some coffee." "What particular phase of intellectual debauchery have you been up to now?" inquired Bertram, lounging into the chair opposite. "Trying to forget my troubles by chasing up a promising lead which failed to pan out. Wanted, a tin nose. Sounds pretty good, huh?" "It is music to my untutored ear," answered Bertram. "But it turned out to be merely an error of the imbecile, or perhaps facetious printer, who set up the trumpeter's personal column. It should have read, 'Wanted, a tea rose.'" "Even that seems far from commonplace." "Only a code summons for a meeting of the Rosicrucians. I suppose you know that the order has been revived here in America." "Not the true Rosicrucians, surely," said Bertram. "They pretend to be. A stupid lot who make child's play of it," said Average Jones impatiently. "Never mind them. I'd rather know what's on your mind. You made an observation when you came in, rather more interesting than your usual output of table talk. You said 'but,' and nothing further. The conjunction 'but' in polite grammar ordinarily has a comet-like tail to it." "Apropos of polite grammar, do you speak Latin?" asked Bertram carelessly. "Not enough to be gossipy in it." Then you wouldn't care to give a job to a man who can't speak anything else? On that qualification alone? No, not entirely. He is a good military engineer, I believe. So that's the other end of the butt, is it? Said Average Jones. Go on, elaborate. Bertram laid before his friend a printed clipping in large, clear type, saying, When I read this, I couldn't resist the notion that somehow or other it was in your line. Pursuit of the adventure of life and all that. Let's see what you can make of it. Average Jones straightened in his chair. Latin, he said, and an ad by the look of it. Can our blind friend, J. Alden Honeywell, have taken to the public prints? Hardly, I think. This is from the Classical Weekly, a Baltimore publication of small and select patronage. Looks rather alluring, commented Average Jones with a prolonged drawl. Better than the Rosicrucian fakery, anyway. He bent over the clipping, studying these words. L. Livius M.F. Praenestinus, quod libet in negotium non in honestum qui victum merium locare velim, literatus sum, scriptum facere bene scio, stipendia multa emeritus, scientiarum belli, procertim muniendi sum peritus. Hoc dere pro me spondebit M. Agrippa. Latine tantum solo. Si quis me velet convenere, quovis Dei mane adesto in publicis hortis orbis Baltimoreane ad signum apri. Can you make it out? Asked Bertram. Well, the general sense. Livius seems to yearn in modern print for any honest employment, but especially scrapping of the ancient variety or secretarying. Apply to Agrippa for references. Since he describes his conversation as being confined to Latin, I take it he won't find many jobs reaching out eagerly for him. Anybody who wants him can find him in the Park of the Wild Boar in Baltimore. That's about what I make of it. Now, what's his little lay, I wonder? Some lay of ancient Rome, anyhow, suggested Bertram. Association with Agrippa would have put him back in the 1st century B.C., wouldn't it? Besides, my informant tells me that Mr. Livius, who seems to have been an all-around sort of person, helped organize fire brigades for Crassus, and was one of the circle of minor poets who wrote rhapsodies to the fair but frail Clodia's eyebrows, earlobes, and insteps. Your informant? The man's actually been seen, then? Oh, yes. He's on view, as per advertisement, I understand. Average Jones rose and stretched his well-knit frame. Baltimore will be hotter than the place that isn't, he said plaintively. Martyrdom by fire. However, I'm off by the 5 o'clock train. I'll let you know if anything special comes of it, Bert. Barry's splendid bronze boar couches, semi-shaded, in the center of Monument Park, Baltimore's social hilltop. There Average lounged and strolled through the longest hour of a glaring July morning. People came and went, people of all degrees and descriptions, none of whom suggested in any particular the 1st century B.C. One individual only maintained any permanency of situation. He was a gaunt, powerful, freckled man of 30, who sprawled on a settee and regarded Average Jones with obvious and amused interest. In time this annoyed the adviser, who stopped short, facing the settee. "He's gone," said the freckled man. "Meaning Livius the Roman?" asked Average Jones. "Exactly. Lucius Livius, son of Marcus Praenestinus." Are you a representative of this rather peculiar person, may I ask? It would be a dull world except for peculiar persons, observed the man on the settee philosophically. I've seen very many peculiar persons lately by the simple process of coming here day after day. No, I'm not Mr. Livius's representative. I'm only a town-bound and interested observer of his. There you've got the better of me, said Average Jones. I was rather anxious to see him myself. The other looked speculatively at the trim, keen-faced young man. Yet you do not look like a Latin scholar, he observed, if you'll pardon the comment. Nor do you, retorted Jones, if the apology is returnable. I suppose not, owned the other with a sigh. I've often thought that my classical capacity would gain more recognition if I didn't have a skin like Bob Fitzsimmons and hands like Ty Cobb. Nevertheless, I'm in and of the Department of Latin of Johns Hopkins University. Name Warren. Sit down. Thanks, said the other. Name Jones. Profession advertising advisor. Object curiosity. A.V.R.E. Jones, better known as Average Jones, I believe. Experte crede, being dog Latin for, you seem to know all about it. The newcomer eyed his vis-a-vis. Perhaps you, know Mr. Robert Bertram, he drawled. Oculus, the eye, Tory of the bull. Bull's-eye, said the freckled one with a grin. I've heard of your exploits through Bertram, and thought probably you'd follow the bait contained in my letter to him. Nothing wrong with your nerve system, is there? Inquired Average Jones with mock anxiety. Now that I'm here, where is L. Livius? And so forth. Elegantly, but uncomfortably, housed with Colonel Ridgway Graham in his ancestral barrack on Carteret Street. Is this Colonel Graham a friend of yours? Friend and foe, tried and true. We meet twice a week, usually at his house, to squabble over his method of Latin pronunciation and his construction of the ablative case. He's got a theory of the ablative absolute, said Warren with a scowl, fit to fetch Tacitus howling from the shades. A scholar, then? A very fine and finished scholar, though a faddist of the rankest type. Speaks Latin as readily as he does English. Old? Over 70. Rich? Not in money. Taxes on his big place keep him pinched. That and his passion for buying all kinds of old and rare books. He's got, perhaps an income of 5,000 clear, of which about 3,000 goes in book auctions. Any family? No, lives with 2 ancient colored servants who look after him. How did our friend from B.C. connect up with him? Oh, he ran to the old colonel like a chick to its hen. You see, there aren't so very many Latinists in town during the hot weather. Perhaps 18 or 20 in all came from about here and from Washington to see the prodigy in the Park of the Boar after the advertisement appeared. He wouldn't have anything to do with any of us, pretended he didn't understand our kind of Latin. I offered him a place myself at a wage of more denary than I could well afford. I wanted a chance to study him. Then came the colonel and fairly grabbed him. So I sent for you in my artless professional way. Why so much enthusiasm on the part of Colonel Graham? Simple enough. Livius spoke Latin with an accent which bore out the old boy's contention. I believe they also agreed on the ablative absolute. Yes, sir, naturally, drawled Average Jones. Does our early Roman speak pretty ready Latin? He's fairly fluent. Sometimes he stumbles a little in his constructions, and he's apt to be, monkish rather than classical when in full course. Doesn't wear the toga virilis, I suppose. Oh, no, plain American clothes. It's only his inner man that's Roman, of course. He met with a bump on the head, This is his story, and he's got the scar to show for it. And what he came to, he'd lost ground a couple of 1,000 years, and returned to his former existence. No English, no memory of who or what he'd been, no money, no connection whatsoever with the living world.
Wonder if he's been a student of Kipling. You remember the greatest story in the world, the reincarnated galley slave? Now, as to this Colonel Graham, has he ever published?
Yes, 2 small pamphlets issued by the Classicist Press, which publishes the Classical Weekly.
Supporting his fads, I suppose.
Right. He devoted 1 pamphlet to each.
Average Jones contemplated with absorbed attention an ant which was making a laborious spiral ascent of his cane. Not until it had gained a vantage point on the bone handle did he speak again.
See here, Professor Warren, I'm a passionate devotee of the Latin tongue. I have my deep and dark suspicions of our present modes of pronunciation, all 3 of them.
As for the ablative absolute, its reconstruction and regeneration have been the inspiring principle of my studious manhood. Humbly I have sat at the feet of learning, enshrined in the Ridgway Graham pamphlets. I must meet Colonel Graham, after reading the pamphlets. I hope they're not long.
Warren frowned. Colonel Graham is a gentleman and my friend, Mr. Jones, he said with emphasis. I won't have him made a butt.
He shan't be by me, Average Jones said quietly. Has it perhaps struck you, as his friend, that a close daily association with the psychic remnant of a Roman citizen might conceivably be non-conducive to his best interest?
Yes, it has. I see your point. You want to approach him on his weak side. But have you Latin enough to sustain the part? He's shrewd as a weasel in all matters of scholarship, though a child whom anyone could fool in practical affairs.
No, I haven't, admitted Average Jones. Therefore, I'm a mute. A shock in early childhood paralyzed my centers of speech. I talk to you by sign language, and you interpret.
But I hardly know the deaf-mute alphabet.
Nor I, but I'll waggle my fingers like lightning if he says anything to me requiring an answer, and you'll give the proper reply. Does Colonel Graham implicitly credit the Romanism of his guest?
He does because he wants to. To have an educated man of the classic period of the Latin tongue, a friend of Caesar, an auditor of Cicero, and a contemporary of Virgil, Horace, and Ovid come back and speak in the accent he's contended for, makes a powerful support for his theories. He's at work on a supplementary thesis already.
What do the other Latin men who've seen Livius think of the metempsychosis claim?
They don't know. Livius explained his remote antecedents only after he had got Colonel Graham's private ear. The colonel has kept it quiet.
Don't want a rabble of psychologists and soul pokers worrying him to death, he says. Makes it pretty plain sailing for the Roman. Well, arrange to take me there as soon as possible. At the Graham house, Average Jones was received with simple courtesy by a thin, rosy-cheeked old gentleman with a dagger-like imperial and a dreamy eye, who, on Warren's introduction, made him free of the unkempt old place's hospitality. They conversed for a time, Average Jones maintaining his end with nods and gestures, and, ostensibly, through the digital mediumship of his sponsor. Presently, Warren said to the host, "And where is your visitor from the past?" "Prowling among my books," answered the old gentleman. "Are we not going to see him?" The colonel looked a little embarrassed. "The fact is, Professor Warren, Livius has taken rather an aversion to you." "I'm sorry. How so?" A twinkle of malice shone in the old scholar's eye. "He says that your Latin accent frets his nerves," he explained. "In that case," said Warren, obeying a quick signal from his accomplice, "I'll stroll in the garden while you present Mr. Jones to Livius." Colonel Graham led the way to a lofty wing, once used as a drawing-room, but now the repository for thousands of books, which not only filled the shelves but were heaped up in every corner. "I must apologize for this confusion, sir," said the host. "No one is permitted to arrange my books but myself, and my efforts, I fear, serve only to make confusion more confounded. There are 4 other rooms even more chaotic than this." At the sound of his voice, a man who had been seated behind a tumulus of volumes rose and stood. Average Jones looked at him keenly. He was perhaps 45 years of age, thin and sinewy, with a close-shaven face, pale blue eyes, and a narrow forehead running high into a mop of grizzled locks. Diagonally across the front part of the scalp, a scar could be dimly perceived through the hair. Average Jones glanced at the stranger's hands to gain, if possible, some hint of his former employment. With his faculty of swift observation, he noticed that the long, slender fingers were not only mottled with dust, but also scuffed, and in places scarified, as if their owner had been hurriedly handling a great number of books. Colonel Graham presented the newcomer in formal Latin. He bowed. The scarred man made a curious gesture of the hand, addressing Average Jones in an accent which, even to the young man's long unaccustomed ears, sounded strange and strained. "De illi linguam astringere mutus est," said Colonel Graham, indicating the younger man, and adding a sentence of sonorous, metrical Greek. Average Jones recalled the Aeschylean line, "Well, though a great ox hath stepped on my tongue, it hasn't trodden out my eyes, praises be," said he to himself, as he caught the uneasy glance of the Roman. By way of allaying suspicion, he scribbled upon a sheet of paper a few complimentary Latin sentences, in which Warren had sedulously coached him for the occasion, and withdrew to the front room, where he was presently joined by the John Hopkins man. Fortunately, the colonel gave them a few minutes together. "Arrange for me to come here daily to study in the library," whispered Jones to the Latin professor. The other nodded. "Now sit tight," added Jones. He stepped, soft-footed, on the thick old rug, across to the library door, and threw it open. Just inside stood Livius, an expression of startled anger on his thin face. Quickly recovering himself, he explained, in his ready Latin, that he was about to enter and speak to his patron. "Shows a remarkable interest in possible conversation," whispered Jones on his withdrawal, "for a man who understands no English. Also does me the honor to suspect me. He must have been a wily chap in the consulship of Plancus." Before leaving, Average Jones had received from Colonel Graham a general invitation to spend as much time as he chose studying among the books. The old manservant, Saul, had orders to admit him at any hour. He returned to his hotel to write a courteous note of acknowledgment. Many hours has Average Jones spent more tediously than those passed in the cool seclusion of Colonel Ridgway Graham's treasure house of print. He burrowed among quaint accumulations of forgotten classics. He dipped with astonishment into the savage and ultra-Rabelaisian satire of von Hutter's Epistola Obscurorum Virorum, which set early 16th-century Europe aroar with laughter at the discomfited monks. And he cleansed himself from that tainted atmosphere in the fresh air and free English of a splendid Audubon first. And all the time he was conscious that the Roman watched. More than once, Livius offered aid, seeking to apprise himself of the supposed mute's line of investigation, but the other smilingly fended him off. At the end of 4 days, Average Jones had satisfied himself that, if Livius were seeking anything in particular, he had an indefinite task before him, for the Colonel's bound treasures were in indescribable confusion. Apparently he had bought from far and near, without definite theme or purpose. As he bought, he read, and having read, cast aside, and where a volume fell, there it had license to lie. No cataloguer had ever sought to restore order to that bibliographic riot. To seek any given book meant a blind voyage, without compass or chart, throughout the mingled centuries. Often Colonel Graham spent hours in one or the other of the huge book rooms talking with his strange protégé and making copious notes. Usually the old gentleman questioned and the other answered. But one morning the attitude seemed to the listening adviser to be reversed. Livius, in the far corner of the room, was speaking in a low tone. To judge from the older man's impatient manner, the Roman was interrupting his host's current of queries with interrogations of his own. Average Jones made a mental note, and in conference with Warren that evening, asked him to ascertain from Colonel Graham whether Livius's inquiries had indicated a specific interest in any particular line of reading. On the following day, however, an event of more immediate import occupied his mind. He had spent the morning in an upstairs library, at the unevadable suggestion of Colonel Graham, while the Colonel and his Roman collogued below. Coming down about noon, Average Jones entered the Colonel's small study just in time to see Livius, who was alone in the room, turn away sharply from the desk. His elbow was held close to his ribs in a peculiar manner. He was concealing something under his coat. With a pretense of clumsiness, Average Jones stumbled against him in passing. Livius drew away, his high forehead working with suspicion. The adviser's expression of blank apology, eked out with a bow and a grimace, belied the busy working mind within. For, in the moment's contact, he had heard the crisp rustle of paper from beneath the ill-fitting coat. What paper had the man from B.C. taken furtively from his benefactor's table? It must be large, otherwise he could have readily thrust it into his pocket. No sooner was Livius out the room than Average Jones scanned the desk. His face lighted with a sudden smile. Colonel Graham never read a newspaper, boasted, in fact, that he wouldn't have one about the place. But, as Average Jones distinctly recalled, he had himself that very morning brought in a copy of the Globe, and dropped it into the scrap basket near the writing table. It was gone. Livius had taken it. "If he's got the newspaper reading habit," said Average Jones to himself, "I'll set a trap for him, but Warren must furnish the bait." He went to look up his aide. The conference between them was long and exhaustive, covering the main points of the case from the beginning. "Did you find out from Colonel Graham," inquired Average Jones, "whether Livius affected any particular brand of literature?" "Yes, he seems to be specializing in late 17th century British classicism. Apparently, he considers that the flower of British scholarship of that time wrote in a very inferior kind of dog Latin." "Late 17th century Latinity," commented Average Jones. "That, gives us a fair start. Now, as to the body servant." "Old Saul? I questioned him about strange callers. He said he remembered only 2 besides an occasional peddler or agent. They were looking for work." "What kind of work?" "Inside the house. One wanted to catalog the library." "What did he look like?" "Saul said he wore glasses and a worse tall hat than the Colonel's and had a full beard." "And the other?" "Bookbinder and repairer. Wanted to fix up Colonel Graham's collection. Young, smartly dressed, with a small waxed mustache.
"And our Livius is clean-shaven," murmured Average Jones. "How long apart did they call?"
"About 2 weeks. The second applicant came on the day of the last snowfall. I looked that up. It was March 27th.
"Do you know, Warren," observed Average Jones, "I sometimes think that part of your talents, at least, are wasted in a chair of Latin."
Certainly there's more excitement in this hide-and-seek game as you play it than in the pursuits of a musty pedant,
admitted the other, cracking his large knuckles.
But when are we going to spring upon friend Livius and strip him of his fake toga?
"That's the easiest part of it. I've already caught him, filling a fountain pen as if he'd been brought up on them, and humming the spinning chorus from the Flying Dutchman, not to mention the lifting of my newspaper."
"Nemo mortalium omnibus horas sapit," murmured Warren.
"No, as you say, no fellow can be on the job all the time. But our problem is not to catch Livius, but to find out what it is he's been after for the last 3 months."
3 months? You're assuming that it was he who aspired for work in the library?
"Certainly, and when he failed at that, he set about a very carefully developed scheme to get at Colonel Graham's books anyway. By inquiries he found out the old gentleman's fad, and proceeded to get in training for it. You don't know, perhaps, that I have a corps of assistants who clip, catalogue, and file all unusual advertisements. Here is one they turned up for me on my order to send me any queer educational advertisements. Wanted, daily lessons in Latin speech from a competent Spanish scholar. Write, Box 347, Banner Office. That is from the New York Banner of April 3rd, shortly after the strange caller's second abortive attempt to get into the Graham library.
I suppose our Livius figured out that Colonel Graham's theory of accent was about what a Spaniard would have. But he couldn't have learned all his Latin in 4 months.
He didn't. He was a scholar already, an accomplished one, who went wrong through drink and became a crook, specializing in rare books and prints. His name is Enderby. You'll find it in the Harvard catalog. He's supposed to be dead. My assistant traced him through his Spanish-Latin teacher, a priest.
But even allowing for his scholarship, he must have put in a deal of work perfecting himself in readiness of speech and accent.
So he did. Therefore the prize must be big. A man of Enderby's caliber doesn't concoct a scheme of such ingenuity and go into bondage with it for nothing. Do you belong to the Cosmic Club?" The assistant professor stared.
"No," he said.
"I'd like to put you up there. One advantage of membership is that its rosters include experts in every known line of erudition, from scarabs to skiing. For example, I am now going to telegraph for aid from old Millington, who seldom misses a book auction and is a human bibliography of the wanderings of all rare volumes. I'm going to find out from him what British publication of the late 17th century in Latin is very valuable. Also, what volumes of that time have changed hands in the last 6 months."
"Colonel Graham went to a big book auction in New York in early March," volunteered Warren, "but he told me he didn't pick up anything of particular value."
"Then it's something he doesn't know about, and Livius does. I'm going to take advantage of our Roman's rather un-BC-like habit of reading the daily papers by trying him out with this advertisement."
Average Jones wrote rapidly and tossed the results to his coadjutor, who read, "Lost. Old book, printed in Latin. Buff leather binding, a little faded."
"It's safe to be that," explained Average Jones.
"No great value except to owner. Return to Colonel Ridgway Graham, 11 Carteret Street, and receive reward."
The advertisement made its appearance in big type on the front pages of the Baltimore paper of the following day. That evening Average Jones met Warren for dinner with a puckered brow.
Did Livius rise to the bait? Asked the scholar.
Did he? Chuckled Average Jones. He's been nervous as a cat all day and hardly has looked at the library. But what puzzles me is this. He exhibited a telegram from New York. Millington says positively no book of that time and description of any great value. Enderby at Barclay auction in March, and made a row over some book which he missed because it was put up out of turn in the catalogue. Barclay auctioneer thinks it was one of Percival, privately bound volumes 1680 to 1703. An anonymous book of Percival Library, De Meritis Librorum Britannorum, was sold to Colonel Graham for $47, a good price. When do I get in on this? Signed, Robert Bertram.
I know that treatise, said Warren. It isn't particularly rare.
Average Jones stared at the telegram in silence. Finally he drawled, "There are books and books and things in books.
Wait here for me."
3 hours later he reappeared with collar wilted but spirits elate, and abruptly announced, "Warren, I'm a cobbler."
"A what?"
"A cobbler. Mend your boots, you know."
"Are you in earnest?"
"Certainly. Haven't you ever remarked that a serious-minded earnestness always goes with cobbling? Though I'm not really a practical cobbler, but a proprietary one. Our friend Bertram will dress and act the practical part. I've wired him, and he's replied, collect, accepting the job. You and I will be in the background."
"Where?"
"Number 27 Jasmine Street. Not a very savory locality. Why is it, Warren, that the beauty of a city street is generally an inverse ratio to the poetic quality of its name? There, I've hired the shop and stock of Mr. Hans Fichtel for 2 days, at the handsome rental of $10 per day. Mr. Fichtel proposes to take a keg of beer a-fishing. I think 2 days will be enough."
"For the keg?"
"For that noble Roman, Livius. He'll be reading the papers pretty keenly now, and in tomorrow's he'll find this advertisement." Average Jones read from a sheet of paper which he took from his pocket. "Found. Old book in foreign language, probably Latin, marked Percival. Owner may recover by giving satisfactory description of peculiar and obscure feature and refunding for advertisement. Fichtel, 27 Jasmine Street."
"What is the peculiar and obscure feature, Jones?" asked Warren.
"I don't know."
"How do you know there is any?"
"Must be something peculiar about the book, or Enderby wouldn't have put in 4 months of work on the chance of stealing it. And it must be obscure, otherwise the auctioneer would have spotted it."
"Sound enough," approved the other. "What could it be? Some interpolated page?"
"Hardly. I've got a treatise in my pocket on 17th century bookmaking, which I'm going to study tonight. Be ready for an early start to meet Bertram." That languid and elegant gentleman arrived by the first morning train. He protested mightily when he was led to the humble shoe shop. He protested more mightily when invited to don a leather apron and smudge his face appropriately to his trade. His protests, waxing vehement and eventually profane as he barked his daintily kept fingers in rehearsal for giving a correct representation of an honest artisan cobbling a boot, died away when Average Jones explained to him that on pretense of having found a rare book, he was to worm out of a cautious and probably suspicious criminal the nature of some unique and hidden feature of the volume. "Trust me for diplomacy," said Bertram airily. "I will because I've got to," retorted Average Jones. "Well, get to work. To you the outer shop,
to Warren and me this rear room. And remember, if you hear me whetting a knife, that means come at once." Uncomfortably twisted into a supposedly professional posture, Bertram wrought with hammer and last, while putting off with lame, blind, and halting excuses, such as came to call for their promised footgear. By a triumph of tact, he had just disposed of a rancid-tongued female who demanded her husband's boots. A satisfactory explanation, or the arbitrament of the lists, when the bell tinkled and the two watchers in the back room heard a nervous, cultivated voice say, "Is Mr. Fichtall here?" "That's me," said Bertram, landing an agonizing blow on his thumbnail. "You advertised that you'd found an old book." "Yes, sir. Someone left it in the post office." "Ah, that must have been when I went to mail some letters to New York," said the other glibly. "From the advertised description, this book is without doubt mine. Now, as to the reward, excuse me, but you wouldn't expect me to give it up without any identification, sir." "Certainly not. It was Demeritus Liberor—" "I can't read Latin, sir." "But you can make that much out," said the visitor with rising exasperation. "Come, if it's a matter of the reward, how much?" "I wouldn't mind having a good reward, say $10. But I want to be sure it's your book. There's something about it that you could easily tell me, sir, for anyone could see it." "A very observant shoemaker," commented the other with a slight sneer. "You mean the, half-split cover?" Swish, 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 sounded from the rear room. "Excuse me," said Bertram, who had not ceased from his pretended work. "I have to get a piece of leather." He stepped into the back room, where Average Jones, his face alight, held up a piece of paper upon which he had hurriedly scrawled, "Manuscript bound into cover. Get it out of him. Tell him you have a brother who is a Latin scholar." Bertram nodded, caught up a strip of calfskin, and returned. "Yes, sir," he said. "The split cover, and what's inside?" The other started. "You didn't get it out!" he cried. "You didn't tear it!" "No, sir. It's there safe enough. But some of it can be made out." "You said you didn't read Latin." "No, sir, but I have a brother that went through the academy. He reads a little." This was thin ice, but Bertram went forward with assumed assurance. "He thinks the manuscript is quite rare." "Oh, Fritz, come in." "Any letter of Bacon's is rare, of course," returned the other impatiently. "Therefore, I propose offering you $50 reward." He looked up as Average Jones entered. The young man's sleeves were rolled up. His face was generously smudged, and a strip of cobbler's wax beneath the upper lip puffed and distorted the firm line of his mouth. Further, his head was louting low on his neck, so that the visitor got no view sufficient for recognition. "Lord Bacon's letter, must be, pretty rare, mister," he drawled thickly. "But a letter, from Lord Bacon, about Shakespeare? That ought to be worth a lot of money." Average Jones had taken his opening with his customary incisive shrewdness. The mention of Bacon had settled it to his mind. Only one imaginable character of manuscript from the philosopher, scholar, politician could have value enough to tempt a thief of Enderby's caliber. Enderby's expression told that the shot was a true one. As for Bertram, he had dropped his shoemaker's knife and his shoemaker's roll. Bacon on Shakespeare? Shades of the departed glory of Ignatius Donnelly! The visitor drew back. Warren's gaunt frame appeared in the doorway. Jones' head lifted. "It ought to be as unique," he drawled, "as an ancient Roman speaking perfect English." Like a flash, The false Livius caught up the knife from the bench where the false cobbler had dropped it, and swung toward Average Jones. At the moment, the ample hand of Professor Warren, bunched into a highly competent fist, flicked across and caught the assailant under the ear. Enderby, alias Livius, fell as if smitten by a cestus. As his arm touched the floor, Average Jones kicked unerringly at the wrist, and the knife flew and tinkled into a far corner. Bertram, with a bound, landed on the fallen man's chest and pinned him. "Did he get you, Average?" he cried. "Not this time. Pretty good teamwork," drawled the adviser. "We've got our man for felonious assault, at least." Enderby, panting under Bertram's solid knee, blinked and struggled. "No use, Livius," said Average Jones. "Might as well quiet down and confess. Ease up a little on him, Bert. Take a look at that scar of his first, though." "Superficial cut treated with makeup. A clever job," pronounced Bertram after a quick examination. "As I supposed," said Average Jones.
"Let me in on the deal," pleaded Livius. "That letter is worth $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Anything you want to ask, if you find the right purchaser. And you can't manage it without me. Let me in."
"Thinks we're crooks, too," remarked Average Jones. "Exactly what's in this wonderful letter?"
"It's from Bacon to the author of the book, who wrote about 1610. Bacon prophesies that Shakespeare, this vagabond and humble mummer, would outshine and outlive in fame all the genius of his time. That's all I could make out by loosening the stitches."
"Well, that's worth anything one could demand," said Warren in a somewhat odd tone. "Why didn't you get the letter when you were examining it at the auction room?" inquired Average Jones.
"Some fool of a binder had overlooked the double cover and sewn it in. I noticed it at the auction, gummed the opening together while no one was watching, and had gone to get cash to buy the book. But the auctioneer put it up out of turn, and old Graham got it. Bring it to me. I'll show you the pursed cover. Many of Percival's books were bound that way."
"We've never had it nor seen it," replied Average Jones. "The advertisement was only a trap into which you stepped." Enderby's jaw dropped.
"But it's still at the Graham house," he cried, beating on the floor with his free hand. "Take me back there." "Oh, we'll take you," said Warren grimly.
Close packed among them in a cab, they drove him back to Carteret Street. Colonel Ridgway Graham was at home and greeted them courteously. "You found Livius," he said with relief. "I had begun to fear for him." "Colonel Graham," began Average Jones, "you have—"
"What? Speech?" cried the old gentleman. "And you a mute? What does this mean?" "Never mind him," broke in Enderby Livius. "There's something more important."
But the colonel had shrunk back. "English from you, Livius!" he cried, setting his hand to his brow.
"All will be explained in time, Colonel," Warren assured him. "Meanwhile, you have a document of the utmost importance and value. Do you remember buying one of the Percival volumes at the Berkeley auction?"
The collector drew his brows down in an effort to remember. "An octavo, in fairly good condition?" he asked.
"Yes, yes!" cried Enderby eagerly. "Where is it? What did you do with it?"
"It was in Latin, very false Latin." The foreman leaned forward, breathless. "Oh, I remember. It slipped from my pocket and fell into the river as I was crossing the ferry to Jersey." There was a dead, flat, stricken silence. Then Average Jones turned hollow eyes upon Warren. "Professor," he said, with a rueful attempt at a smile, "what's the past participle, passive plural, of the Latin verb to sting?" End of The Man Who Spoke Latin by Samuel Hopkins Adams. Recorded by Catherine Edman.
Section 13 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Section 13. The Cloudbursters by Francis Lind. Part 1. It was an article in the news columns of the Brewster Morning Tribune which first called the attention of the Brewsterites and the Intermountain world in general to the plans and purposes of the Mesquite Valley Land and Irrigation Company. Connibel, a hard-working reporter on the Tribune, had been sent over to Angels, the old headquarters of the Red Butte Western on the other side of the Timonianos, to get the story of 3 shooting affray which had localized itself in Pete Grimm's place, the one remaining angelic saloon. Finding the barroom battle of little worth as a news story, and having time to kill between trains, Connibel had strolled up the gulch beyond the old copper mines and had stumbled upon the construction camp of the Mesquite Company. Being short of copy on the fight story, the reporter had written up the irrigation project, taking the general outlines from a foreman on the job, whose tongue he loosened with a handful of Brewster cigars. A big earth dam was in process of construction across the mouth of the rather precipitous valley of Mesquite Creek, and the mesa below, which to Connibel's unrural eye seemed to be a very Sahara of infertile desolation, was to be made to blossom like the rose. Kendall, managing editor of the Tribune, had run the story, partly because real news happened to be scarce at the moment, and partly out of sheer astonishment that an enterprise of the magnitude of the Mesquite project had not already flooded the country with the brass band publicity literature which is supposed to attract investors. That a land and irrigation company should actually wait until its dam was 3/4 completed before it began to advertise was a thing sufficiently curious to call for editorial comment. Why Editor Kendall did not comment on the news item as a matter of singular interest is a query which had its answer on the loggia porch of the Hotel Topaz in the evening of the day on which Connibel's write-up appeared. It was Kendall's regular habit to close his desk at 7 o'clock and to spend a leisurely hour over his dinner at the Topaz before settling down to his night's work. On the evening in question he had chanced to sit at table with Maxwell, the general superintendent of the railroad, and with Maxwell's friend and college classmate, Sprague. After dinner the 3 had gone out to the loggia porch to smoke, and it was the big chemistry expert who spoke of the Mesquite news story which had appeared that morning in the Tribune. "Yes," said the editor, "Connibel got onto that yesterday. I sent him over to Angel to write up a shooting scrape, and he had more time on his hands than he knew what to do with. We've all known, in a general way, that an Eastern company was doing something over there, but I had no idea that they'd got their dam pretty nearly done and were about ready to open up for business." "It's wildcat, pure and unadulterated," cut in the railroad man snappily. "What they are going to do to a lot of woolly investors will be good and plenty. That Mesquite Mesa land is just about as fertile as this street pavement here." Kendall was a dried-up little wisp of a man, with tired eyes and a face the color of old oak-tanned leather. "That is what you would think, that they are out there for the easy money," he agreed, "but there's something a little queer about it. They haven't advertised." "Not here," supplemented Maxwell. "It would be a trifle too rank. Everybody in the Timoniani knows what that land is over in the edge of the Red Desert." "They haven't advertised anywhere, so far as I can ascertain," put in the editor quietly. "What is more, Jennings, who is the engineer in charge of the dam building, and who seems to be the only man in authority on the ground, came in this afternoon and raised sand with me for printing the news story. He said they were not exploiting the scheme here at all, that their money and their investors were all in the East, and they were asking no odds of the Brewster newspapers." "Bitter sort of devil, that fellow Jennings," was Maxwell's comment, but it was the big chemist who followed the main thread of the argument. What reason did he give for making such an extraordinary break as that, Mr. Kendall? Oh, he had his reason, pat enough, rejoined the editor with his tired smile. He said he realized that we have irrigated land of our own over here in the park, upon which we are anxious to get settlers, and that public sentiment there would naturally be against the mesquite project. He asked, as a matter of fairness, that we simply let the desert project alone. He claimed that it had been financed without taking a dollar out of the Tomignani, so we could not argue that there were local investors to be protected. Ugh! That argument cuts both ways. It's an admission that the Eastern investors might need protection, scoffed the railroad superintendent. Then he added, they certainly will if they expect to get any money back that they have been spending in the Mesquite Valley. Why, Kendall, Mesquite Creek is bone dry half the year. And the other half? Inquired Sprague. It's a cloudburst proposition, like a good many of the foothills arroyos, Maxwell explained. Once, in a summer storm, I saw a wall of water 10 feet high come down that stream bed, tumbling 20-ton boulders in the thick of it as if they'd been brook pebbles. Then for a month, maybe, it would be merely a streak of dry sand. Perhaps they are counting upon storing the cloudburst water, commented Kendall dryly. Then as he rose to go back to his work, as you say, Maxwell, it has all the earmarks of the wildcat. But so long as it doesn't stick its claws out at us, I suppose we haven't much excuse for butting in. Good night, gentlemen. Drop in on me when you're up my way. Always glad to see you. The two who remained on the hotel porch after the editor went away smoked in comradely silence for a time. The night was enchantingly fine, with a first-quarter moon swinging low in a vault of velvety blackness, and a gentle breeze fragrant with the breath of the mountain forest creeping down upon the city from the backgrounding highlands. Across the plaza, and somewhere in the yard, behind the long two-storied railroad headquarters building and station, a night crew was making up trains, and the clank and crash of coupling cars mingled with the rapid-fire exhaust of the switching engine. The big-bodied chemical expert was the first to break the companionable silence, asking a question which had reference to the epidemic of disaster and demoralization which had recently swept over Maxwell's railroad. Well, how are things coming by this time, Dick? Are the men responding fairly well to that little circular letter, man-to-man appeal we concocted? They are, for a fact, was the hearty assurance. I've never seen anything like it in railroading in all my knocking about. They've been coming in squads to fess up and take the pledge, and to assure me it's the water wagon for theirs from now on. By George Calvin, it's the most mellowing experience I've ever had. It proves what you have always said, and what I've always wanted to believe, that the good in the mass definitely outweighs the bad, and that it will come to the front if only you know how to appeal to it. That's right, averred the chemist. It is a strong hope of the country that there is justice and fairness and sane common sense at the American bottom of us, if they can only get at it. I think you can call the booze fight and demoralization roundup a trouble past, and begin to look around you for the signs and symptoms of the next biff you're going to get. The stockily built little man who stood as the railroad company's chief field officer in the far western fighting line moved uneasily in his chair. I have been hoping that there wasn't going to be any next time, he said, chewing thoughtfully upon his cigar. I should hope with you, Dick, if we had been able, in any of the former scrimmages, to secure good, indubitable court evidence against the men who were backing those buccaneering raids on your securities. The one thing that big money fears today is the law. The law as the federal courts are likely to construe and administer it. But to obtain your day in court you've got to have evidence, and thus far we haven't been able to sweat out anything that would implicate the man or men higher up. Therefore you may continue to sleep on your arms, keeping a sharp eye out for surprises. I guess that is pretty good advice, was the ready admission, but it is rather difficult to put into practice, Calvin. There are 500 miles of this railroad, and my job of operating them is big enough to keep me busy without doing any detective stunts on the side. I know, Sprague nodded reflectively, and for that reason I've been halfway keeping an eye out for you myself. You have? Don't tell me you've been finding more grief. Sprague threw away his outburned stub, and found and lighted a fresh cigar. I don't want to pose as an alarmist, he offered at length, But I'd like to dig a little deeper into this mesquite irrigation scheme. How much or little do you know about it?" "Next to nothing. About 2 months ago Jennings, the construction engineer, made application for the through handling from Copa of a trainload of machinery, tools, and camp outfit. He asked to have the stuff delivered at the end of the old copper mine spur above Angels. We've put the spur in shape for him and delivered the freight. Well, what else? That is about all we have had to do with him in a business way. 2 weeks ago, when we had that wreck at Lobo, they were asking Benson for an extension of the copper mine spur to a point nearer their job, chiefly, I think, so they could run a handcar back and forth between the camp and the saloon at Angels. Benson didn't recommend it, and the matter was dropped." "Without protest?" "Oh, yes. Jennings didn't make much of a roar. In fact, I've always felt that he avoided me when he could. He's in town a good bit, but I rarely see him. Somebody told me he tried once to get into the Town and Country Club, but didn't make it. I don't know who would blackball him or why, but evidently someone did." The ash grew a full half-inch longer on Sprague's fresh cigar before he said, "Doesn't it occur to you that there is something a bit mysterious about this dry land irrigation scheme, Dick?" "I had never thought of it as being mysterious. It is a palpable swindle, of course, but swindles are like the poor. They're always with us." "It interests me," said the big man half musingly. "A company formed nobody knows where or how, drops down in the edge of the red desert, and begins, absolutely without any of the clatter and clamor of advertising that usually goes with such enterprises, to build what, from all reports, must be a pretty costly dam. If they have acquired a title to the Mesquite Mesa, no one seems to have heard of it, and if they are hoping to sell the land when the dam is completed, that too has been kept dark. Now comes this little newspaper puff this morning, and Mr. Jennings promptly turns up to ask Kendall to drop it." "It is rather queer when you come to put the odds and ends of it together," admitted the railroad man. "Decidedly queer, I should say. So far the government man went on the line which he himself had opened. Then he switched abruptly. By the way, where is your brother-in-law, Starbuck? I haven't seen him for 3 or 4 days." "Billy has been in Red Butte, figuring on a little mining deal in which we are both interested, but I'm looking for him back tonight." "Good. If you should happen to see him when the train comes in, ask him to come over here and smoke a pipe with me. Tell him I'm losing my carefully acquired cowboy accent, and I'd like to freshen it up a bit." The superintendent promised, and since he always had work to do, went across to his office in the second story of the combined headquarters and station building. Some hour or so later the evening train came in from the west, and at the outpouring of passengers from it one, a man whose air of prosperous independence was less in the grave, young old face and the loosely fitting khaki service clothes than in the way in which he carried his shoulders, was met by a boy from the superintendent's office, and the word passed sent him diagonally across the grass-covered plaza to swing himself lightly over the railing of the hotel porch. "Dick made a motion as if he wanted to smoke a peace pipe with me," he said, dropping carelessly into the chair which had been Maxwell's. "Yes," Sprague assented, and then he went on to explain why. At the end of the explanation Starbuck nodded. "I reckon we can do it all right. Go up on the early morning train to the canyon head and take a chance on picking up a couple of broncs at Wimberley's ranch. But we could hoof it over from Angels in less than a quarter of the time it'll take us to ride up the river from Wimberley's. For reasons of my own, Billy, I don't want to hoof it, as you say, from Angels. To mention one of them, I might ask you to remember that I tipped the scale at a little over the half of the 300 just now, and I'm pretty heavy on my feet." And therewith the matter rested. At an early hour the following morning, an hour when the sun was just swinging clear over the far-distant blue horizon line of the Crosswater Hills, which marks the eastern limit of the Great Desert, 2 men dropped from the halted eastbound train at the Timignani Canyon water tank and made their way round the nearest of the hogbacks to the ranch house of one William Wimberley. As Starbuck had predicted, 2 horses were obtainable, though the ranchman looked long and dubiously at the big figure of the government chemist before he was willing to risk even the heaviest of the horses in his small remuda. "I reckon you'll have to set sort of light on the saddle, mister," he said at the mounting, and then, apparently as an afterthought, By gollies, I wouldn't have you fall over against me for a farm in God's country, stranger. If you was to live around here, we'd call you Samson, and take up a ejection for the poor suffering Philistines, we sure would." Sprague laughed good-naturedly as he followed Starbuck's lead toward the river. He was well used to being joked about his size, and there were times when he rather encouraged the joke. Big men are popularly supposed to be more or less helpless physically, and Sprague was enough of a humorist to enjoy the upsetting, now and then, of the popular tradition. In his college days he had held the record for the heavy lift and the broad jump. There was no man of his class who could stand up to him with the gloves or on the wrestling mat, and in the football field he was at once the strongest back and the fastest man on the team, a combination rare enough to be miraculous. "You say you want to follow the river?" said Starbuck, when they had struck in between the precipitous hills among which the green flood of the Timignani made its way toward the canyon portal. "Yes, if it is at all practicable. I'd like to get some idea of the lay of the land between this and the camp on the Mesquite." "I'm anticipating that you'll get the idea good and plenty," agreed the superintendent's brother-in-law dryly. And during the 3-hour jaunt that followed, the prediction was amply confirmed. There was no trail, and for the greater part of the way the river flowed between rocky hogbacks, with only the narrowest, boulder-strewn margins on either hand. Time and again they were forced to dismount and lead the horses around or over the natural obstructions, and once they were obliged to leave the river valley entirely, climbing and descending again by a circuitous route among the rugged hills. It was late in the forenoon when they came finally into the region of upper basins, and, turning to the eastward, threaded a dry arroyo, which brought them out upon the level-bottomed valley known as the Mesquite Mesa. It was not a mesa in the proper meaning of the term. It was rather a vast flat wash brought down from the hills by the sluicing of many floods. Here and there its sun-baked surface was cut and gashed by dry gullies, all pointing towards the river, and each bearing silent witness to the manner in which the mesa had been formed. At a point well within this shut-in moraine, Sprague dismounted, tossed his bridle reins to Starbuck, and went to examine the soil in the various gullies. Each dry ditch afforded a perfect cross-section of the different strata, from the thin layer of sandy topsoil to the underlying beds of coarse sandstone pebbles and gravel. Sprague kicked the edges from a dozen of the little ditches, secured a few handfuls of the soil, and came back shaking his head. "I don't wonder that these people don't want to advertise their land, Billy," he commented, climbing with a nimbleness astonishing in so large a man to the back of his mount. "As they say down in Tennessee, you couldn't raise a fuss on it. Let's amble along and see what they are doing at the headworks." At the head of the wash the valley of Mesquite Creek came in abruptly from the right. On a bench above the mouth of the valley they found the construction camp of the irrigation company, a scattered collection of shack sheds and tents, a corral for the working stock, and the usual filth and litter characterizing the temporary home of the WAP. Across the valley mouth a huge earthwork was rising. It was the simplest form of construction known to the dam-building engineer, a mere heaping of earth and gravel mounted by 2 horse-scrapers from the slopes of the contiguous hills on either hand. There was no masonry, no concrete, not even the thin core wall which modern engineering practice prescribes for the strengthening member in an earth embankment designed to retain any considerable body of water. Moreover, there was no spillway. The creek, carrying at this season of the year its minimum flow, had been stopped off without an outlet, and the embankment upon which the force was heaping the scrapings from the hillsides was already retaining a good-sized lake formed by the checked waters of the stream. Starbuck and Sprague had drawn rein at the outskirts of the construction camp, and they were not molested until Sprague took a flat black box from his pocket, opened it into a camera, and was preparing to take a snapshot of the dam. At that, a man who had been lounging in the door of the camp commissary, a dark-faced, black-bearded giant in brown duck and service leggings, crossed the camp street and threw up a hand in warning. "Hey there, hold on! That don't go!" he shouted gruffly, striding up to stand squarely in the way of the camera. "You can't take pictures on this job." "Sorry," said Sprague, giving the intruder his most amiable smile, "but you were just a half-second too late." And he closed the camera into its box-like shape and dropped it into his pocket. The black-bearded man advanced threateningly. "This is company property, and you are trespassers," he rasped. "Give me that camera." Starbuck's right hand went softly under his coat and stayed there, and his steady gray eyes took on the sleepy look that, in his range-riding day, had been a sufficient warning to those who knew him. Sprague lounged easily in his saddle and ignored the hand extended for the camera. "You are Mr. Jennings, I take it," he said as one who would temporize and gain time. "Fine dam you are building here." "Give me that camera." Sprague met the angry eyes of the engineer and smiled back into them. "I'll take it under consideration," he said half jocularly. "You'll give me a little time to think about it, won't you?" Jennings' hand dropped to the butt of the heavy revolver sagging at his hip. "Not a damn minute," he barked. "Hand it over." Starbuck was closing up slowly on the opposite side of his companion's horse, a movement which he brought about by a steady knee pressure on the bronco's off shoulder. Jennings' fingers were closing round the grip of his pistol when the astounding thing happened. Without so much as a muscle twitching of warning, Sprague's left hand shot out. The fingers grappled in ample breasthold on the engineer's coat and shirt bosom, and Jennings was snapped from his feet and flung, back down, across the horn of Sprague's saddle, much as if his big body had been a bag of meal. Starbuck reached over, jerked the engineer's weapon from its holster, broke it to eject the cartridges, and flung it away. "Now you can get down," said Sprague quietly, and when he loosened the terrible clutch, Jennings slid from the saddle horn and fell, cursing like a maniac. "Stand still," ordered Starbuck, when the engineer bounded to his feet and started to run toward the commissary, and the weapon that made the bidding mandatory materialized suddenly from an inner pocket of the ex-cowman's khaki riding coat. But the trouble, it seemed, was just fairly getting under way. Up from the embankment where the scrapers were dumping came 2 or 3 foremen armed with pick-handles. The commissary was turning out its quota of rough-looking clerks and timekeepers, and a mob of foreign laborers, the shift off duty, came pouring out of the bunkhouses and shacks. Sprague had unlimbered and focused his camera again, and was calmly taking snapshot after snapshot of the dam, of the impounded lake, of the upcoming mob, and of the black-bearded man held hands up in the middle of the camp street. When he shut the box on the last of the exposures, he turned to Starbuck with a whimsical smile wrinkling at the corners of his eyes. "They don't seem to be very enthusiastic about keeping us here, Billy," he said with gentle irony. "Shall we go?" Starbuck shook the reins over the neck of his mount, and the 2 horses wheeled as one and sprang away down the rough cart road leading to the end of the copper mine spur above Angels. At the retreat, someone on the commissary porch began to pump a repeating rifle in the general direction of the pair, but no harm was done. Starbuck was the first to break the galloping silence when an intervening hill shoulder had cut off the backward view of the camp at the dam, and what he said was purely complimentary. "You sure have got your nerve with you, and the punch to back it up," he chuckled. "I reckon I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night, laughing at the way you snatched that rustler out of his tracks and slammed him across the saddle. I'd give a heap to be able to do a thing like that. I sure would." "Call it a knack," rejoined Sprague modestly. "You pick up a good many of those little tricks when you're training on the squad. Perhaps you've never thought of it, but the human body is easier to handle, weight for weight, than any inanimate object could possibly be. That is one of the first things you learn in tackling on the football field." They were jogging along slowly by this time, and had passed the copper mine switch on the road leading to the station at Angels. Starbuck was not over-curious, but the experiences of the forenoon were a little puzzling. Why had his companion wished to take the long, hard ride up the valley of the Timignone? And why, again, had he taken the chance of a fight for the sake of securing a few snapshot pictures of the irrigation company's construction camp and dam? A third query hinged itself upon the decidedly inhospitable, not to say hostile, attitude of Jennings, the irrigation company's field officer. Why should he object so strenuously to the common sightseer's habit of kodaking anything and everything in sight? Starbuck was turning these things over in his mind when they reached Angels. As they rode into town, Sprague glanced at his watch. "I've been wondering if we couldn't get this man Dickory at the town corral to take charge of these horses of ours until Wimberley can come and get them," he said. "That would make it possible for us to catch the 11:30 train for Brewster." Starbuck said it was quite feasible, and by the time they had disposed of the horses, the train was whistling for the station. When they boarded the train, Sprague proposed that they postpone the midday meal in the diner in order to ride out on the rear platform of the observation car. "We'll get to town in time for a late luncheon at the hotel," was the way he put it, "and on as fine a day as this, I like to ride out of doors and take in the scenery." Starbuck acquiesced and smiled as one well used to the scenery. Truly, the trip through the Timignani Canyon was one which usually brought the tourists crowding to the rear platform of the train, but until the morning of this purely sightseeing jaunt, he had been thinking that Maxwell's big friend was altogether superior to the scenic attractions. Now, however, Sprague seemed greatly interested in the canyon passage. Again and again he called his companion's attention to the engineering difficulties which had been overcome in building the narrow pathway for the rails through the great gorge. Particularly he dwelt on the stupendous cost of making the pathway, and upon the temerarious courage of the engineers in adopting a grade so near, in dozens of places, to the level of the foaming torrent at the track side. "Yes," Starbuck agreed, "it sure did cost a heap of money. Dick says the 36 miles are bonded at $100,000 a mile, and even that didn't cover the cost of construction on some of the miles." "But why did they put the grade so close to the river level?" persisted the expert, "when the foam from a midstream boulder breathed a misty breath on them as the train slid past. Isn't there constant trouble from high water?" "No, Timignani's a tolerably dependable creek," was Starbuck's answer. "Summer and winter it holds its own, with nothing like the variation you find in the Mississippi Valley rivers. An 8-foot rise is the biggest they've ever recorded at the High Line Dam, so J. Montague Smith tells me." "They are fixed to take care of that much of a rise at the High Line Dam, are they?" queried Sprague. "Oh, yes. I reckon they could take a bigger one than that if they had to. That dam is built for keeps. Williams, who was the constructing engineer, says that the dam and plant will stand when the water of the river is pouring through the second-story windows of the powerhouse." "And that, you would say, would never happen?" put in the expert thoughtfully, adding, "If it should happen, your brother-in-law would have to build him a new railroad through this canyon, wouldn't he?" "He sure would. The 8-foot rise I spoke of gave them a heap of trouble up here. Washouts to burn." "What caused that rise? Rains?" "Rains and cloudbursts in the season of the melting snows. It was just as Smith was turning heaven and earth upside down to get the dam completed, and for a little spell they sure was anticipating trouble aplenty. Thought they were going to be plumb paralyzed." "I want to meet that man Smith," said the expert, going off at a tangent as his habit was. "Stillings, your friend the lawyer, who has his offices next door to my laboratory, says he's a wonder." "Smith is all right," was Starbuck's verdict. "He's a first-class fighting man, and he doesn't much care who knows it. He got big rich out of that high-line fight, married old Colonel Baldwin's little peach of a daughter, and is laying off to live happily ever after." From that on, the rear platform talk had to do chiefly with Mr. J. Montague Smith and his plucky struggle with the hydroelectric trust which he had tried, unsuccessfully as the event proved, to steal the High Line Dam and Water privilege. In due time the train shot out of the gorge, and after a dodging course among the Park Hills came to the skirting of the High Line Reservoir Lake, lying like a silver mirror in its setting of forested buttes and spurs. At the lower end of the lake, where the white concrete dam stretched its massive rampart across the river gorge, the train halted for a moment in obedience to an interposing block signal. It was during the momentary stop that a handsome young fellow with a healthy tan of the hill country browning his frank boyish face came out of the nearby powerhouse, ran up the embankment, and swung himself over the railing of the observation platform. "Hello, John," said Starbuck, and then he introduced the newcomer to his companion. "Glad to know you, Mr. Sprague," said the young man, whose hearty hand grip was an instant recommendation to the good graces of the big expert. "I've been hearing of you off and on all summer. It's a saying with us out here that any friend of Dick Maxwell's owns Brewster, or as much of it as he cares to make use of." "I've certainly been finding it that way, Mr. Smith," Sprague rejoined, in grateful recognition of the Brewster hospitality. And then, "We were just talking about you and your dam as we came along, Starbuck and I. You have a pretty good head of water on, haven't you? An unusually good head for this time of year. The heavy storms we've been having in the eastern foothills account for it. Our power plant is working at normal load, and our ranchmen are all using water liberally, and they're late irrigating it." and yet you see the quantity that is going over the splashboards." "Yes, I see," observed Sprague thoughtfully. "And when the train began to move onward, with this big reservoir behind you, I suppose a sudden flood couldn't hurt you, Mr. Smith?" The young man, with a healthy tan on his clean-cut face, promptly showed his good business sense. "We think we have a comfortably safe installation, but we are not specially anxious to try it out merely for the satisfaction of seeing how much it would stand," was the conservative reply. Sprague looked up curiously from his solid planting in the biggest of the platform folding chairs. "And yet 3 days ago, Mr. Smith, you said in the presence of witnesses that a 10-foot rise wouldn't endanger your dam or your power plant," he put in shrewdly. Mr. J. Montague Smith, secretary and treasurer of the Timignani High Line Company, was plainly taken unawares. "How the depth—" he began, and then he tried again. "Pardon me, Mr. Sprague, you hit me when I wasn't looking for it. I believe I did say something like that. In fact, I've said similar things a good many times." "But not in exact feet and inches, I hope," said Sprague with a show of mild concern. "These exactnesses are what murder us, Mr. Smith. Now, I presume if somebody should come to you today and threaten to turn another 10 feet of river on you, you'd object, wouldn't you?" "We certainly would object most strenuously." "Yet, if that person were so minded, he might quote you as having said that 10 additional feet wouldn't hurt you." The young treasurer laughed a trifle uneasily. "I can't believe that anybody would make a bit of well-meant boasting like that an excuse for— But it's not altogether absurd, you know. Your case is unsupposable. Suppose nobody pushes the button for the rains or the cloudburst storms. When you introduce me to the fellow who really has the making of the weather in the Timignani headwaters, I'll be very careful what I say to him." "Just so," said the expert quietly, and then a long-continued blast of the locomotive whistle announced the approach to Brewster. Sprague took leave of his latest acquaintance at the station entrance, where a trim, high-powered motor car, driven by an exceedingly pretty young woman in leather cap, gauntlets, and driving coat, was waiting for Smith. "I'm a soil expert, as you may have heard, Mr. Smith," he said at parting, "and I am interested at the moment in alluvial washes, the detritus brought down from the high lands by the rivers. One of these days I may call upon you for a little information and help." "Command me," said the young financier, with another of the hearty hand grips, and then he climbed in beside the pretty young woman and was driven away. Sprague was unusually silent during the tardy luncheon shared with Starbuck in the Topaz Café, and Starbuck, who never had much to say unless he was pointedly invited, was correspondingly speechless. Afterward, with a word of caution to his stable companion not to mention the morning's adventure to anyone, Sprague went to his laboratory to test the specimens of soil gathered on the Mesquite Mesa, Starbuck supposed. But the supposition was wrong. What Mr. Calvin Sprague busied himself with during the afternoon was a careful developing of the film taken from his pocket camera, and the printing of several sets of pictures therefrom. These prints he placed in his pocket notebook, and the book and its enclosures went with him when, after the evening meal, at which he had somehow missed both Maxwell and Starbuck, he climbed the 3 flights of stairs in the Tribune building and presented himself at the door of Editor Kendall's den. Kendall was glad to see him, or at least he said he was, and, waving him to a chair at the desk end, produced a box of rather dubious-looking, curiously twisted cigars, at which the visitor shook his head despondently. "You'd say I was the picture of health, wouldn't you, Kendall? And you wouldn't believe me if I were to tell you that I'm smoking a great deal too much," he said with a quizzical smile that was on the verge of turning into a grin. The editor was not fooled. As a matter of fact, it was an exceedingly difficult matter to fool the tired-eyed tyrant of the Tribune editorial rooms. "Cut it out," he said with his mirthless laugh. "You wouldn't expect to find 50-cent Rayanas in a newspaper shop any more than I'd expect you to climb up here with a news story for me. Smoke your own cigars and be damned to you." And in sheer defiance he lighted one of his own dubious monstrosities, while Sprague was chuckling and passing his pocket-case of fat black Maduros. "You say any more than you'd expect a news story. Perhaps I have a news story for you. Cast your eyes over these." And he threw out the bunch of lately made photographs. The editor went over the collection carefully, and at the end of the inspection said, "Well, what's the answer?" "The construction camp of the Mesquite Land and Irrigation Company at about 10:30 this forenoon. The held-up man is Mr. Engineer Jennings, posed by Billy Starbuck, who is kindly holding the gun on him for me. The people running are Jennings' workmen, coming to help him obliterate us. The water is the irrigation lake, the heap of dirt is the dam." "Still, I don't quite grasp the news value," said Kendall doubtfully. "Why should Jennings wish to obliterate you?" "Because I was taking pictures on his job. He was unreasonable enough to demand my camera and to make the sham bad man's break of handling his gun without pulling it on me." The editor studied the pictures long and thoughtfully. "You've got something up your sleeve, Mr. Sprague. What is it?" he asked after the considering pause. Sprague drew his chair closer, and for 5 minutes the city editor, who had come in for a word with his superior, forbore to break in upon the low-toned earnest confidence which was going on at the managing editor's desk. At the end of it, however, he heard Kendall say, "I'll get Monty Smith on the wire, and if he coincides with you, we'll take a hand in this. I more than half believe you're right, but you'll admit that it sounds rather incredible. The Tribune's motto is, 'All the news that is news,' but we don't want to be classed among the yellows." "You run no risk in the present instance," was Sprague's confident assurance. "Of course there is no direct evidence. If there were, the case would be promptly taken to the courts. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping that Mr. Smith will take it to the courts as it stands. But in any event, an appeal to the public will do no harm." "All right, we'll see what Smith says," said Kendall, and then the patient city editor had his inning. Leaving the Tribune building, the chemistry expert went to the nearest telephone and called for the house number of Mr. Robert Stillings, the attorney who served locally for the railroad company and was also counsel for the High Line people. Happily, it was the young lawyer himself who answered the phone. "This is Sprague," said the downtown caller. "How busy are you this evening?" The answer was apparently satisfactory, since the big man went on. "All right. I wish you would arrange to meet me in the lobby of the Topaz. Catch the next car if it won't hurry you too much. You'll do it? Thank you. Goodbye." 15 minutes later, the government man, writing a letter at one of the desks at the hotel lobby, looked up to greet his summoned visitor, a keen-eyed, self-confident young man whose reputation as a fearless fighter in just causes was already spreading from the little inner mountain city of his adoption and becoming statewide. "I'm here," said Stillings briefly, and Sprague rose and drew him aside into one of the alcoves. For some little time after they had drawn their chairs together, Sprague held the floor, talking earnestly and exhibiting a set of the snapshot pictures. Stillings listened attentively, examining the pictures by the aid of a small pocket magnifier. But when Sprague finished, he was shaking his head doubtfully, unconsciously following the example set by the Tribune editor. "We have nothing definite to go on, Mr. Sprague, as you yourself admit. These people are well within their legal rights. As you probably know, there is no statutory provision in this state requiring the builders of a dam to conform to any particular plan of construction. And, as a matter of fact, there are dozens of dams just like this one, mere earth embankments without masonry of any kind." "Do you mean to say that the safety of the entire Timignani Valley could be endangered by a structure like this, and that the property owners who are imperiled have no legal recourse?" demanded the expert. "Recourse, yes, plenty of it after the fact. If the dam should give way and cause damage, the irrigation company would be liable." "Humph!" snorted the big-bodied one, half contemptuously. "Law is one of the few things that I've never dabbled in. What you say amounts to this. If I find a man training a cannon on my house, I have no right to stop him. I can only try to collect damages after the gun has gone off and ripped a hole through my property. I could make a better law than that myself." Stillings was staring thoughtfully through the opposite window at the lights in the railroad buildings across the plaza. "There are times, Mr. Sprague, when we all feel that way. Crises which seem to call for something in the way of extrajudicial proceedings," he admitted. And then, "Have you told Maxwell about this?" "Not specifically. Dick has troubles of his own just now. He's had enough of them this summer to turn his hair gray, as you know. I have been hoping that this latest move of the enemy could be blocked without dragging him into it." Stillings turned quickly. "That is the frankest thing you've said this evening. Is it another move of the enemy? The New Yorkers?" Sprague spread his hands, and his big shoulders went up in a shrug. "You have just as much incriminating evidence as I have. How does it strike you?" The attorney shook his head in doubtful incredulity, again unconsciously following Editor Kendall's lead. "It doesn't seem possible," he protested. "Think of the tremendous consequence involved, outside of the crippling of the railroad. The short line wouldn't be the only sufferer in case of a dam break in the Mesquite. The entire valley would be flood-swept, and our Highline Dam—" He stopped abruptly and half rose to his feet. "Good Lord, Sprague, the breaking of the Highline Dam would mean death and destruction without end." Sprague had found a cigar in an overlooked pocket, and was calmly lighting it. Though he did not tell Stillings so, the argument had finally gotten around into the field toward which he had been pushing it from the first. "3 days ago, your Highline treasurer, Mr. J. Montague Smith, declared in the presence of witnesses— it was right here in this hotel lobby, and I happened to overhear it— that a 10-foot rise in the river, which, as you know, would submerge and sweep away miles of the railroad track in the canyon, would by no means endanger his dam. There you are, Mr. Stillings. Now fish or cut bait." "Great Scott, what could Smith have been thinking of?" ejaculated the lawyer. "It was merely a bit of loyal brag, as he admitted to Starbuck and me on the train this afternoon, and it had been craftily provoked by one of the men who heard it. But he said it, and what is more, he said it to Jennings." This time the attorney's start carried him out of his chair and stood him upon his feet. "I shall have to see Smith at once," he said hurriedly. "Still, I can't believe that these New York stock pirates would authorize any such murderous thing as this." "Authorize murder or violence? Of course not. Big business never does that. But what it does is to put a man into the field, telling him in general terms the end that is to be accomplished. The head pushers would turn blue under their fingernails if you charged them with murder." "But that is what it would amount to, cold-blooded murder." "Hold on a minute," objected Sprague. "Let's apply a little scientific reasoning. Suppose this thing has been accurately figured out, engineering-wise. Suppose that, by careful computation, it has been found that a certain quantity of water, turned loose at the mouth of Mesquite Valley, would produce a flood of a certain height and full length of Timignani Canyon, say 10 or 12 feet, sufficient to obliterate 35 or 40 miles of the railroad track. Below its path of the greatest destruction, it comes out into your Highline Reservoir Lake, with some miles farther to go, and a greatly enlarged area over which to diffuse itself." Stillings was nodding intelligence. "I'm beginning to see," he said. 10 feet in the canyon wouldn't necessarily mean 10 feet at Smith's dam." "No, but at the same time, Smith is on record as having said that 10 feet wouldn't endanger his dam or the power plant, so there you are again." Stillings walked the length of the alcove twice, with his head down and his hands in his pocket, before he stopped in front of the expert to say— "You've half convinced me, Mr. Sprague. If we could get the barest shred of evidence that these people are building a dam which isn't intended to hold—" "There spoke the lawyer again," laughed Sprague. "If you had the evidence, what would you do?" "Institute legal proceedings at once." "And how long would it take to get action?" "Oh, that would depend upon the nature of the evidence I had to offer, of course." Sprague laughed again, derisively this time. "Yes, I thought so. And while you were getting out your wits and monkeying around, do you know what that piece of canyon track cost, Mr. Stillings? I was told today that $3 million wouldn't replace it, to say nothing of what it would mean to the railroad company to have its through line put out of business indefinitely. No, if we mean to—" The interruption was the intrusion into the alcove of a huge-framed, hard-faced man who was fumbling in his pocket for a paper. "Hello, Harding," said Stillings, and then jokingly, "What brings the respected sheriff of Timignani County charging in upon us at this time of night?" "It's a warrant," said the sheriff, half in apology, and then to Sprague, "I hate like the mischief to trouble you, Mr. Sprague, but duty's duty." Sprague smiled up at the big man. Tell us about it, Mr. Harding. You needn't bother to read the warrant. It's that scrap you had with Jennings up at the mesquite this morning. He swore out a warrant against you for assault and battery. And are you going to lock me up overnight? I fancy that is what he would like to have you do. Not me, said the sheriff good-naturedly. I got Judge McFarland out of bed and made him come down to his office. I'm going to ask you to walk around there with me, just to let me out of it whole. I fixed it with the judge so you won't have to give bail. I'll go with you, Stillings offered, and a few minutes later, in the magistrate's office, the government man had bound himself, on his own recognizance, to appear in the court the next morning to answer the charge against him. On the sidewalk in front of the justice shop, Stillings reverted to the still more pressing matter. I'm going to see Smith before I sleep, if I have to drive out to the Baldwin Ranch to find him, he declared. In the meantime, Mr. Sprague, if you can devise any scheme by which we can get a legal hold of these fellows, anything that will serve as an excuse for our asking that an injunction be issued. That would come before Judge Watson, wouldn't it? Sprague broke in. Yes. See Kendall of the Tribune about that. From what he told me a couple of hours ago, I should say that your petition for an injunction would only be a crude loss of time. We'll try to think of a better way, or at least a more effective way. Good night, and don't omit to throw the gaff into Smith, good and hard. End of section 13, and end of part 1 of The Cloudbursters.
Section 14 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean MacDonald. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, The Cloudbursters by Francis Lind, Part 2. On the morning following Sprague's visit to the Tribune editorial rooms, the newspaper-reading public of Brewster had a small sensation served, in Starbuck's phrase, hot from the skillet. A good portion of the front page of the Tribune was given to a news story of the work which was underway in the Mesquite Valley, and pictures were printed of the camp, the dam, and the growing lake. On the editorial page was a caustic arraignment of the Mesquite Company, which was called upon to show cause why it should not be condemned as a public nuisance, of a kind which had already brought much reproach upon the West as a field for legitimate investment, and the suggestion was made that a committee of responsible citizens be sent to investigate the Mesquite project, to the end that the charges made might be either substantiated or set aside. Specifically, these charges were that there was no arable land within reach of the Mesquite Dam, and that the dam itself was unsafe. Throughout his editorial, Kendall had judiciously refrained from making any mention of a possible disaster to the railroad, but he hinted broadly at the danger to which the High Line Dam, the source of the city's power and lights, would be subjected in the event of a flood catastrophe on the distant project. Maxwell, who was living at the hotel in the absence of his family, had read the paper before he came down to join Sprague at the breakfast table, and, like every other newspaper reader in Brewster that morning, he was full of the latest sensation. "By George, Calvin," he began, "somebody has been stirring up the mud for those people we were talking about night before last. Have you seen the Tribune?" Sprague nodded assent. "Well, what do you make of it?" asked the railroad man. "I should say that somebody, possibly the High Line management, is beginning to sit up and take notice, wouldn't you?" "Yes, but see here. Any such thing as Kendall hints at would knock the Nevada Short Line out long before it would get to the High Line Dam." "Naturally," said Sprague coolly. "Great Jehu! Was that what you meant when you were making me dig this mesquite project over for you the other day?" "I didn't want to drag you into it, and don't yet," said Sprague quietly. "You've had grief enough for one summer, but the detective half of me tells me that there is little doubt that this thing is another attempt on the part of the big money crowd to sideswipe your railroad off the map. It can be done, and you have no preventive recourse. Stillings says you haven't.
But, Calvin, something's got to be done. Are we going to sit still and...
One kind of a something is doing itself right now, interrupted Sprague. It's your play this time to keep out of it if you can. You'd say that the Highline people, J. Montague Smith and his crowd, inspired that blast in the Tribune this morning, wouldn't you?
It looks that way, yes.
Well, let them stir up the mud and make the fight. You sit tight in the boat and say nothing. What kind of an agent or operator have you at Angles?
Disbrow? He's a good man. So good that I'm going to promote him to a better station next week.
Let that promotion wait a while. Give this good man instructions to watch every move that Jennings makes and to report at once anything out of the ordinary that may happen. Do you get that?
I'll do it. Anything else?
No, not at present. Later on, say, after the evening edition of the Times Record comes out, I may want to get you on a quick wire, but the chief thing just now is to post the Angles man, and to have him keep in touch with you. After Maxwell had gone, the chemistry expert finished his breakfast with Epicurean leisure, smoked a reflective cigar in comfortable solitude in the hotel lobby, and when the court hour arrived, went around to the office of the Justice of the Peace to answer to the charge of assault. As was to be expected, Jennings was not present, was not even represented by an attorney. Sprague pleaded guilty and paid his nominal fine, which McFarland took with a quiet smile.
I don't know what you did to that black-faced bully, Mr. Sprague, but I hope you got your money's worth, he said. Every time he turns up here in Brewster, he proves himself an undesirable citizen, right from the word go.
Tough, is he? Queried Sprague.
As tough as they make them. I wonder he didn't try to get square with you with a gun. That would be more like him.
Perhaps he will later on, suggested the fined one with a good-natured smile, after which he went across to his laboratory and was invisible for the remainder of the morning. Just before noon, Stillings dropped into the laboratory office. He found the chemist working among his retorts and test tubes.
"I fell in to give you a pointer,"
was the attorney's excuse for the intrusion.
"Jennings is in town. He came over on the 10 o'clock local and went straight to the Times Record office."
Sprague grinned. You were looking out for him, were you? Somebody got waked up at last?
"Yes. The Highline people are on, all right," was the reply. "Smith called an emergency meeting of his directors early this morning. 2 of them are Red Desert cattle barons, and they know the mesquite situation like a book. What none of them can understand is the why. Why the mesquite outfit should take 99 chances in 100 of sending a flood down the Timoniani when there's no money to be made by it."
What action did the directors' meeting take?
"Instructed me to field Judge Watson on the question of holding things up with an injunction. I did it, and it turned out as you intimated it would. Nothing doing. Smith asked me to borrow Maxwell's special officer, Arch Tarber, suggesting that we ought to keep in touch with Jennings. Archer was going over to Angles on the afternoon train, but Jennings has saved him the trouble by coming to town."
Well, what next? Sprague inquired.
"That is just what I'd like to ask you,"
was the lawyer's frank admission.
"We're all looking to you to set the pace. You're the one man with the holy gift of initiative, Mr. Sprague. You haven't admitted it in so many words, but I know as well as I know anything that you are the man who started this newspaper talk."
"Pshaw," said the expert in genial raillery. "I'm only a government chemist, Mr. Stillings."
"That's all right, too. But that isn't why the railroad men call you Scientific Sprague. 4 times this summer you've dug Maxwell and his railroad out of a hole when the rest of us didn't know there was any hole. What I'm most afraid of now is that Jennings will put up some sort of a scheme to get you out of the way. He knows well enough by this time that you are the key to his situation."
"I'm a tenderfoot," said the big man with naive irony. "What would you suggest?"
"That you go to Sheriff Harding and get him to swear you in as a special deputy. Then you can be prepared to defend yourself."
Sprague's mellow laugh rumbled deep in his big body. "I guess I can take care of myself if it comes to that, without packing hardware, Starbuck would put it," he averred. "There won't be more than 3 or 4 of them to tackle me at once, will there? But about your campaign. I have been hoping that the Highline people, backed by public sentiment, would be able to head this thing off. I am still hoping it. It will be altogether better if the railroad doesn't have to take a hand on its own account. The New Yorkers would be sure to make capital out of it, holding the Ford Maxwell management up to public execration as a corporation which deliberately strangles development propositions in its own territory."
"That's a fact," the attorney agreed.
Working along that line, we can afford to wait, for a little while at least, to see how the cat is going to jump. Jennings is over here to get into the newspaper fight himself. In Maxwell's demoralization tussle of 2 weeks ago, it was demonstrated that the Times Record had been subsidized by the enemy. Now, we shall see Higginson and his editor jump in and take up the clubs in defense of the Mesquite Company.
"I guess that is pretty good advice, to wait," said Stillings. "But we have an active crowd in the High Line. Its blood is up. Our people will want to be doing something while they wait."
"Let them talk," said Sprague quickly. "Tell them to resolve themselves into committees of 1, to throw the big scare into the Brewster public, which depends upon the safety of the Highline Dam for its own safety. Then pick out a few good dependable men like Smith, his old fighting father-in-law the colonel, and Williams, the engineer, who will hold themselves in readiness to start at a moment's notice, night or day, for the firing line, any firing line that may happen to show up."
"That is more like it," rejoined the attorney. "I'm sworn to hold up the majesty of the law,
But, as you remarked last night, there are extra judicial crises now and then which have to be met in any old way that offers. Let it rest at that, and see me at the hotel this evening if you can make it convenient." With the appearance on the streets of the evening edition of the Times Record, the Brewster public learned that there were 2 sides to the Mesquite question. In terms of unmeasured scorn, Editor Healy attacked the narrow prejudice which would seek to place stumbling blocks in the way of a great enterprise designed to benefit not only the region locally concerned, but the entire West. In the course of a long and vituperative editorial, the Highline Company, the Brewster Public Service Corporations, and the railroad each came in for its share of accusation, and their joint lack of public spirit was roundly condemned. It was pointed out that the Highline plant, by the admission of its own officials, would be in no danger, even in the unsupposable case of the breaking of the Mesquite Dam. Also, it was urged that the penny-wise policy of the railroad in adopting the low grade in Timignani Canyon was a matter of its own risk. Was the development of the nation to be halted, it was asked, because a niggardly railroad company was unwilling to spend a little money in raising its grade beyond a possible danger line? But the sting of the editorial for Maxwell was in its tail. Healy concluded by darkly hinting that certain of the railroad officials were interested financially in sundry Timignani parklands owned by the Highline Company, and that they were willing to kill the prospects of the new district for the sake of their own pockets. Maxwell was furiously hot about this blast in the evening paper, as his demeanor at the dinner table where he spoke his mind freely to Sprague sufficiently proved.
"Why, the miserable liars!" he raged. "There isn't an official on the short line from President Ford down who owns a single share of stock in the High Line. We all did help out at first, but Ford made every man of us turn loose the minute the dam was completed and the project was securely on its feet. He insisted that we couldn't afford to work for 2 dividend accounts."
He was Quite right, said Sprague calmly. But that is neither here nor there. It was Jennings' turn at bat, and he took it. Let it go, and tell me what you hear from that good and reliable man Disbrow at Angles.
I had him on the wire myself just a few minutes ago, was the superintendent's answer. He says something has stirred things up over on the Mesquite. They're working night shifts, began last night.
Rain? Queried the expert.
How the devil do you manage to jump at things that way? Demanded Maxwell, half irritably. Yes, there have been cloudbursts in the eastern foothills. The river rose 2 feet today.
Ah. That may bring on more talk before the stenographers are ready to take it down. Any more items from Angles?
Nothing special. The Mesquite people got half a carload of dynamite this morning. And that shows you how careful Disbrow is. He's spotting everything, even the common routine things.
Dynamite, eh? What uses Jennings for so much high explosive as that?
I don't know. Uses it in excavating, I suppose. The more he uses, the bigger his rake-off from the powder company. Where there's a big graft, there's always a lot of little ones.
Sprague ate in silence for 5 full minutes before he said, quite without preliminary, "How long would it take a light special train to run from Brewster to Angles with a clear track and regardless orders, Dick?"
I made it once in my own car in 2 hours and 55 minutes, with 2 stops for water. Why?
Oh, I was just curious to know. 2:55, eh? And how long would it take to get the special train ready?
15 or 20 minutes, perhaps, on a rush order.
Sprague sat back and began to fold his napkin carefully in the original creases. As I have said before, I don't want to pose as an alarmist, Maxwell, but if I were you, I'd have that special train hooked up and ready to pull out, and I'd keep it that way, on tap, so to speak.
The railroad man rose to the occasion promptly. "Beginning tonight?" he asked.
"Yes, beginning tonight."
"Has Jennings gone back?"
"He has. He went over on the evening train. Your man Tarbell kept cases on him while he was here. He spent most of the day with Higginson and Healy in the Times record office." Maxwell refused his dessert and ordered a second cup of black coffee.
"This suspense is something fierce, Calvin," he said when the waiter left them. "Have we got to sit still and do nothing?"
"That is your part in it," was the quiet reply. "If a party of prominent citizens should call upon you for a special train at some odd hour of the day or night, you want to be ready to supply it suddenly. Aside from that, you are to keep hands off. For 48 hours beyond this evening dinner in the Topaz Cafe, 2 days during which the railroad agent at Angles reported increased activity at the Mesquite Dam, the newspaper wrangle over the merits and demerits of the irrigation project and the edge of the Red Desert went on with growing acrimony on both sides. But by the end of the second day it was apparent that the Tribune had public sentiment with it, almost unanimously. It was also on the second day that further bitterness was engendered by a street report that Judge Watson had enjoined the Highline Company from interfering in any way with the operations on the Mesquite. This was the last straw, and public indignation found expression that night in a monster mass meeting of protest, in which the speakers, with J. Montague Smith to set them the example, criticized the court, sharply, in free Western phrase. After the meeting, adopting all sorts of resolutions condemnatory of everything in sight, adjourned, which was between 9 and 10 o'clock, there was a street rumor to the effect that Judge Watson would declare some of the speakers in contempt and cinch them accordingly. Maxwell and Starbuck brought this report to Sprague, who was smoking one of his big black cigars on the porch of the hotel. "Going to institute contempt proceedings, is he?" said the expert, with interest only half aroused.
"Wouldn't that jar you?" commented Starbuck. "I was telling Dick just now that Judge Watson has about outlived his usefulness in this little old shack town. This injunction of his is about the rawest thing that ever came over the range." "Smith is red hot," Maxwell put in. "Hot enough to get out and scrap somebody. and his directors are all with him."
Still the big-bodied expert seemed only mildly interested. "If anybody should happen to get mixed up legally with the Mesquite folks on this job of theirs, it would be pretty hard to get a jury in Brewster which would lean the way the judge does, wouldn't it?" he asked. Maxwell's verdict was unqualified.
"It would be practically impossible."
He had found his pipe and was filling it when Sprague pointed to the spur track at the end of the railroad building opposite. "Is that your special train over there, Dick?"
"Yes. You see, I've obeyed orders. That train has been standing there for 2 days, with 3 shifts of men dividing up the watch in the engine cab."
"And the committee of prominent citizens hasn't yet materialized, eh? Never mind, you've done your part. What is the latest from Angles?"
"More cloud bursts in the hills and more activity up on the Mesquite. Disbrow says that Jennings has been offering all sorts of big pay to the scattered ranchmen to get them to come on the job with scraper teams."
"That's bad," said the chemistry man briefly, adding, "I don't like that." Starbuck got up to stand with his back to a porch pillar. From the new position, he could look through the windows into the thronged hotel lobby.
"This town's stirred up some hotter than I've ever seen it before," he drawled. "Look at that mob inside, and every blame man of it chewing the rag over this water proposition."
"I don't like that," Sprague repeated, thus proving that he had entirely missed Starbuck's comment on the excitement. Then he sat up suddenly. "There's a boy just coming down from your offices, Maxwell. It's the night watchman's boy, isn't it? Run across and head him, Starbuck. I believe that's a telegram he has in his hand." Starbuck swung himself over the railing and caught the lad before he could disappear in the street throngs.
"You were plumb right,"
he said, when he came back to take his place on the porch.
"He did have a message. It's for Dick. Here you are."
Maxwell tore the envelope across and held the telegram up to the ceiling light. "Here's news," he announced.
"It's from our man at Angles. He says, 'Jennings's force disbanded, and most of it gone east on limited. Been shipping teams and outfit all afternoon. Too busy to wire sooner.'"
The superintendent crumbled the telegram and smote fist into palm.
"Bully for you, Sprague," he exulted. "You pushed the right button just right. Jennings couldn't stand the pressure. He's given up the job and quit."
There was no answering enthusiasm on the part of the big man, who rose suddenly out of his chair and reached for the telegram. Quite the contrary, the hand which took the crumpled bit of paper was trembling a little. "Dick," he began, in his deepest chest tone, "you hike over to the dispatcher's office on the dead run and have Connolly clear for that special train. Don't lose a minute. Starbuck, it's up to you to find Smith, Tarbell, Williams, Colonel Baldwin, and 2 or 3 more good men whom you can trust. Trust absolutely, mind you. Herd your crowd at the station in the quickest possible time. And you, Maxwell, make it your first business to tell the agent at Angles that there's a special train coming over the road. Don't tell him its destination. Just say it will leave Brewster going east in a few minutes. Don't slip up on that. It may mean a dozen human lives. Get busy, both of you." After he was left alone, Sprague shouldered a path through the crowd in the lobby and had himself lifted to his rooms. When he came down a few minutes later, he had changed his business clothes for the field rig which he wore on his soil-collecting expeditions. He had scarcely worked his way through the throng to the comparative freedom of the porch when Maxwell came hurrying across from the railroad building.
"Bad luck,"
said the superintendent, with brittle emphasis.
"There's a freight train off the Steel halfway between Corona and Timignani, this side of the canyon, and the track is blocked."
"And we can't get by. There's nothing on the other side of the wreck that you could order down to meet us at the block?"
"Nothing nearer than Angles. There is an eastbound freight held there, loading the last of Jennings's outfit. To order the engine back from that would add at least an hour and a half to the 2-hour, 50-minute running schedule I gave you the other day."
Sprague swore, out of a full heart, which, since he was the least profane of men, was an accurate measure of his growing disquietude.
"That's on me," he grated. "I had it all figured out to the 10th decimal place, and I didn't put in the factor of chance."
"Dick, I want the biggest automobile in this town.
and the one man among all your thousands who is least afraid to drive it." Maxwell was able to answer without hesitation. "The car will be Colonel Baldwin's Big Six, with Starbuck for your reckless chauffeur. But I doubt if you can get over the range in anything that goes on wheels." Then he added, "What is it, Calvin? What have you figured out?" Sprague ignored the anxious query and spoke only to the fact. "Can't get over the range. I tell you, we've got to get over the range. Good Lord, why in heaven's name doesn't Starbuck hurry?" Starbuck had hurried. He had looked to find most, if not all, of the men he had been told to summon, closeted in conference with Stillings. And his guess had gone true to the mark. Only Tarbell was missing, and him they picked up in front of the Tribune office, as they were hurrying to the rendezvous in the Colonel's big touring car. Maxwell saw the car as it came under the corner electrics. "There's a little luck, anyway," he exclaimed. "That is the Colonel's car now, and Billy is driving it." "Tools and arms. Half a dozen picks and shovels, and anything you can find that will shoot," commanded Sprague, vaulting the porch railing to the sidewalk as easily as Starbuck had vaulted it a little while before. "See to that part of the outfit yourself, Dick, while I'm looking after the human end of it." 1 minute afterward, the big man was standing beside the touring car which had been drawn up at the townside platform of the railroad building. Sprague shot the emergency at the 5 men in the car in bullet-like sentences. "Gentlemen, we've got to get over to the Mesquite as quick as the Lord'll let us. The railroad is blocked, and it's an auto or nothing. Maxwell says we can't do it. I say we've got to do it. What do you say?" "I reckon we can do it," drawled Starbuck, speaking for all. Then he turned to Smith, who was in the tonneau. "How about the tanks, Monty?" "I filled them tonight before we left the ranch," said the Highline treasurer. "Also, there's an extra gallon of oil aboard. We always carry it." "How about it, Colonel?" Sprague demanded of the erect, white-mustached old man in the back seat. "Sure," was the quick reply. "You haven't told us yet whether it's a fight or frolic, but we're all with you either way, Mr. Sprague. Hop in, and we'll be jogging along." It was at this moment that Maxwell, followed by a couple of yardmen, came up. The men were carrying the picks and shovels, which were hastily stowed in the car, and the superintendent handed over a small arsenal of weapons, 3 of them being sawed-off Winchesters. "I had to raid the express office," he explained, "and I took what I could find." Then to Sprague, who had mounted to the seat beside Starbuck, "Don't you want me along?" "No. You can do a great deal more good right here. Listen now, and follow my directions to the letter. Go upstairs to the wire and get in touch with your man at Angles. It will be your job to keep him in doubt as to what is on the road between his station and the lower end of the canyon. Lie to him if you have to. Tell him a part of the wrecked freight is on its way up the canyon or something of that sort, and keep him believing it as long as you possibly can. Don't fall down on it. Everything depends now upon the length of time you can keep some such story as that going over the wires." Starbuck had adjusted a pair of goggles to his eyes, and had his foot on the clutch pedal. "All set?" he asked. "Go," said Sprague, and at the word the big car shot away from the platform, rounded the end of the plaza, and bore away through the cross street to the eastward, gathering headway until, when the city limits were passed, its cut-out exhausts were blending in a deafening roar. Sprague was the only member of the party who had not at some time in the past had experience with Starbuck's driving. But before the first 10-mile lap on the Mesa Road had been covered, he, too, had had his initiation. There was a little lamp on the dash which poured its tiny ray on the dial of the speedometer. Sprague saw the index pointer go up to 35, jump to 40, crawl steadily onward until it had passed the 45 and was mounting to 50. After that he saw no more, for the simple reason that he was obliged to close his unprotected eyes against the hurricane-speed blast. The big man from Washington had asked for the fastest car in Brewster and for a man who was not afraid to drive it. He had got both. At the same time, alarming as the pace might seem, Starbuck was not taking any needless chances. He knew his road, and knew also that there were many miles of it among the mountains that would have to be taken at slower speed. Nonetheless, when the long mesa stretch was covered, and the big car was making zigzags up the precipitous slopes of Mount Cornell to reach the gap called Navajo Notch,
The pace was still terrific, and the sober-faced driver was leaning over his wheel and pushing the motor like a true speed maniac. There was an hour of this risky zigzagging, and then the pass, lying cold and grim in the half-moonlight at altitude 10,000 feet, was reached and threaded. Following the summit gaining came the down-mountain rush on the eastern slope, and again Sprague closed his eyes, confessing inwardly that the steadiest nerve may have its limitations. With precipices shooting skyward on the right, and plunging sheer to unknown depths on the left, and with a man at the wheel who had apparently hypnotized himself until he had become a mere machine driving a machine. When Sprague opened his eyes, the great car was once more on an even keel, and its wheels were spurning the hard red sand of the desert. In the far distance ahead, a light was twinkling, the lamp in the station office at angles. Sprague spoke to the iron-nerved driver at his side. "Hold on, Billy. Can you make the remainder of the run without the lamps?" Starbuck brought the big machine to a stand, and leaned over and extinguished the lights. A little later, under Sprague's directions, he was making a silent circuit of the town, with the muffler in, and the engine speeded at its quietest. Since it was far past midnight, the better part of Angles was abed and asleep, with lights showing only at the railroad station and in Pete Grimm's dance hall, where, arguing from the row of hitched horses, a roundup of red desert cowboys made merry. Sprague stopped the car with a sign to Starbuck and turned to Tarbell. "Get out, Archer, and make a quick run over to the station. I want to know what's going on in Disbrow's office." Tarbell made the reconnaissance and was back in a few minutes. "Disbrow is at his wire, with a man walking the floor behind him, and there's a piebald bronc hitched out beyond the freight shed," was the brief report. "Who is the floor walker?" asked Sprague. "I couldn't get a fair squint at him, but he looked mightily like the fellow I've been keeping cases on for the last 2 or 3 days." "Gentlemen, we're in luck for once," Sprague said impressively. "That's Jennings, without a doubt, and he is waiting for a wire, the right kind of wire, to come from Brewster. You remember what I told Maxwell as we were leaving. That was one time when a guess was as good as a prophecy. Go on, Billy, and head straight for the mesquite, and you gentlemen back there, get your weapons ready. If there happens to be a guard at the dam, we'll have to rush it." Singularly enough, when the short run was accomplished, they found that there was no guard. The shack camp was deserted, with all the disorder of a hasty evacuation strewn broadcast. But in the valley itself there was a startling change. The lake, which 3 days earlier had reached only halfway up the earth embankment, was now lapping within a foot of the dam top, the result of the continued storms and cloudbursts reported by the Brewster weather station. Starbuck eased the big car up the dam head, and Williams and Tarbell made a quick quartering of the deserted camp. "Nobody here," the engineer reported, when they came back to the car, and then Sprague asked Starbuck to relight the headlamps. With the acetylenes flinging their broad white beam across the earthwork, another change was made apparent. In the center of the dam, a square pit, blank-lined like the shaft of a mine, had been either sunk or left in the building. Over this pit stood a 3-legged hoist, with the block and tackle still hanging from its apex. "What is that thing out there?" queried the colonel, shading his eyes with his hand. "Jennings would probably tell you that it is a new kind of spillway by which, in case of need, the reservoir lake can be emptied," suggested Sprague. "But we haven't time to investigate it just now. Our job at the present moment is to take the law into our hands and empty the lake, and to do it, if we can, without bringing on the catastrophe it was designed to accomplish." "Heavens!" ejaculated Colonel Baldwin. "That's a criminal offense, isn't it? And in the face of Judge Watson's injunction at that." "It is criminal," was the calm reply, "unless we shall find sufficient justification for it as we go along. There is one chance in a dozen that we may find it first. Tubble, take this little flashlight of mine, and skip out there and look into that pit." Tubble paused scarcely a moment at the mouth of the mid-dam shaft. "It's filled up to within a few feet of the top with dirt," he said, when he returned. "That is what I expected. We may find another warrant for what we are about to do, but we haven't time to search for it. Jennings may come back at any minute, and if he suspects anything wrong, he'll bring that bunch of dance hall cowmen with him. If you'd like to hide in the car and stand aside to see what we will do when he comes—"
"By Jove, I'm with you, injunction or no injunction," cried Smith, and he began to take the picks and shovels out of the car. "Go to it," said the colonel, and Sprague turned to Williams.
"Mr. Williams, you're an engineer. Our problem is to drain this lake in the shortest possible time in which it can be done without raising a dangerous flood level in the Timignani River. We're under your orders."
Williams took to the job as a dog snaps at a fly, barking out his directions with the curt precision of a man who knew his business. Planks were brought from the dismantled shacks to be thrust down on the inward face of the dam as a protection, and these were weighted in place with a makeshift buttressing built out of the bags of sand which had been used as temporary cofferdams in the construction work. When all was ready, a small ditch was opened across the protected end of the dam, and the water began to pour through. Immediately the wisdom of William's precaution became evident. Instantly the rushing stream began to eat into the loosely built dam, threatening to turn the ditch into a gully and the gully into a chasm. And quick work was necessary with more planks and sandbags to check the rapid widening of the spillway. Even at that, the ditch grew swiftly deeper and more cavernous as the torrent emptied itself through it, and the roar of the artificial cataract filled the air with a note of sustained thunder.
"Jennings'll be deaf if he doesn't hear this plumb down at the railroad,"
shouted Tarbell. But there was no time to consider the consequences Jennings-wise. Every man of the 6, including the colonel, was constrained to work like mad to prevent the catastrophe they were trying to avert. It was when the flood was pouring through the gap in a solid 6-foot stream that shot itself far out to fall in a thunderous deluge upon the barren mesquite mesa, and the planking and sandbagging was sufficing to hold it measurably within bounds, that Sprague took steps looking toward a defensive battle should the need arise. Under his direction the auto was drawn out to one side and the lamps were extinguished. Then a hasty breastwork was made of the remaining bags of sand, and Tarbell and Starbuck were sent out as skirmishers to keep watch on the Angles road, while the others renewed their efforts to hold the pouring torrent within safe limits. A toiling half-hour, during which the spillway flood had slowly grown in volume until it threatened to become a destroying crevice, slipped away, and at the end of it the 2 scouts came hurrying in.
"They're coming,"
yelled Starbuck, and once again the big man from the east took the command.
"Down behind the sandbags!" he shouted. "If Jennings gets near enough to strike a match on this hillside, we'll all go to glory."
Sprague had predicted that if Jennings suspected trouble he would not return to the dam alone. The prediction was verified when a squad of mounted men came in view at the turn in the road leading around the hill shoulder. The moon declining to its setting behind the Timignanis flung ghostly shadows across the valley, and the watchers behind the sandbag breastwork saw only the dark blot of blacker shadows sweeping up the road.
"Give 'em a volley over their heads,"
Sprague ordered, and the 3 sawed-off Winchesters barked spitefully.
"That means war,"
said the colonel, when the charging cavalcade stopped abruptly and a dropping fusillade of revolver shots spattered into the sand breastwork and whined overhead.
"We're strictly in for it now."
"Those fool cowpunchers only knew what they are fighting for, they'd turn their artillery the other way," growled Starbuck.
"I reckon they're the Lazy X outfit, and Cummings, their owner, is one of the Highline directors."
"It's a pity we can't get word to them some way," said Smith. "We're not out to kill anybody if we can help it." "No, but they're out to kill us," granted Williams, as a second shower of bullets thudded into the breastwork and tore up the gravel on either hand. Then, "What are they doing now?" The defenders of the breastwork were not left long in doubt as to what was doing. The horsemen in front were deploying in a thin line which rapidly bent itself into a semicircle across the hill slope. To let any one of these skilled marksmen gain the rear meant death for somebody, and again Sprague gave the word of command.
"Better kill the horses than men," he said. "We've got to stop that maneuver."
And again the Winchester spoke, this time to deadlier purpose. At the third volley 2 of the horses were down,
and the scattering line was drawing together again and galloping out of range. In the lull which succeeded, Williams dropped his weapon and crawled quickly away to the edge of the spillway torrent. When he came back, there was a new note of alarm in his voice.
"That spillway of ours is eating away the dam at a rate of a foot a minute," he announced. "If we can't get to work on it again, the whole business will go out with a rush."
It was a cruel dilemma, and it was quickly made worse by a new movement on the part of the attackers. Jennings's party was closing in again, and flashes of red fire were appearing here and there on the hillside to herald a dropping hail of pistol bullets. Under cover of the irregular firing, a man was worming his way down toward the edge of the ravine, through which the wasting torrent was rushing out upon the mesa. It was Sprague who first saw the crawling man and divined his purpose.
"That's Jennings," he exclaimed, "and if he reaches the edge of that gully, we're all dead men. Stop him, Starbuck. Don't kill him if you can help it, but stop him."
Starbuck leveled his short rifle over the top of the breastwork and took careful aim. The light was bad, and he could scarcely see the sights. At the trigger pulling, those who were watching saw a little cloud of dust and gravel spring up directly in front of the crawling man, saw this, and heard, above the roaring of the torrent, his yell of pain as he doubled up and clapped his hands to his face.
"Good shot, Billy,"
gritted the white-haired colonel.
"You've blinded him. Now if we could only choke those crazy range riders off. Tarble, can't you... Where's Tarble gone?"
Tarble's place at the end of the breastwork was empty, and Smith, who was next in the line, accounted for him.
"Archer dropped out a minute or two ago. I think he's trying to make a dodge around to get at those cow-punchers."
The firing had ceased for the moment, and the man who had tried to creep down to the ravine was stumbling back up the hill. Williams nervously thrust his plea again.
I tell you, we've got to get to work on this thing behind us, and do it quick," he urged. "There is still water enough in the lake to tear out the heart of the Timignani Canyon if it all goes at once."
Sprague set the temerarious example by springing to his feet, and the others followed him. There was no answering volley from the hillside. On the contrary, the black blot of things animate on the slope was melting away, and a minute later Tarble came running back.
"The boys have got their hunch," he cried. "A couple of them are taking Jennings back to Angles, and the rest of them will be here in a minute to help us. They didn't know what was up."
As one man, the half-dozen flung themselves upon the task of keeping the roaring crevice under control, and a little later 8 of the cowmen came racing down to swell the working force. But even for the augmented numbers, it proved to be a fiercely fought battle, with the issue hanging perilously in the balance for a long time. Hour by hour they toiled, making plank bulkheads out of the shack lumber, piling sandbags against the crumbling embankment, and fighting inch by inch with the gnawing flood as the night wore away. And it was thus that the graying dawn found them, soaked, muddied, gasping, and haggard with fatigue, but with the victory fairly won. The flood was still pouring through the gap, which had by now widened to the cutting away of a full half the dam, but the great body of water had already passed out, and there was no longer any danger. When the sun was just beginning to redden on the higher peaks of the western mountains, a shout from the hillside road broke upon the morning stillness. A moment later, Maxwell and Stillings came running to the brink of hazard. Sprague stumbled up out of the crevice chasm and pointed down to the washed-out heart of the dam. There, piled in the bottom of what had once been the plank-lined pit, with a hoisting tackle over it, and laid bare now by the scouring flood, was a great pile of dynamite stacked solidly in its shipping boxes. And, half buried in the sand and detritus of the outflow, lay the iron pipe through which the firing fuse had been carried to the gully edge Jennings had tried to reach. "There is the warrant for what we've been doing, gentlemen," said the big expert wearily. "Take a good look at it, all of you, so that if the courts have anything to say about this night's work—"
Maxwell cut in quickly. "There's nobody left to make the fight. Jennings went east from Angles on the first train that got through. He was badly blinded, so Disbrow says. Got a fall from his horse was the story he told. We'll fix this layout so it will stand, just as it is, until everybody who wants to has seen it.
You couldn't stay away, could you? Said the white-haired colonel, grinning up from his seat on the last of the sandbags. I told the boys here you'd be turning up as soon as your railroad track was open.
We've had a mighty anxious night, Stillings put in. The river is up 5 feet, and we couldn't tell what was happening over here.
Great Jonah, but you men must have had your hands full.
We did, said Smith. But it's all over now.
All but the shouting,
said Maxwell. But post your guards and let's get back to town. My car's at Angles and we came up special. When we left, Brewster, the plaza was black with people waiting for news. It was on the way down the flood-swollen canyon that the chemistry expert explained to the private car company at the breakfast table how he had been able to diagnose the case of the cloud-bursters. It was merely a bit of what you might call constructive reasoning, he said modestly. I knew by personal investigation in the line of my proper work, soil testing, that there was no arable land within reach of the Mesquite project. The other steps followed, as a matter of course. Starbuck here is wondering why I risked his life and mine to get a few photographs for the Tribune, but if any of you will examine the snapshots carefully under a magnifier, you will see that they prove the existence of the central pit in the dam, and that one of them shows the pipeline through which the fuse was to run. For the possible legal purpose, I was anxious to have this evidence in indisputable form. That's all, I believe.
Not quite all, Maxwell broke in. How did you know that Jennings would be hanging over the wire at Angles while you people were making your flying trip across the mountain in the auto?
Sprague laughed good-naturedly. Call it a guess, he said. It was evident that Jennings wasn't anxious to kill a lot of innocent people. His inquiries about the strength of the Highline Dam proved that. It ran in my mind that he wouldn't touch off his earthquake until he could be reasonably sure that the flood wouldn't catch a train in transit in the canyon. That would have been a little too horrible, even for him. Now, you've got it all, I guess.
But you haven't got yours yet, laughed Stillings. When this thing gets out in Brewster, the whole town will mob you and want to make you the next mayor, or send you to Congress, or something of that sort.
Not this year, said the big man, with another mellow laugh. And I'll tell you why. Just before this train reaches town, it's going to stop and let us lawbreakers get off, scatter, and drop into town as best we can without calling attention to ourselves. And tomorrow morning you will read in the Tribune how the Mesquite Dam, weakened by the recent storms and cloudbursts, went out by littles during the night, watched over, and kept from going as a disastrous whole by a brave little bunch of— he looked around the table and winked solemnly— by a brave little bunch of cowboys from the Lazy X. Then, with sudden soberness, promise me that you won't give it away, gentlemen all. It's the only fee I shall exact for my small part in the affair. And the promise was given, while the locomotive whistle was sounding for the Brewster yard limits, and Maxwell was pulling the air cord for the out-of-town stop. End of The Cloudbursters by Francis Lind, Part 2.
Section 15 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C. Simmons. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. Section 15 by Charles Felton Pigeon. The Affair of Lamson's Cook. Quincy sauntered slowly along the street, enjoying the sunny warmth of an early June morning. Few cases had been presented to him of late, and the resulting inactivity had served to stock him, both mentally and physically, with unusual energy. His keen eyes, restless with inaction,
flashed hither and thither over the small throng of hurrying pedestrians, as though in search of something on which to exercise his peculiar talents. But the people surrounding him seemed productive of anything other than mysteries. They comprised mainly the usual throng of hurrying clerks, stenographers, and other employees, all rushing toward their individual desks or stations. And whatever secrets might be buried in their minds were, for the present at least, successfully forgotten or covered. With a deep sigh at the possibility of another day of quiet and solitude, Quincy turned slowly in the direction of his own office. But he paused sharply as the sound of a call reached his ears.
"Sawyer? Oh, I say, Sawyer!" came the half-suppressed shout, and Quincy's eyes, flashing sharply over the street, instantly picked out the source of the call. Slowly bearing down on him, through the press of market wagons, trucks, and other early morning vehicles, came a handsome touring car. At the wheel sat an impassive French chauffeur, and in the tonneau, a fat, puffy little man danced frantically about for all the world like a huge bullfrog in a net. Quincy recognized the man as Herbert Lamson, prominent clubman, first nighter, and society leader in general, and wondered vaguely what unseemly occurrence could have brought Lamson out at that early hour of the morning. He halted and stood smiling interrogatively as the machine drew up at the curb. "Oh, I say, Sawyer," Lamson puffed, as soon as the car had been brought to a halt. "It's lucky I found you, you know. I want you to come out to my house without a moment's delay. We've had a frightful occurrence there. Frightful!" "Which house?" Quincy inquired, ignoring the door which Lamson held invitingly open. "My country house, Sawyer. The one at Beverly. Come right away, won't you? It's an awful thing, and I simply must have help." "But what is it? What has happened?" Quincy questioned, not relishing the idea of being dragged down to Beverly to discover who had thrown a pebble through one of Lamson's plate glass windows, which possibility, knowing Lamson as well as he did, Quincy deemed not improbable. "It's murder, Sawyer," Lamson spluttered, spitting out the word as though it choked him, and gazing helplessly at Quincy through his round, sheep-like eyes. "Somebody brutally murdered my cook last night, and she could cook the best fish dinners I've ever tasted." Quincy barely suppressed a desire to laugh at the incongruity of the two statements, knowing well that the only method of endearing oneself to Lamson was through the medium of the latter's digestive system. For a moment only he hesitated. Then, swinging into the car beside Lamson, he settled back for the ride to Beverly. "Now, Lamson," he said, when the car had drawn away from the mid-city tumult, "give me some of the details of this case, so that I may be prepared to act when we arrive. Just when, so far as you can tell, did the murder take place?" "I can't say just when," Lamson informed him. "I was away from the house from 5 o'clock in the afternoon until late last night. It might have been done while I was away or after I returned, because she was not discovered until early this morning. One of the maids, according to custom, went to call her in time to prepare breakfast and found her dead. I was immediately notified, and not knowing what else to do, I hurried up after you. I'll catch that murderer, Sawyer, if it costs me my entire fortune," he broke off savagely. "That woman was a downright shrew, but she could cook. Lord bless you, she could cook. And now I must spend a year or two hunting another cook, and I shall probably be obliged to live on all manner of horrible dishes during my search. I know I can never find another who will be able to cook fish the way she could." He seemed saddened, almost to the point of breaking down at the last thought. "I understand, Lamson," said Quincy, after a protracted coughing fit behind his hand. "But I want to get to the facts of the case itself, the murder.
How was she murdered, and do you suspect anybody? Now give me something of that sort to work on. First, what was her name? Where did she come from, and how long had she been with you?" "Her name," said Lamson in a saddened voice, apparently engendered by the thought of the fish dinners which were to be his no more, "was Mrs. Elizabeth Buck. She had been with me as a cook for about 12 years, but I have no idea where she came from originally. You see, I was obliged to hire her rather hastily at a time when I was giving a dinner, and my other cook—" "Yes, yes," Quincy hurriedly interrupted. "But had she any relatives or friends who wrote to her, or with whom she visited?" "Nobody of whom I've ever heard. In fact, from the time I first engaged her, I do not believe she has been away from my house a single day. Her sharp temper would rather preclude the possibility of her having any friends. And I doubt if there was a person in the world, outside myself, in whom she felt the slightest interest." "Now," said Quincy approvingly, "you are started right. Give me all the details you can up to the time when the body was discovered." "Well, she was a woman who, as I said, apparently had neither friends nor acquaintances. Therefore, I do not think that the affair occurred because of some old grudge a previous associate may have owed her. Since I have been talking with you, a possibility, which hitherto had not occurred to me, has come into my mind. I paid her well, very well. And as I never knew of her spending much money at a time, she must have been able to lay by quite a bit in the past 12 years. Of course, she may have kept her money in a savings bank, but it is equally possible that her distrustful nature led her to hide it somewhere about her house. She did not room in my house, but in a little cottage which stood on the grounds, living by herself. Now, the possibility I mentioned, and which at the time when I left had not been investigated, is that somebody may have murdered her for money. Damn 'em! I'd have given them an equal amount gladly if they'd only let her live to cook for me. In person, she was a small woman of perhaps 50, although she was so wizened and dried up by nature that she might have been either more or less. In fact, her appearance has never changed since I have known her. She was very small in stature, and although I think she would have been capable of putting up a stiff fight, she would have been no match, of course, for an ordinarily strong man. Last night, the servants say she retired to her cottage at her usual time, and nothing was heard of her during the evening. Very early this morning, one of the maids went to call her, and, receiving no response to her knock, pushed open the door and found the body. The woman had been stabbed, and the place was in a terrible state of disorder. But that part of it you can see for yourself when we get there. I left orders that nobody should enter the building and that nothing was to be disturbed until I returned. On making the discovery, the maid rushed from the house screaming and fell on the lawn in a dead faint. I was at once called, and by the time the maid had regained her senses, I was on the spot. As soon as she told her story, I looked hastily into the woman's house to verify the facts and hurried to Boston to secure your services. You are, of course, to do whatever you think best in the matter, and I give you full authority to act in any way you deem necessary on my premises." For a few moments, following the recital, Quincy was silent, knowing well that little further information was to be gained until he should arrive at the grounds and be able to examine the premises in person. "How did you employ the woman when you had absolutely no knowledge of her, or of her previous state of life?" he asked, after a time. "Why, I told you that I was obliged to have a cook in great haste at that time," Lamson protested. "She was well recommended as a cook by the employment agency, and consequently I hired her with very little question. I have never had any trouble whatever with her, and in the 12 years I come to look on her as being scrupulously honest and trustworthy in every way. But wait, we are nearly there now, and you will soon have an opportunity to judge this matter at first hand.
Quincy stared unseeingly at the low and dirty wooden buildings which lined the street along which the machine was speeding. The case appealed strongly to him as it had been rehearsed, and he could not suppress a certain intangible feeling that it would grow yet more interesting as it progressed. Of course, he considered, in case of murder for the purpose of robbery, at the possibility of which Lamson hinted, the case would undoubtedly degenerate into a mere police routine affair in which he could take no part. But on the other hand, the very air of mystery which appeared to surround the woman herself gave a vague promise of possibilities into which he would be able to dig and search to his heart's content. He glanced once more at his surroundings and discovered that they were now in more open country, and that the dirty little buildings had given place to the more imposing residences of Beverly's summer colony. The machine turned abruptly, and he discovered that they were rolling up a curved driveway to what was undoubtedly Lamson's house. A much agitated servant hurried up to the machine as they alighted, and after a somewhat doubtful glance at Quincy, reported in a rapid undertone,
"The police are here, sir, and the medical examiner. I told them of my orders against allowing anybody to enter that cook's house until you had returned with a detective, and they consented to wait. They are down under the tree by the house now."
"All right, Higgins," Lamson replied, turning once more to Quincy. "Now, Mr. Sawyer, if you will come right down, we can examine the rooms together. I am somewhat surprised that the police consented to await my return. They are usually little inclined to await the convenience of a private detective, are they not?" "Unfortunately, they are," Quincy replied with a dry smile. "The police in a large city would not have done so, under any circumstances, but it is probable that in these smaller towns, the police and all other municipal officials are ready to pay heed to the wishes of their wealthy residents. It is out of respect to you, and through no regard for me, that they are waiting." Quincy carefully examined the exterior of the cook's former place of residence as they approached. It was a pretty little cottage, painted with a conservative white and standing in a location considerably removed from the residence of Lamson himself. The cottage was of fair dimensions, containing, he judged, about 6 rooms, but it appeared dwarfed because of the giant horse-chestnut trees which towered above it on every side. From beneath one of these trees 3 men arose and came forward to meet them, Quincy having an excellent opportunity to examine the officials as they advanced. The foremost of the trio, he judged, by reason of the bountiful supply of gold braid sprinkled over his uniform, to be the chief of the local department. The second, who followed at a respectful distance, was evidently a member of the force, while the last, a rather small, dark-faced man in plain clothes, was undoubtedly the medical examiner. As Quincy and Lamson halted before the house, the chief bustled up to them, a smile, which was evidently intended to be courteous, playing across his ordinarily pompous features. "We have been waiting for you for some time, Mr. Lamson," he remarked, "but under the circumstances we were willing to delay our work until your return. The affair undoubtedly will prove a simple one, and it is too bad that you have gone to the expense of importing a private detective." With the concluding words, he shot a brief but unfriendly glance in Quincy's direction. Lamson made no reply to the speech, other than by a brief nod of recognition, and stepping quickly to the door, he unlocked it and threw it open, standing aside to allow the entrance of the officials. Like a pack of hounds unleashed, the local men dived through the door, and into what was apparently a living room, Quincy and Lamson following in their rear. On entering the room, all paused abruptly and stared about them, the scene well warranting the sudden halt. The room was indeed in a terrible state of disorder. Furniture had been overturned, some had been broken, all had been misplaced, and on every hand were to be seen signs of violence and confusion. The main feature, however, was to be found in the figure of a little woman who lay almost in the very middle of the room. The body lay face down, the hair disheveled, and the clothing somewhat disarranged from the struggle, while from its side, and several inches below the left armpit,
protruded the hilt of a heavy and strong-bladed knife. There were very few signs of blood, as the wound had evidently bled inwardly, but the scene was ghastly enough without that. Exercising the prerogative of his office, the medical examiner strode forward and knelt at the side of the body, gently turning it over. As he did so, the watchers instinctively started, for on the woman's face was revealed such an expression of fierce and malignant hatred as it is seldom the misfortune of any person to gaze on. The lips were drawn back in a snarl of rage, which left exposed the worn and ragged teeth, and the eyes, fixed and staring, seemed to hold in their depths a fury scarcely human.
"Lord,"
muttered Lamson, repressing a shudder.
"She surely didn't die with any love of man in her heart."
The medical examiner grimly held up the knife. "From here on, it's your work, gentlemen," he observed. "Make what you can of this." The chief took the knife, and all stared curiously at it. It was an ordinary wooden-hilted knife, of the kind to be found in any market, and from the thinness of the blade, it had evidently known long service and many grindings. After nodding his head over it several times, the chief passed the knife on to Quincy, with the air of a man wishing to be courteous, although hardly recognizing the possibility of any value in the act. Judging from his expression, the knife meant much or nothing. He glanced at it keenly, turned it over several times, and then, without comment, returned it to the chief. The search for clues then started in earnest, the two members of the regular force burrowing amidst the debris in the room like terriers after a rat. They pulled open every drawer, peered under or through every article of furniture, and minutely examined every square inch of space in the room. Now and then the chief would pause to glance speculatively at Quincy, as though in fear that the private detective might stumble on a clue that the regulars had overlooked. After each scrutiny, however, he invariably returned to his search, appearing satisfied that Quincy's aimless wanderings would net him nothing of value in the way of clues. "By the way, Chief," Quincy interrupted at length, "may I inquire as to what it is you expect to find in this room?" The chief eyed him suspiciously before replying. "Well, it's not customary to hand our suspicions to outsiders, but as you are, in a way, one of us, I don't mind telling you. Of course, we are looking for possible clues which the murderer may have left behind, but primarily I want to discover whether or not the old woman's hoard of money is missing." "I see, Chief. But unless we know, which we do not, where the money was hidden, how are we to be able to tell whether or not it is gone?" "We suspect, of course, but we do not know that there was money hidden in the house. It is hardly likely that the woman would have kept any quantity of it hidden away in a bureau drawer. It strikes me that if she had money to hide, she would have placed it in a more secret hiding place, under the floorboards, behind a stone in the cellar wall, or in some similar crevice. We might search a week and still not find the place. And even if we should chance to find the money, all we should have gained would be a knowledge that the murderer did not take it. Look over the room. There was no search for money previous to our coming. That furniture was all disarranged during the struggle. Either the murderer knew exactly where the money was hidden and took it from its hiding place, or else he was actuated by some other motive entirely and had neither thought nor regard for the money that might be here." The chief listened stolidly to Quincy's summing up of the matter, but he seemed unimpressed. "You are at liberty to follow any method you please in the conduct of your search," he said coldly. "But the regular police must act under my orders, and I see no necessity for changing the orders because of your ingenious theory. I am experienced in these matters, Mr. Sawyer, and I judge that you are not. So please, don't confuse my men by advancing any other theories. This was murder for the purpose of robbery, and for no other purpose under the sun." Quincy meekly accepted the rebuff without reply, but there was a peculiar smile playing about his lips as he turned away. Apparently undisturbed, he wandered nonchalantly out of the room, with Lamson, angered at the treatment his special representative had received, trailing behind. To the remaining rooms on the first floor, Quincy paid only the most casual notice, doing little more to glance into each before ascending the stairs. On the second floor, however, his interest appeared to awaken, especially when the woman's chamber had been reached. Once within the chamber, his aimless wandering ceased, and his every movement appeared to take on a definite purpose. He glanced sharply over the walls, carefully scrutinizing the few pictures with which they were adorned, after which he stepped briskly to the bureau, where he conducted a most minute examination of the contents of every drawer. Once he paused and held up a small packet before the gaze of Lamson, grinning as he did so. "I imagine our friends downstairs would be interested in this," he remarked. "What are they?" Lamson questioned eagerly. "Bank books. Your late cook evidently patronized several savings banks instead of hoarding her money as has been suspected. I'll place them back where they were and let the police discover them when they reach this point in their search. At their present rate of speed, they should reach this room in a day or two." For some little time after the discovery of books, he remained before the bureau, searching every nook and cranny of it. At last, appearing vastly dissatisfied with the result, he arose and stood meditatively in the middle of the room, allowing his eyes to run rapidly over first one article of furniture and then another. "Did your cook have a trunk when she came here?" he questioned abruptly. "I don't think so," said Lamson slowly, as he strived to remember the event of 12 years previous. "No, I am sure she brought with her one of those old-fashioned canvas extension bags. It must be around here somewhere." Quincy's interest appeared to renew itself at the information, and he was immediately deep in his search again. At last, with much shuffling and scuffling of his feet, he emerged backward from a dark nook in the closet, dragging after him the described bag. Placing it on the floor, he arose and stared at Lamson through eyes shining with eagerness. "Lamson," he said, "I expect to find the clue I want in that bag. There is one thing that no woman, and few men for that matter, regardless of station in life, is without in these days. It may be only the most tantalizing of clues, which I shall be able to make nothing of, but I'll stake my reputation that it's there." With no further explanation, he threw back the cover of the bag, dropped on his knees before it, and dug into its contents. For several moments there was no sound save his eager breathing, echoed by the puffing breaths of Lamson, and the swishing articles being hastily overturned in the bag. Then, with an almost explosive exhalation, he started back and sprang to his feet, 3 small articles in his hand. "I have it, Lamson!" he exclaimed. "I have it! Now, what can we make of it?" He strode to the nearest window, with Lamson scuttling at his heels, and held up to the light 3 small unmounted photographs. "You see, Lamson," he said, "every woman has a certain degree of sentiment in her makeup. Consequently, in these days of plentiful photographs, there is scarcely a woman anywhere who does not possess photographs of her early home or associations surrounding it. Here we have the photographs, but as they are not mounted and bear no photographer's seal, their value to us will depend on our ability to recognize the places represented." Lamson stared incredulously. "But, my dear Sawyer," he protested, "those photographs may represent scenes of hundreds or thousands of miles from here. How are we to recognize them?" Quincy lowered the photographs and turned impressively. "Lamson," he said, "I have not yet looked at those photographs closely, but mark my words when I tell you that they will represent scenes within a radius of 50 miles. That woman was not a traveler." Without further comment, he raised the photographs once more and studied them carefully. The first depicted a woman, beyond doubt Mrs. Buck, at a period much earlier in her life, standing before a small cottage of the style of architecture most frequently seen among the houses of the ocean fishermen. The second showed a large open boat, a trawler, fully manned, and lying just below a wharf, with the wharf's buildings visible in the background. The last showed 2 fishermen standing on the steps of a hotel and holding between them a strange monster of the deep, while above, curious guests peered down from over the balcony rail. "There, Lamson. I think we have our clue." "But how? What in the deuce is there to all that stuff that shows you anything?" Lamson was fairly staggered with bewilderment. "Look here." Quincy flipped the second photograph into view. "That trawler indicates, as do all three photographs, a fishing community. Now look at the buildings in the background. On the central building you can dimly distinguish the sign of a fishing company, the Bay State Codfish Company. Now, look at this third photograph. Above the fishermen's heads is the sign of the Puritan Hotel. By coupling those two names, we have our clue. Both the Bay State Codfish Company and the Puritan Hotel are located in Gloucester. In the photograph of Mrs. Buck herself, we find her standing before a typical fisherman's cottage. Therefore, does our clue not point toward Gloucester as a starting point in our search for the woman's identity and that of her murderer? I also have another clue, but I shall leave that out of the matter for the present." "Then you will go to Gloucester?" Lamson questioned. "At once, although I would suggest that you do not mention the fact to the police. It might only serve to further muddle their brains, and they are sufficiently at sea in regard to this case already." "You may use my car for the trip if you want to," Lamson volunteered immediately. "No, thank you. I prefer to go in the train. I shall be pleased to have your car take me to the station, though, if that will not inconvenience you." As the pair descended the stairs, they paused a moment to gaze at the activities of the police. The room remained in much the same condition as when they had originally viewed it, except for the fact that the body had been removed, thus doing away with the most gruesome feature of the case. Seeing them, the chief paused for a moment. "Giving up so early in the game, Mr. Sawyer?" he inquired, a slightly sneering accent in his voice. "Not exactly giving up, Chief," Quincy replied, ignoring the tone. "But my business temporarily calls me elsewhere, and for the present I shall be obliged to absent myself. I expect to return here later on, though, unless in the meantime you have been able to solve the mystery. You have found no trace of hidden wealth as yet, I suppose?" "No, we have found nothing, but there must be some clue to it somewhere. I'm about to act on your suggestion and search the cellar." "Before you do that, Chief," said Quincy, smiling frankly, "I would suggest that you search the woman's chamber. There are some bank books there which will be of interest to you." "You mean that her money was deposited in a bank?" the chief demanded sharply. "It was, and still is, in a bank, or in banks, to be more exact. I fear you will be wasting your time if you search farther for it here." For a moment the chief stared silently, but at last a slow grin began to relieve the hard lines of his face. "Mr. Sawyer," he said, "you have put one across on us. I held you lightly in the beginning because, several times of late, my department has been considerably hindered by the actions of amateur detectives, and I took you to belong to the same class. I see you know your business, and I apologize for my former abruptness of speech." The speech came to a complete surprise to Quincy, but he was not to be outdone in courtesy. "Chief," he said, "I accept your remarks in the spirit in which they were intended. Frankly, I am now starting out on a clue which I think will prove valuable. If I am successful, I shall notify you of the fact on my return, and it is highly probable that we may be able to act together in the final scenes." The chief regarded him with increased respect. "I shall be pleased to act with you if you are successful," he said simply. In 10 minutes, Quincy was seated in Lamson's car and hurrying toward the railroad station. Shortly afterward, he was aboard a train for Gloucester, and bending over the 3 photographs, was carefully arranging his plans for the campaign he intended to wage in that peculiar city. All that day, and throughout the night, Lamson and the chief anxiously awaited the return of Quincy or the coming of some word which would indicate his progress. The affair by that time had been spread broadcast through the medium of the press, and the grounds swarmed with reporters, to the disgust of Lamson, who cordially hated the notoriety which was thus being brought to his door. The second forenoon following the murder passed away without result in the desired direction, and Lamson, unused to the necessary tedium of a police investigation, and suffering from the strain involved, was at his wits' end when Quincy suddenly reappeared as unostentatiously as he had departed. Lamson rushed eagerly from the house to greet him, the chief, no less eager, hurrying after, while the handful of reporters clustered around, listening intently for the first hint which might be incorporated in their several stories. Quincy waved them laughingly aside. "Not yet, boys," he adjured them. "I have a good story for you, and you shall have it very shortly, but I must first make my report to Mr. Lamson." Obediently, the reporters fell back, accepting his assurance without question. Lamson and the chief reached him simultaneously, and above the hurried hum of the reporters' voices rose Lamson's appeal. "What luck, Sawyer? For heaven's sake, tell me the result quickly." Quincy took him soothingly by the arm. "It's settled, Lamson," he said quietly. "But my investigation has had a most remarkable result, a most surprising result. Come into the house, and I'll tell you all about it." When they were seated in the library, or at least when the chief and Quincy were seated, Lamson being too nervous to do anything other than to fidget about the room, Quincy digressed slightly from the point of the matter in hand. "I notice that you've gained considerable notoriety, Lamson," he said. "Notoriety?" Lamson snorted the word furiously. "Notoriety? Yes, I certainly have, thanks to the press and its representatives outside. Look at the headlines which have been running. Wealthy Epicurean's cook murdered, Lamson's Elysium wrecked by a murderer, and so on without end. Why in the world must I be dragged into the case in that manner?" Quincy allowed himself a smile at Lamson's expense before proceeding. "You are merely the victim of circumstances, Lamson. But that was not what I intended to tell you. I wish to warn you that you are to receive still more notoriety because this case is about to produce one of the greatest sensations the press has had for years." Lamson paled at the words, and his agitation increased perceptibly. "You don't mean," he stammered, "that you suspect me of the murder?" "Oh, no, Lamson. Great Scott, no," Quincy hastened to assure him. "I have the murderer, and he has confessed. I merely wished to warn you that Mrs. Buck, regardless of her own identity, will still continue in the eyes of the public to be Lamson's cook, and as such she will be handled by the press. But sit down, man. Nobody suspects you. I'll tell you my story at once, so that your mind may be placed at rest in that direction at least. You know the photographs which I discovered before going to Gloucester?" he inquired, turning toward the chief. "Yes, Mr. Lamson told me of them," the chief informed him. "Very well, then. I wished you to know of them before telling my story, because I desire you to be in possession of the several clues which led me to Gloucester. As you are aware, one of those pictures showed the wharf of the Bay State Codfish Company. Now, Chief, remember, do you not recall that the knife with which the murder was committed was stamped on the hilt with the letters BSC Company? From that fact, I argue that the person connected with the Bay State Codfish Company, in whom Mrs. Buck was interested years ago, must still be there, and that Gloucester was the spot which I must search for the murderer. As I said before, I found him, but in order to place you thoroughly in possession of the facts, I am going to retrogress 12 years and begin my story at that point. The discovery of the man after I reached Gloucester was a very simple act, so simple as to hardly be worthy of recognition in the story, while his confession followed almost as a matter of course. He is at present being held by the Gloucester police. I recognized him, Lamson, from the photograph. He is the man on the right of that sea monster in the third picture. He also appears in the second photograph, and as the other does not, I naturally settled on him at once as the man whom I desired to find. But now for the story. 12 years ago, Amos Buck and his shrewish wife, Elizabeth, your cook, Lamson, lived in a small cottage at the far end of the Gloucester waterfront. Amos was a trawler in the employ of the Bay State Codfish Company and, being a steady, temperate man, was regarded by the heads of his department as being one of their most reliable employees. But in his case, as in that of every other man, his home environment played a great part in the matter of his value to his employers. His wife's shrewish nature developed, and her constant nagging eventually began to play its part in his ultimate downfall, the result being that he finally became a steady patron of the nearest groggery, and it appeared that his complete degeneration would be merely a matter of time. Daily indulgence soon became protracted into sprees of a week's duration, and Mrs. Buck became more vituperative than ever. Then another link in the peculiar chain of circumstances was forged. Amos brought to his home a widowed cousin, Emma Bray by name, and insisted upon her taking up her permanent residence with himself and his wife. Mrs. Bray greatly resembled Mrs. Buck in figure, although their features were vastly dissimilar, and their dispositions were as far separated as the poles. The cousin proved to be a pleasant, even-tempered woman, and she showed every desire to alleviate the constant friction between Buck and his wife. Her attempts at intervention only added to Mrs. Buck's fury, and within a few weeks, Mrs. Buck had developed a hatred for both her husband and his cousin that was almost inhuman in its intensity. The demeanor of his wife at last had its effect on Buck himself, and, instead of meekly submitting to her verbal assaults as he had done in the past, he soon commenced to reply in kind, with the result that the house became a veritable inferno. This continued until one day Buck's temper, grown ragged from the constant warfare, gave way entirely, and he struck his wife, knocking her down. Then, overcome by the deed, and by the scenes which had led up to it, he rushed from the house to his favorite haunt in a cheap saloon. Although naturally a reticent man, his tongue soon became loosened by liquor, and when one of his associates pointed to a fresh cut on the side of Buck's head, inquiring as to its origin, he replied that his wife had made it, and that he had fixed her so she wouldn't do it again. The savage look with which he accompanied the words, and the dark hint which seemed to be contained in them, caused the speech to be remembered. Shortly afterward, Buck purchased a quart of raw rum and disappeared, going nobody knew where. The next morning, he was aroused by the chief of police from the drunken slumber into which he had sunk behind the sheltering piles of a lumber wharf. The rough handling by the chief, together with the black looks and muttered threats of the small body of men who accompanied him, completely sobered Buck, and he demanded the reason of his arrest. The reply was unsatisfactory, being merely a gruff, "Guess you know," from the chief, and a volley of threats from the crowd, which was constantly growing larger. To Buck's surprise, he was taken directly to his own house, and when led indoors, the last trace of liquor was driven out of him, and his surprise was turned to horror. The main room of the cottage was indeed in a terrible state, its floor and walls being covered with blood, its meager furnishings broken and scattered, and its every appearance being as if a terrific battle had been waged within it. To make the nature of the crime which had been committed doubly sure, a blood-stained axe lay at one side of the room, where it had evidently been thrown by the fleeing murderer. But whatever hopes the chief may have had of securing a confession from Buck by taking him to the place were speedily dashed, for Buck, instead of breaking down, appeared too utterly stupefied by the scene for a speech of any kind. No trace of either woman had been found, and there was consequently nothing to do save to hold Buck on suspicion while the search for the bodies was being conducted. The search speedily bore fruit, for within an hour of Buck's arrest, the body of a woman was found floating in the harbor. The features had been obliterated, being so badly hacked and battered as to make recognition impossible, but the clothing on the body was speedily identified as being that of Mrs. Buck. As no trace of the cousin was found, it was decided that her body must have floated out to sea on the tide, and Buck was held, charged with the murder of both women. At the trial, circumstantial evidence figured strongly in securing Buck's conviction, but there was also a beautiful train of circumstantial evidence in his favor. He pointed out that no bloodstains had been found on his clothing, and defied the prosecution to demonstrate a way in which he could have hacked a body as his wife's had been mangled, and then have it conveyed to the water without having become stained with blood. He also showed streaks of genius by defying the police to show conclusively that his cousin Emma Bray was really dead, as no trace of her body had been found. This part of the indictment was shortly dropped, and he stood accused of only the one murder, that of his wife. Of course, his rash words in the saloon played an important part against him, but in his favor was the absence of blood-stains upon him, and the fact, together with his drunkenness and the well-known frequency with which his wife had assaulted him, both orally and physically, saved him from execution. He was, however, convicted of murder in the 2nd degree, and sentenced to imprisonment for life. But even after Buck had been imprisoned, there remained many people who did not believe him guilty of the crime. Consequently, after he served a term of years, a movement was set on foot to have him pardoned, the movement being eventually successful. After his release, Buck returned to Gloucester and quietly resumed his old life, taking up his residence in his former home and again entering the employ of the Bay State Codfish Company. For 2 years he lived quietly, and then, like a sudden thunderclap, came a piece of news which entirely upset his every thought. An associate came to him, giving him positive assurance that he had seen Mrs. Buck in Beverly, and had been told that she was employed by a rich man as a cook. For days, Buck brooded over that information, striving to make himself realize that he had not only been sent to prison for a crime which he had never committed, but also for one which, possibly, had never been committed at all. At last, he could stand the strain no longer, and so set out one night for Beverly to prove himself the truth or falsity of the weird rumor. Before starting, moved by some instinct which even he himself cannot define, he secreted one of the company's knives in his coat, giving it no more thought after his departure from Gloucester. On his arrival in Beverly, he had no difficulty in locating Lamson's estate, and proceeding here at once, he slipped about in the darkness, searching for the woman who might or might not prove to be his wife. He soon stumbled on the cook's cottage, and peering through one of the lighted windows, he was able to clearly view the woman within, and his feelings cannot be described when he realized that she was indeed his wife. Overcome by a blind, insatiate fury, he made his way quickly to the front of the house, burst open the door, and confronted her. According to his story, the woman showed no surprise at seeing him, but merely sat staring into his face with a smile of contempt on her lips. She made no reply when he accused her of allowing him to be falsely imprisoned, but continued to gloat over him with an air that aroused his already uncontrollable fury to a pitch which it had never hitherto reached. He broke into a savage denunciation of her, and at last stung her into replying to his charges. To his intense surprise, she admitted them to be true. Not only that, but she boastfully asserted that she had killed his cousin out of revenge, and had then dressed the body in her own clothes to throw suspicion on him, had dragged it into the water, and then fled from the place in disguise. As she warmed up to the recital, she added almost fiendish details, and through it all, she continued to glory in her own success and Buck's resulting conviction. Naturally, such a scene could have but one ending. Buck's temper became more and more savage, and at the conclusion of her story, he had reached a point but little, if anything, short of insanity. He told her he was going to kill her, and that he would be justified in the act. The announcement sobered her and silenced her tongue. But instead of screaming for help as he expected her to do, she launched herself fiercely at his throat. You know the result. The struggle was short-lived, and at its conclusion, Buck hurried from the place, making his way immediately back to Gloucester, where I found him. Now, gentlemen. With the words, Quincy straightened impressively. Now we come to the sensational part of the whole affair. The question to be decided, and it is an important one, is, can Buck be punished for the murder? At first glance, The natural reply would be that he can. But can he? Can the courts touch him in any way? When a man is tried and acquitted, he cannot again be brought to trial for the same offense, even though it may afterward be shown conclusively that he is guilty. Therefore, can Buck be twice punished for the same offense? He has already paid the penalty, has paid in advance, so to speak, for the privilege of killing his wife. He was convicted when innocent, and now that he is guilty, can he be again convicted of the same crime for which he has already paid the penalty which was legally demanded of him? I freely admit, gentlemen, that it is a question which I cannot answer, and you may rest assured that the press will eagerly await the decision of the Supreme Court if it is considered necessary to carry the matter that far.
End of The Affair of Lamson's Cook by Charles Felton Pigeon. Recording by C. Simmons.
Section 16 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Campaign Grafter by Arthur B. Reeve. Part 1. What a relief it will be when this election is over, and the newspapers print news again, I growled as I turned the first page of the Star with a mere glance at the headlines. Yes, observed Kennedy, who was puzzling over a note which he had received in the morning mail. This is the bitterest campaign in years. Now, do you suppose that they are after me in a professional way, or are they trying to round me up as an independent voter? The letter which had called forth this remark was headed, "The Travis Campaign Committee of the Reform League," and, as Kennedy evidently intended me to pass an opinion on it, I picked it up. It was only a few lines, requesting him to call during the morning, if convenient, on Wesley Travis, the candidate for governor, and the treasurer of his campaign committee, Dean Bennett. It had evidently been written in great haste in longhand the night before. Professional, I hazarded. There must be some scandal in the campaign for which they require your services. I suppose so, agreed Craig. Well, if it is business instead of politics, it has at least this merit. It is current business. I suppose you have no objection to going with me. Thus it came about that not very much later in the morning we found ourselves at the campaign headquarters, in the presence of two nervous and high-keyed gentlemen in frock coats and silk hats. It would have taken no great astuteness, even without seeing the surroundings, to deduce instantly that they were engaged in the annual struggle of seeking the votes of their fellow citizens for something or other, and were nearly worn out by the arduous nature of that process. Their headquarters were in a tower of a skyscraper, whence poured forth a torrent of appeal to the moral sense of the electorate, both in printed and oral form. Yet there was a different tone to the place from which I had ordinarily associated with political headquarters in previous campaigns. There was an absence of the old-fashioned politicians and of the air of intrigue laden with tobacco. Rather, there was an air of earnestness and efficiency which was decidedly prepossessing. Maps of the state were hanging on the walls, some stuck full of various colored pins denoting the condition of the canvas. A map of the city in colors, divided into all sorts of districts, told how fared the battle in the stronghold of the boss, Billy McLaughlin. Huge systems of card indexes, loose-leaf devices, labor-saving appliances for getting out a vast mass of campaign literature in a hurry. In short, a perfect system, such as a great, well-managed business might have been proud of, were in evidence everywhere. Wesley Travis was a comparatively young man, a lawyer who had early made a mark in politics, and had been astute enough to shake off the thraldom of the bosses before the popular uprising against them.
Now he was the candidate of the Reform League for governor, and a good stiff campaign he was putting up. His campaign manager, Dean Bennett, was a businessman whose financial interests were opposed to those usually understood to be behind Billy McLaughlin, of the regular party to which both Travis and Bennett might naturally have been supposed to belong in the old days. Indeed, the Reform League owed its existence to a fortunate conjunction of both moral and economic conditions demanding progress. "Things have been going our way up to the present," began Travis confidentially, when we were seated democratically with our campaign cigars lighted. "Of course we haven't such a big barrel as our opponents, for we are not frying the fat out of the corporations, but the people have supported us nobly, and I think the opposition of the vested interests has been a great help. We seem to be winning, and I say seem, only because one can never be certain how anything is going in this political game nowadays. You recall, Mr. Kennedy, reading in the papers that my country house out on Long Island was robbed the other day. Some of the reporters made much of it. To tell the truth, I think they had become so satiated with sensation that they were sure that the thing was put up by some muckrakers, and that there would be an expose of some kind. For the thief, whoever he was, seemed to have taken nothing from my library but a sort of scrapbook or album of photographs. It was a peculiar robbery, but as I had nothing to conceal, it didn't worry me. Well, I had all but forgotten it when a fellow came into Bennett's office here yesterday and demanded— Tell us what it was, Bennett. You saw him." Bennett cleared his throat. "You see, it was this way. He gave his name as Harris Hanford, and described himself as a photographer. I think he has done work for Billy McLaughlin. At any rate, his offer was to sell us several photographs, and his story about them was very circumstantial. He hinted that they had been evidently among those stolen from Mr. Travis, and that in a roundabout way they had come into the possession of a friend of his without his knowing who the thief was. He said that he had not made the photographs himself, but had an idea by whom they were made, that the original plates had been destroyed, but that the person who made them was ready to swear that the pictures were taken after the nominating convention this fall, which had named Travis. At any rate, the photographs were out, and the price for them was $25,000. "What are they, that he should set such a price on them?" asked Kennedy, keenly looking from Bennett quickly to Travis. Travis met his look without flinching. "They are supposed to be photographs of myself," he replied slowly. "One purports to represent me in a group on McLaughlin's porch, at his farm on the south shore of the island, about 20 miles from my place. As Hanford described it, I am standing between McLaughlin and J. Cadwallader Brown, the trust promoter who is backing McLaughlin to save his investments. Brown's hand is on my shoulder, and we are talking familiarly. Another is a picture of Brown, McLaughlin, and myself riding in Brown's car, and in it Brown and I are evidently on the best of terms. Oh, there are several of them, all in the same vein. Now," he added, and his voice rose with emotion as if he were addressing a cart-tail meeting, which must be convinced that there was nothing criminal in riding in a motor car, "I don't hesitate to admit that a year or so ago I was not on terms of intimacy with these men, but at least acquainted with them. At various times, even as late as last spring, I was present at conferences over the presidential outlook in this state, and once I think I did ride back to the city with them, but I know that there were no pictures taken, and even if there had been, I would not care if they told the truth about them. I have frankly admitted in my speeches that I knew these men, but my knowledge of them and breaking from them is my chief qualification for waging an effective war on them, if I'm elected. They hate me cordially. You know that. What I care about is the sworn allegation that now accompanies these fakes. They were not, could not have been taken after the independent convention that nominated me. If the photographs were true, I would be a fine traitor.
But I haven't even seen McLaughlin or Brown since last spring. The whole thing is a lie from start to finish," put in Bennett emphatically. "Yes, Travis, we all know that. I'd quit right now if I didn't believe in you. But let us face the facts. Here is the story, sworn to as Hanford says, and apparently acquiesced in by Billy McLaughlin and Cad Brown. What do they care anyhow, as long as it is against you? And there, too, are the pictures themselves. At least they will be in print or suppressed, according as we act. Now you know that nothing could hurt the reform ticket worse than to have an issue like this raised at this time. We were supposed at least to be on the level, with nothing to explain away. There may be just enough people to believe that there is some basis for this suspicion to turn the tide against us. If it were earlier in the campaign, I'd say accept the issue, fight it out to a finish, and in the turn of events we should really have the best campaign material. But it is too late now to expose such a knavish trick of theirs on the Friday before election. Frankly, I believe discretion is the better part of valor in this case, and without abating a jot of my faith in you, Travis. Well, I'd pay first and expose the fraud afterward, after the election, at leisure." "No, I won't," persisted Travis, shutting his square jaw doggedly. "I won't be held up." The door had opened, and a young lady in a very stunning street dress with a huge hat and a tantalizing veil stood in it for a moment, hesitated, and then was about to shut it with an apology for intruding on a conference. "I'll fight it if it takes my last dollar," declared Travis, "but I won't be blackmailed out of a cent. Good morning, Miss Ashton. I'll be free in a moment. I'll see you in your office directly." The girl, with a portfolio of papers in her hand, smiled, and Travis quickly crossed the room and held the door deferentially open as he whispered a word or two. When she had disappeared, he returned and remarked, "I suppose you've heard of Miss Margaret Ashton, the suffragette leader, Mr. Kennedy? She is the head of our press bureau." Then a heightened look of determination set his fine face in hard lines, and he brought his fist down on the desk. "No, not a cent," he thundered. Bennett shrugged his shoulders hopelessly and looked at Kennedy in mock resignation, as if to say, "What can you do with such a fellow?" Travis was excitedly pacing the floor and waving his arms as if he were addressing a meeting in the enemy's country. "Hanford comes at us in this way," he continued, growing more excited as he paced up and down. "He says plainly that the pictures will of course be accepted as among those stolen from me, and in that, I suppose, he is right. The public will swallow it. When Bennett told him I would prosecute, he laughed and said, 'Go ahead, I didn't steal the pictures.' That would be a great joke for Travis to seek redress from the courts he is criticizing. I guess he'd want to recall the decision if it went against him, hey? Hanford says that 100 copies have been made of each of the photographs, and that this person, whom we do not know, has them ready to drop into the mail to the 100 leading papers of the state in time for them to appear in the Monday editions just before Election Day. He says no amount of denying on our part can destroy the effect, or at least he went further and said, shake their validity. But, I repeat, they are false. For all I know, it is a plot of McLaughlin's, the last fight of a boss for his life, driven into a corner, and it is meaner than if he had attempted to forge a letter. Pictures appeal to the eye and mind much more than letters. That's what makes the thing so dangerous. Billy McLaughlin knows how to make the best use of such a roar back on the eve of an election, and even if I not only deny but prove that they are a fake, I'm afraid the harm will be done. I can't reach all the voters in time. 10 see such a charge to 1 who sees the denial. Just so, persisted Bennett coolly. You admit that we are practically helpless. That's what I have been saying all along. Get control of the prints first, Travis, for God's sake. Then raise any kind of howl you want, before election or after. As I say, if we had a week or two it might be all right to fight, but we can make no move without making fools of ourselves until they are published Monday, as the last big thing of the campaign. The rest of Monday and the Tuesday morning papers do not give us time to reply. Even if they were published today, we should hardly have time to expose the plot, hammer it in, and make the issue an asset instead of a liability. No, you must admit it yourself. There isn't time. We must carry out the work we have so carefully planned to cap the campaign, and if we are diverted by this, it means a let-up in our final efforts, and that is as good as McLaughlin wants anyhow. Now, Kennedy, don't you agree with me? Squelch the pictures now at any cost, then follow the thing up, and, if we can, prosecute after the election. Kennedy and I, who had been so far little more than interested spectators, had not presumed to interrupt. Finally Craig asked, "You have copies of the pictures?" "No," replied Bennet. "This Hanford is a brazen fellow, but he was too astute to leave them. I saw them for an instant. They look bad, and the affidavits with them look worse." Considered Kennedy, turning the crisis over in his mind. "We've had alleged stolen and forged letters before, but alleged stolen and forged photographs are new. I'm not surprised that you are alarmed, Bennet, nor that you want to fight, Travis." "Then you will take up the case?" urged the latter eagerly, forgetting both his campaign manager and his campaign manners, and leaning forward almost like a prisoner in the dock to catch the words of the foreman of the jury. "You will trace down the forger of those pictures before it is too late?" "I haven't said I'll do that yet," answered Craig measuredly. "I haven't even said I'd take up the case. Politics is a new game to me, Mr. Travis. If I go into this thing, I want to go into it and stay in it. Well, you know how you lawyers put it, with clean hands. On one condition I'll take the matter up, and on only one." "Name it," cried Travis anxiously. "Of course, having been retained by you," continued Craig with provoking slowness, "it is not reasonable to suppose that if I find—how shall I put it? Bluntly, yes? If I find that the story of Hanford has some, foundation, it is not reasonable to suppose that I should desert you and go over to the other side. Neither is it to be supposed that I will continue and carry such a thing through for you regardless of truth. What I ask is to have a free hand, to be able to drop the case the moment I cannot proceed further in justice to myself. Drop it, and keep my mouth shut. You understand? These are my conditions, and no less." "And you think you can make good?" questioned Bennet rather skeptically. "You are willing to risk it? You don't think it would be better to wait until after the election is won?" "You have heard my conditions," reiterated Craig. "Done," broke in Travis. "I'm going to fight it out, Bennet. If we get in wrong by dickering with them at the start, it may be worse for us in the end. Paying amounts to confession." Bennet shook his head dubiously. "I'm afraid this will suit McLaughlin's purpose just as well. Photographs are like statistics. They don't lie unless the people who make them do. But it's hard to tell what a liar can accomplish with either in an election." "Say, Dean, you're not going to desert me?" reproached Travis. "You're not offended at my kicking over the traces, are you?" Bennet rose, placed a hand on Travis's shoulder, and grasped his other. "Wesley," he said, earnestly, "I wouldn't desert you even if the pictures were true." "I knew it," responded Travis heartily. "Then let Mr. Kennedy have one day to see what he can do. Then, if we make no progress, we'll take your advice, Dean. We'll pay, I suppose, and ask Mr. Kennedy to continue the case after next Tuesday." "With the proviso," put in Craig. "With the proviso, Kennedy," repeated Travis. "Your hand on that." "Say, I think I've shaken hands with half the male population of this state since I was nominated, but this means more to me than any of them. Call on us, either Bennett or myself, the moment you need aid. Spare no reasonable expense and get the goods, no matter whom it hits higher up, even if it is Cadwallader Brown himself. Goodbye, and 1,000 thanks. Oh, by the way, wait. Let me take you around and introduce you to Miss Ashton. She may be able to help you." The office of Bennett and Travis was in the center of the suite. On one side were the cashier and the clerical force, as well as the speaker's bureau, where spellbinders of all degrees were getting instruction, tours were being laid out, and reports received from meetings already held. On the other side was the press bureau, with a large and active force in charge of Miss Ashton, who was supporting Travis because he had most emphatically declared for votes for women, and had insisted that his party put this plank in its platform. Miss Ashton was a clever girl, a graduate of a famous women's college, and had had several years of newspaper experience before she became a leader in the suffrage cause. I recalled having read and heard a great deal about her, though I had never met her. The Ashtons were well known in New York society, and it was a sore trial to some of her conservative friends that she should reject what they considered the proper sphere for women. Among those friends, I understood, was Cadwallader Brown himself. Travis had scarcely more than introduced us, yet already I scented a romance behind the ordinarily prosaic conduct of a campaign press bureau. It is far from my intention to minimize the work or the ability of the head of the press bureau, but it struck me, both then and later, that the candidate had an extraordinary interest in the newspaper campaign, much more than in the speaker's bureau, and I am sure that it was not solely accounted for by the fact that publicity is playing a more and more important part in political campaigning. Nevertheless, such innovations as her card index system by election districts all over the state, showing the attitude of the various newspaper editors, of local political leaders, and changes of sentiment, were very full and valuable. Kennedy, who had a regular pigeonhole mind for facts, was visibly impressed by this huge mechanical memory built up by Miss Ashton. Though he said nothing to me, I knew he had also observed the state of affairs between the reform candidate and the suffrage leader. It was at a moment when Travis had been called back to his office that Kennedy, who had been eyeing Miss Ashton with marked approval, leaned over and said in a low voice, "Miss Ashton, I think I can trust you. Do you want to do a great favor for Mr. Travis?" She did not betray even by a fleeting look on her face what the true state of her feelings was, although I fancied that the readiness of her assent had perhaps more meaning than she would have placed in a simple yes otherwise. "I suppose you know that an attempt is being made to blackmail Mr. Travis," added Kennedy quickly. "I know something about it," she replied in a tone which left it for granted that Travis had told her before even we were called in. I felt that, not unlikely, Travis's set determination to fight might be traceable to her advice, or, at least, to her opinion of him. "I suppose in a large force like this it is not impossible that your political enemies may have a spy or two," observed Kennedy, glancing about at the score or more of clerks busily engaged in getting out literature. "I have sometimes thought that myself," she agreed, "but of course I don't know. Still, I have to be pretty careful. Someone is always over here by my desk or looking over here. There isn't much secrecy in a big room like this. I never leave important stuff lying about where any of them could see it." "Yes," mused Kennedy. "What time does the office close?" "We shall finish tonight about 9, I think. Tomorrow it may be later." "Well then, if I should call here tonight at, say, 9:30, could you be here? I need hardly say that your doing so may be of inestimable value to the campaign." "I shall be here," she promised, giving her hand with a peculiar straight-arm shake, and looking him frankly in the face with those eyes, which even the old guard in the legislature admitted were vote winners. Kennedy was not quite ready to leave yet, but sought out Travis and obtained permission to glance over the financial end of the campaign. There were few large contributors to Travis's fund, but a host of small sums ranging from $10 and $25 down to dimes and nickels. Truly, it showed the depth of the popular uprising. Kennedy also glanced hastily over the items of expense: rent, salaries, stenographer and office force, advertising, printing and stationery, postage, telephone, telegraph, automobile and traveling expenses, and miscellaneous matters. As Kennedy expressed it afterwards, as against the small driblets of money coming in, large sums were going out for expenses in lumps. Campaigning in these days costs money, even when done honestly. The miscellaneous account showed some large indefinite items, and after a hasty calculation, Kennedy made out that, if all the obligations had to be met immediately, the committee would be in the hole for several $1,000s. In short, I argued as we were leaving, this will either break Travis privately, or put his fund in hopeless shape. Or does it mean that he foresees defeat, and is taking this way to recoup himself under cover of being held up? Kennedy said nothing in response to my suspicions, though I could see that in his mind he was leaving no possible clue unnoted. It was only a few blocks to the studio of Harris Hanford, whom Kennedy was now bent on seeing. We found him in an old building on one of the side streets in the 30s which business had captured. His was a little place on the top floor, up 3 flights of stairs, and I noticed as we climbed up that the room next to his was vacant. Our interview with Hanford was short and unsatisfactory. He either was, or at least posed, as representing a third party in the affair, and absolutely refused to permit us to have even a glance at the photographs. "My dealings," he asserted airily, "must all be with Mr. Bennet or with Mr. Travis direct, not with emissaries. I don't make any secret about it. The prints were not here. They are safe and ready to be produced at the right time, either to be handed over for the money or to be published in the newspapers. We have found out all about them. We are satisfied, although the negatives have been destroyed. As for their having been stolen from Travis, you can put 2 and 2 together. They are out, and copies have been made of them, good copies. If Mr. Travis wishes to repudiate them, let him start proceedings. I told Bennet all about that. Tomorrow is the last day, and I must have Bennet's answer then, without any interloper coming into it. If it is yes, well and good. If not, then they know what to expect. Goodbye." It was still early in the forenoon, and Kennedy's next move was to go out on Long Island to examine the library at Travis's, from which the pictures were said to have been stolen. At the laboratory, Kennedy and I loaded ourselves with a large, oblong black case containing a camera and a tripod. His examination of the looted library was minute, taking in the window through which the thief had apparently entered, the cabinet he had forced, and the situation in general. Finally, Craig set up his camera with most particular care, and took several photographs of the window, the cabinet, the doors, including the room, from every angle. Outside he snapped the 2 sides of corner of the house in which the library was situated. Partly by trolley and partly by carriage, we crossed the island to the south shore, and finally found McLaughlin's farm, where we had no trouble in getting 6 photographs of the porch and house. Altogether, the proceedings seemed tame to me, yet I knew from previous experience that Kennedy had a deep-laid purpose. We parted in the city to meet just before it was time to visit Miss Ashton. Kennedy had evidently employed the interval in developing his plates, for he now had 10 or a dozen prints, all of exactly the same size, mounted on stiff cardboard in a space with scales and figures on all 4 sides. He saw me puzzling over them.
"These are metric photographs such as Bertillon of Paris takes," he explained. "By means of the scales and tables and other methods that have been worked out, we can determine from those pictures distances and many other things almost as well as if we were on the spot itself. Bertillon has cleared up many crimes with this help, such as the mystery of the shooting in the Hotel Quai d'Orsay and other cases. The metric photograph, I believe, will rank in time with the portrait parlé, fingerprints, and the rest. For instance, in order to solve the riddle of a crime, the detective's first task is to study the scene topographically. Plans and elevations of a room or a house are made. The position of each object is painstakingly noted. In addition, the all-seeing eye of the camera is called into requisition. The plundered room is photographed, as in this case. I might have done it by placing a foot rule on a table and taking that in the picture, but a more scientific and accurate method has been devised by Bertillon. His camera lens is always used at a fixed height from the ground, and forms its image on the plate at an exact focus. The print made from the negative is mounted on a card in a space of definite size, along the edges of which a metric scale is printed. In the way he has worked it out, the distance between any 2 points in the picture can be determined. With a topographical plan and a metric photograph, one can study a crime as a general studies the map of a strange country. There were several peculiar things that I observed today, and I have here an indelible record of the scene of the crime. Preserved in this way, it cannot be questioned. Now the photographs were in this cabinet. There are other cabinets, but none of them has been disturbed. Therefore, the thief must have known just what he was after. The marks made in breaking the lock were not those of a jimmy, but of a screwdriver. No amazing command of the resources of science is needed so far. All that is necessary is a little scientific common sense, Walter. Now, how did the robber get in? All the windows and doors were supposedly locked. It is alleged that a pane was cut from this window at the side. It was, and the pieces were there to show it. But take a glance at this outside photograph. To reach that window, even a tall man must have stood on a ladder or something. There are no marks of a ladder, or of any person in the soft soil under the window. What is more, that window was cut from the inside. The marks of the diamond which cut it plainly show that. Scientific common sense again.
Then it must have been someone in the house, or at least someone familiar with it, I exclaimed. Kennedy nodded.
"One thing we have which the police greatly neglect," he pursued, "a record. We have made some progress in reconstructing the crime, as Bertillon calls it. If we only had those Hanford pictures we should be all right."
We were now on our way to see Miss Ashton at headquarters, and as we rode downtown I tried to reason out the case. Had it really been a put-up job? Was Travis himself faking, and was the robbery a plant by which he might forestall exposure of what had become public property in the hands of another, no longer disposed to conceal it? Or was it, after all, the last desperate blow of the boss? The whole thing began to assume a suspicious look in my mind. Although Kennedy seemed to have made little real progress, I felt that, far from aiding Travis, it made things darker. There was nothing but his unsupported word that he had not visited the boss subsequent to the nominating convention. He admitted having done so before the Reform League came into existence. Besides, it seemed tacitly understood that both the boss and Cadwallader Brown acquiesced in the sworn statement of the man who said he had made the pictures. Added to that, the mere existence of the actual pictures themselves was a graphic clincher to the story. Personally, if I had been in Kennedy's place, I think I should have taken advantage of the proviso in the compact with Travis to back out gracefully. Kennedy, however, now started on the case, hung to it tenaciously. Miss Ashton was waiting for us at the press bureau. Her desk was at the middle of one end of the room, in which, if she could keep an eye on her office force, the office force could also keep an eye on her. Kennedy had apparently taken in the arrangement during our morning visit, for he set to work immediately. The side of the room toward the office of Travis and Bennett presented an expanse of blank wall. With a mallet he quickly knocked a hole in the rough plaster just above the baseboard about the room. The hole did not penetrate quite through to the other side. In it he placed a round disc of vulcanized rubber, with insulated wires leading down the back of the baseboard, then out underneath it and under the carpet. Some plaster quickly closed up the cavity in the wall, and he left it to dry. Next he led the wires under the carpet to Miss Ashton's desk. There they ended, under the carpet and a rug 18 or 20 huge coils, several feet in diameter, disposed in such a way as to attract no attention by a curious foot on the carpet which covered them.
"That is all, Miss Ashton,"
he said as we watched for his next move.
"I shall want to see you early tomorrow, and might I ask you to be sure to wear that hat which you have on?"
It was a very becoming hat, but Kennedy's tone clearly indicated that it was not his taste in inverted basket millinery that prompted the request. She promised, smiling, for even a suffragette may like pretty hats. Craig had still to see Travis and report on his work. The candidate was waiting anxiously at his hotel after a big political mass meeting on the East Side, at which capitalism and the bosses had been hissed to the echo, if that is possible.
"What success?"
inquired Travis eagerly.
"I'm afraid,"
replied Kennedy, and the candidate's face fell at the tone.
"I'm afraid you will have to meet them, for the present. The time limit will expire tomorrow, and understand Hanford is coming up for a final answer. We must have copies of those photographs, even if we have to pay for them. There seems to be no other way."
Travis sank back in his chair and regarded Kennedy hopelessly. He was actually pale.
You don't mean to say that there is no other way, that I'll have to admit even before Bennett and others that I'm in bad?" "I wouldn't put it that way,"
said Kennedy mercilessly, I thought.
"It is that way,"
Travis asserted almost fiercely.
"Why, we could have done that anyhow." No, I don't mean that. Pardon me. I'm upset by this. Go ahead," he sighed. "You will direct Bennett to make the best terms he can with Hanford when he comes up tomorrow. Have him arrange the details of payment, and then rush the best copies of the photographs to me."
Travis seemed crushed. End of The Campaign Grafter by Arthur B. Reeve, Part 1. Section 17 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Campaign Grafter by Arthur B. Reeve, Part 2. We met Miss Ashton the following morning, entering her office. Kennedy handed her a package and, in a few words which I did not hear, explained what he wanted, promising to call again later. When we called, The girls and other clerks had arrived, and the office was a hive of industry in the rush of winding up the campaign. Typewriters were clicking, clippings were being snipped out of a huge stack of newspapers and pasted into large scrapbooks, circulars were being folded and made ready to mail for the final appeal. The room was indeed crowded, and I felt that there was no doubt, as Kennedy had said, that nothing much could go on there unobserved by anyone to whose interest it was to see it. Miss Ashton was sitting at her desk with her hat on, directing the work. "It works," she remarked enigmatically to Kennedy.
"Good," he replied. "I merely dropped in to be sure. Now, if anything of interest happens, Miss Ashton, I wish you would let me know immediately. I must not be seen up here, but I shall be waiting downstairs in the corridor of the building. My next move depends entirely on what you have to report."
Downstairs, Craig waited with growing impatience. We stood in an angle in which we could see without readily being seen, and our impatience was not diminished by seeing Hanford enter the elevator. I think that Miss Ashton would have made an excellent woman detective, that is, on a case in which her personal feelings were not involved, as they were here. She was pale and agitated as she appeared in the corridor, and Kennedy hurried toward her.
"I can't believe it! I won't believe it!" she managed to say.
"Tell me what happened,"
urged Kennedy soothingly.
"Oh, Mr. Kennedy, why did you ask me to do this?"
she reproached.
"I would almost rather not have known at all."
"Believe me, Miss Ashton,"
said Kennedy,
"you ought to know. It is on you that I depend most. We saw Hanford go up. What occurred?"
She was still pale and replied nervously.
"Mr. Bennet came in about 9:45. He stopped to talk to me and looked about the room curiously. Do you know, I felt very uncomfortable for a time. Then he locked the door leading from the press bureau to his office and left word that he was not to be disturbed. A few minutes later a man called."
"Yes, yes,"
prompted Kennedy.
"Hanford, no doubt."
She was racing on breathlessly, scarcely giving one a chance to inquire how she had learned so much.
"Why,"
she cried with a sort of defiant ring in her tone,
"Mr. Travis is going to buy those pictures after all, and the worst of it is that I met him in the hall coming in as I was coming down here, and he tried to act toward me the same old way. And that after all I know about him. They have fixed it all up, Mr. Bennet acting for Mr. Travis and this Mr. Hanford. They're even going to ask me to carry the money in a sealed envelope to the studio of this fellow Hanford, to be given to a third person who will be there at 2 o'clock this afternoon."
"You, Miss Ashton?"
inquired Kennedy, a light breaking on his face, as if at last he saw something.
"Yes, I," she repeated. "Hanford insisted that it was part of the compact. They haven't asked me openly yet to be the means of carrying out their dirty deals, but when they do, I won't."
"Miss Ashton," remonstrated Kennedy, "I beg you to be calm. I had no idea you would take it like this, no idea. Please, please. Walter, you will excuse us if we take a turn down the corridor and out in the air. This is most extraordinary."
For 5 or 10 minutes Kennedy and Miss Ashton appeared to be discussing the new turn of events earnestly, while I waited impatiently. As they approached again, she seemed calmer, but I heard her say,
"I hope you're right. I'm all broken up by it. I'm ready to resign. My faith in human nature is shaken. No, I won't expose Wesley Travis for his sake. It cuts me to have to admit it, but Cadwallader used always to say that every man has his price. I am afraid this will do great harm to the cause of reform, and through it to the woman suffrage cause, which casts its lot with this party. I can hardly believe—"
Kennedy was still looking earnestly at her.
"Miss Ashton," he implored, "believe nothing. Remember, one of the first rules of politics is loyalty. Wait until—"
"Wait!" she echoed. "How can I? I hate Wesley Travis for giving in, more than I hate Cadwallader Brown for his cynical disregard of honesty in others." She bit her lip at thus betraying her feelings, but what she had heard had evidently affected her deeply. It was as though the feet of her idol had turned to clay. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was coming to look on it more as if she would if she were an outsider.
"Just think it over,"
urged Kennedy.
"They won't ask you right away. Don't do anything rash. Suspend judgment. You won't regret it."
Craig's next problem seemed to be to transfer the scene of his operations to Hanford's studio. He was apparently doing some rapid thinking as we walked uptown after leaving Miss Ashton, and I did not venture to question him on what had occurred when it was so evident that everything depended upon being prepared for what was still to occur. Hanford was out. That seemed to please Kennedy, for with a brightening face, which told more surely than words that he saw his way more and more clearly, he asked me to visit the agent and hire the vacant office next to the studio while he went uptown to complete his arrangements for the final step. I had completed my part, and was waiting in the empty room when he returned. He lost no time in getting to work, and it seemed to me, as I watched him curiously in silence, that he was repeating what he had already done at the Travis headquarters. He was boring into the wall, only this time he did it much more carefully, and it was evident that if he intended putting anything into this cavity, it must be pretty large. The hole was square, and as I bent over I could see that he had cut through the plaster and laths all the way to the wallpaper on the other side, though he was careful to leave that intact. Then he set up a square black box in the cavity, carefully poising it and making measurements that told of the exact location of its center with reference to the partitions and walls. A skeleton key took us into Hanford's well-lighted but now empty studio. For Miss Ashton's sake, I wished that the photographs had been there. I am sure Kennedy would have found slight compunction in a larceny of them if they had been. It was something entirely different that he had in mind now, however, and he was working quickly for fear of discovery. By his measurements, I guessed that he was calculating as nearly as possible the center of the box which he had placed in the hole in the wall on the other side of the dark wallpaper. When he had quite satisfied himself, he took a fine pencil from his pocket and made a light cross on the paper to indicate it. The dot fell to the left of a large calendar hanging on the wall. Kennedy's appeal to Margaret Ashton had evidently had its effect, for when he saw her a few moments after these mysterious preparations, she had overcome her emotion. "They have asked me to carry a note to Mr. Hanford's studio," she said quietly, "and without letting them know that I know anything about it, I have agreed to do so."
"Miss Ashton,"
said Kennedy, greatly relieved,
"you're a trump."
"No," she replied, smiling faintly. "I'm just feminine enough to be curious." Craig shook his head, but did not dispute the point.
"After you have handed the envelope to the person, whoever it may be, in Hanford's studio, wait until he does something suspicious. Meanwhile, look at the wall on the side toward the next vacant office. To the left of the big calendar you will see a light pencil mark, a cross. Somehow you must contrive to get near it, but don't stand in front of it. Then, if anything happens, stick this little number 10 needle in the wall right at the intersection of the cross. Withdraw it quickly, count 15, then put this little sticker over the cross and get out as best you can, though we shan't be far away if you should need us. That's all."
We did not accompany her to the studio for fear of being observed, but waited impatiently in the next office. We could hear nothing of what was said, but when a door shut, and it was evident that she had gone, Kennedy quickly removed something from the box in the wall covered with a black cloth. As soon as it was safe, Kennedy had sent me posting after her to secure copies of the incriminating photographs, which were to be carried by her from the studio, while he remained to see who came out. I thought a change had come over her as she handed me the package with a request that I carry it to Mr. Bennet and get them from him. The first inkling I had that Kennedy had at last been able to trace back something in the mysterious doings of the past 2 days came the following evening, when Craig remarked casually that he would like to have me call on Billy McLaughlin if I had no engagement. I replied that I had none, and managed to squirm out of the one I really had.
The boss's office was full of politicians,
for it was the eve of Dough Day, when the purse strings were loosed, and a flood of potent argument poured forth to turn the tide of election. Hanford was there with the other ward heelers. "Mr. McLaughlin," began Kennedy quietly, when we were seated alone with Hanford in the little sanctum of the boss, "you will pardon me if I seem a little slow in coming to the business that has brought me here tonight. First of all, I may say, and you, Hanford, being a photographer, will appreciate it, that ever since the days of Daguerre, photography has been regarded as the one infallible means of portraying faithfully any object, scene, or action. Indeed, a photograph is admitted in court as irrefutable evidence, for when everything else fails, a picture made through the photographic lens almost invariably turns the tide. However, such a picture upon which the fate of an important case may rest should be subjected to critical examination, for it is an established fact that a photograph may be made as untruthful as it may be reliable. Combination photographs change entirely the character of the initial negative and have been made for the past 50 years. The easiest, simplest, and most harmless photographic deception is the printing of clouds into a bare sky, but the retoucher with his pencil and etching tool today is very skillful. A workman of ordinary skill can introduce a person taken in a studio into an open-air scene well blended and in complete harmony without a visible trace of falsity. I need say nothing of how one head can be put on another body in a picture, nor need I say what a double exposure will do. There is almost no limit to the changes that may be wrought in form and feature. It is possible to represent a person crossing Broadway or walking on Riverside Drive, places he may never have visited. Thus, a person charged with an offense may be able to prove an alibi by the aid of a skillfully prepared combination photograph. Where, then, can photography be considered as irrefutable evidence? The realism may convince all, will convince all, except the expert and the initiated after careful study. A shrewd judge will insist that in every case the negative be submitted and examined for possible alterations by a clever manipulator. Kennedy bent his gaze on McLaughlin.
Now, I do not accuse you, sir, of anything, but a photograph has come into the possession of Mr. Travis in which he is represented as standing on the steps of your house with yourself and Mr. Cadwallader Brown. He and Mr. Brown are in poses that show the utmost friendliness. I do not hesitate to say that that was originally a photograph of yourself, Mr. Brown, and your own candidate. It is a pretty raw deal, a fake in which Travis has been substituted by very excellent photographic forgery."
McLaughlin motioned to Hanford to reply. "A fake," repeated the latter contemptuously. "How about the affidavits? There's no negative. You've got to prove that the original print stolen from Travis will say is a fake."
You can't do it." "September 19th was the date alleged, I believe?"
asked Kennedy quietly, laying down the bundle of metric photographs and the alleged photographs of Travis. He was pointing to a shadow of a gable on the house as it showed in the metric photographs and the others.
"You see that shadow of the gable? Perhaps you never heard of it, Hanford, but it is possible to tell the exact time at which a photograph is taken from a study of the shadows. It is possible in principle and practice, and can be trusted. Almost any scientist may be called on to bear testimony in court nowadays, but you would say the astronomer is one of the least likely. Well, the shadow in this picture will prove an alibi for someone. Notice, it is seen very prominently to the right, and its exact location on the house is an easy matter. You could almost use the metric photograph for that. The identification of the gable casting the shadow is easy. To be exact, it is 19.62 feet high. The shadow is 14.23 feet down, 13.10 feet east, and 3.43 feet north. You see, I am exact. I have to be. In 1 minute, it moved 0.080 feet upward, 0.053 feet to the right, and 0.096 feet in its apparent path. It passes the width of the weather vane, 0.37 foot, in 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Kennedy was talking rapidly of data which he had derived from his metric photograph, from plumb line, level, compass and tape, astronomical triangle, vertices, zenith, pole and sun, declination, azimuth, solar time, parallactic angles, refraction, and a dozen bewildering terms.
In spherical trigonometry, he concluded, to solve the problem, 3 elements must be known. I knew 4. Therefore, I could take each of the known, treat it as unknown, and have 4 ways to check my result. I find that the time might have been either 3 o'clock, 21 minutes and 12 seconds in the afternoon, or 3:21:31, or 3:21:29, or 3:21:33. The average is 3:21:26, and there can therefore be no appreciable error except for a few seconds. For that date must have been one of 2 days, either May 22nd or July 23rd. Between these 2 dates we must decide on evidence other than the shadow. It must have been in May, as the immature condition of the foliage shows. But even if it had been in July, that is far from being September. The matter of the year I have also settled. Weather conditions I find were favorable on all these dates, except that in September. I can really answer with an assurance and accuracy superior to that of the photographer himself, even if he were honest, as to the real date. The real picture, aside from being doctored, was actually taken last May. Science is not fallible, but exact in this matter.
Kennedy had scored a palpable hit. McLaughlin and Hanford were speechless. Still Craig hurried on.
But you may ask, how about the automobile picture? That also is an unblushing fake. Of course, I must prove that. In the first place, you know that the general public has come to recognize the distortion of a photograph as denoting speed. A picture of a car in a race that doesn't lean is rejected. People demand to see speed, speed, more speed, even in pictures. Distortion does indeed show speed, but that, too, can be faked. Hanford knows that the image is projected upside down by the lens on the plate, and that the bottom of the picture is taken before the top. The camera mechanism admits light, which makes the picture in the manner of a roller-blind curtain. The slit travels from the top to the bottom, and the image on the plate being projected upside down, the bottom of the object appears on the top of the plate. For instance, the wheels are taken before the head of the driver. If the car is moving quickly, the image moves on the plate, and each successive part is taken a little in advance of the last. The whole leans forward. By widening the slit and slowing the speed of the shutter, there is more distortion. Now, this is what happened. A picture was taken of Cadwallader Brown's automobile, probably at rest, with Brown in it. The matter of faking Travis or anyone else by his side is simple. If, with an enlarging lantern, the image of this faked picture is thrown on the paper like a lantern slide, and if the right-hand side is a little further away than the left, the top further away than the bottom, you can print a fraudulent high-speed ahead picture. True, everything else in the picture, even if motionless, is distorted, and the difference between this faking and the distortion of the shutter can be seen by an expert. But it will pass. In this case, however, the faker was so sure of that he was careless. Instead of getting the plate further from the paper on the right, he did so on the left. It was further away on the bottom than on the top. He got distortion all right, enough still to satisfy the uninitiated, but it was distortion in the wrong way. The top of the wheel, which goes fastest and ought to be most indistinct, is, in fact, as sharp as any other part. It is a small mistake, but fatal. That picture is really at high speed, backwards. It is too raw, too raw.
"You don't think people are going to swallow all that stuff, do you?" asked Hanford coolly, in spite of the exposures. Kennedy paid no attention. He was looking at McLaughlin. The boss was regarding him surlily. "Well?" he said at length. "What of all this? I had nothing to do with it. Why do you come to me? Take it to the proper parties."
"Shall I?"
asked Kennedy quietly. He uncovered another picture carefully. We could not see it, but as he looked at it, McLaughlin fairly staggered.
Where did you get that?"
he gasped.
"I got it where I got it, and it is no fake,"
replied Kennedy enigmatically. Then he appeared to think better of it.
"This,"
he explained,
"is what is known as a pinhole photograph. 300 years ago Della Porta knew the camera obscura, and but for the lack of a sensitive plate would have made photographs. A box, thoroughly light-tight, slotted inside to receive plates, covered with black and glued tight, a needle hole made by a No. 10 needle in a thin sheet of paper, and you have the apparatus for lensless photography. It has a correctness such as no image forming means by lens can have. It is literally rectographic, rectilinear, it needs no focusing, and it takes a wide angle with equal effect. Even pinhole snapshots are possible where the light is abundant, with a 10 to 15 second exposure. That picture, McLaughlin, was taken yesterday at Hanford's. After Miss Ashton left, I saw who came out, but this picture shows what happened before. At a critical moment, Miss Ashton stuck a needle in the wall of the studio, counted 15, closed the needle hole, and there is the record. Walter, Hanford, leave us alone an instant."
When Kennedy passed out of the boss's office, there was a look of quiet satisfaction on his face which I could not fathom. Not a word could I extract from him either that night or on the following day, which was the last before the election. I must say that I was keenly disappointed by the lack of developments, however. The whole thing seemed to me to be a mess. Everybody was involved. What had Miss Ashton overheard, and what had Kennedy said to McLaughlin? Above all, what was his game? Was he playing to spare the girl's feelings by allowing the election to go on without a scandal for Travis? At last election night arrived. We were all at the Travis headquarters: Kennedy, Travis, Bennett, and myself. Miss Ashton was not present, but the first returns had scarcely begun to trickle in when Craig whispered to me to go out and find her, either at her home or club. I found her at home. She had apparently lost interest in the election, and it was with difficulty that I persuaded her to accompany me. The excitement of any other night in the year paled to insignificance before this. Distracted crowds everywhere were cheering and blowing horns. Now a series of wild shouts broke forth from the dense mass of people before a newspaper bulletin board. Now came sullen groans, hisses, and catcalls, or all together with cheers as the return swung in another direction. Not even baseball could call out such a crowd as this. Lights blazed everywhere. Automobiles honked and ground their gears. The lobster palaces were thronged. Police were everywhere. People with horns and bells and all manner of noise-making devices pushed up one side of the thoroughfares and down the other. Hungrily, ravenously they were feeding on the meager bulletins of news. Yet, back of all the noise and human energy, I could only think of the silent, systematic gathering and editing of the news. High up in the League headquarters, when we returned, a corps of clerks was tabulating returns, comparing official and semi-official reports. As first the state swung one way, then another, our hopes rose and fell. Miss Ashton seemed cold and ill at ease, while Travis looked more worried and paid less attention to the returns than would have seemed natural. She avoided him, and he seemed to hesitate to seek her out. Would the upstate returns, I had wondered at first, be large enough to overcome the hostile city vote? I was amazed now to see how strongly the city was turning to Travis.
McLaughlin has kept his word,
ejaculated Kennedy, as district after district showed that the boss's pluralities were being seriously cut into. His word? What do you mean? We asked almost together.
I mean that he has kept his word given to me at a conference, which Mr. Jameson saw but did not hear. I told him I would publish the whole thing, not caring whom or where or when it hit if he did not let up on Travis. I advised him to read his revised statutes again about money in elections, and I ended up with the threat, "There will be no dough day, McLaughlin, or this will be prosecuted to the limit." There was no dough day. You see the effect in the returns.
But how did you do it? I asked, not comprehending. The fake photographs did not move him. That I could see. The words "faked photographs" caused Miss Ashton to glance up quickly. I saw that Kennedy had not told her, or anyone yet, until the boss had made good. He had simply arranged one of his little dramas.
"Shall I tell, Miss Ashton?"
he asked, adding,
"before I complete my part of the compact and blot out the whole affair?"
"I have no right to say no," she answered tremulously, but with a look of happiness that I had not seen since our first introduction. Kennedy laid down a print on a table. It was the pinhole photograph, a little blurry, but quite convincing. On a desk in the picture was a pile of bills. McLaughlin was shoving them away from him toward Bennett. A man who was facing forward in the picture was talking earnestly to someone who did not appear. I felt intuitively, even before Kennedy said so, that the person was Miss Ashton herself as she stuck the needle into the wall. The man was Cadwallader Brown.
"Travis,"
demanded Kennedy.
"Bring the account books of your campaign. I want the miscellaneous account particularly."
The books were brought, and he continued, turning the leaves.
"It seemed to me to show a shortage of nearly $20,000 the other day." "Why, it has been made up. How was that, Bennet?"
Bennet was speechless.
"I will tell you,"
Craig proceeded inexorably.
"Bennet, you embezzled that money for your business. Rather than be found out, you went to Billy McLaughlin and offered to sell out the reform campaign for money to replace it. With the aid of the crook, Hanford, McLaughlin's tool, you worked out the scheme to extort money from Travis by forged photographs. You knew enough about Travis's house and library to frame up a robbery one night when you were staying there with him. It was inside work, I found at a glance. Travis, I am sorry to have to tell you that your confidence was misplaced. It was Bennet who robbed you, and worse." But Cadwallader Brown, always close to his creature Billy McLaughlin, heard of it. To him it presented another idea. To him it offered a chance to overthrow a political enemy, and a hated rival from Miss Ashton's hand. Perhaps into the bargain it would disgust her with politics, disillusion her, and shake her faith in what he believed to be some of her radical notions. All could be gained at one blow. They say that a checkbook knows no politics, but Bennet has learned some, I venture to say, and to save his reputation he will pay back what he has tried to graft.
Travis could hardly believe it yet.
"How did you get your first hint?"
he gasped. Kennedy was digging into the wall with a bill file at the place where he had buried the little vulcanized disc. I had already guessed that it was a dictograph, though I could not tell how it was used or who used it. There it was, set squarely in the plaster. There also were the wires running under the carpet. As he lifted the rug under Miss Ashton's desk, there also lay the huge circles of wire. That was all. At this moment Miss Ashton stepped forward. "Last Friday," she said in a low tone, "I wore a belt which concealed a coil of wire about my waist. From a wire ran under my coat, connecting with a small dry battery in a pocket. Over my head I had an arrangement such as the telephone girls wear, with a receiver at one ear connected with the battery. No one saw it, for I wore a large hat which completely hid it. If anyone had known, and there were plenty of eyes watching, the whole thing would have fallen through. I could walk around. No one could suspect anything, but when I stood or sat at my desk, I could hear everything that was said in Mr. Bennet's office."
"By induction,"
explained Kennedy.
"The impulses set up in the concealed dictograph set up currents in the coils of wire concealed under the carpet. They were wirelessly duplicated by induction in the coil about Miss Ashton's waist, and so affected the receiver under her very becoming hat. Tell the rest, Miss Ashton."
"I heard the deal arranged with this Hanford," she added, almost as if she were confessing something, "but not understanding it as Mr. Kennedy did, I very hastily condemned Mr. Travis. I heard talk of putting back 20,000 into the campaign accounts, of 5,000 given to Hanford for his photographic work, and of the way Mr. Travis was to be defeated whether he paid or not. I heard them say that one condition was that I should carry the purchase money. I heard much that must have confirmed Mr. Kennedy's suspicion in one way, and my own in an opposite way, which I know now was wrong. And then Cadwallader Brown in the studio taunted me cynically, and it cut me, for he seemed right. I hope that Mr. Travis will forgive me for thinking that Mr. Bennet's treachery was his." A terrific cheer broke out among the clerks in the outer office. A boy rushed in with a still unblotted report. Kennedy seized it and read,
"McLaughlin concedes the city by a small majority to Travis. 15 election districts estimated. This clinches the Reform League victory in the state."
I turned to Travis. He was paying no attention except to the pretty apology of Margaret Ashton. Kennedy drew me to the door.
"We might as well concede Miss Ashton to Travis,"
he said, adding gaily,
"by induction of an arm about the waist. Let's go out and watch the crowd."
The End. End of The Campaign Grafter by Arthur B. Reeve. Part 2. Read by D.A. Frank, Tallahassee, Florida.
Section 18 of the American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Adventures of the Infallible Godall by Frederick Irving Anderson. Part 1. Anderson Oliver Armiston was never much of a sportsman with a rod or gun, though he could do fancy work with a pistol in a shooting gallery. He had, however, one game from which he derived the utmost satisfaction. Whenever he went traveling, which was often, he invariably caught his trains by the tip of the tail, so to speak, and hung on till he could climb aboard. In other words, he believed in close connections. He had a theory that more valuable dollars and cents time and good animal heat are wasted warming seats in stations waiting for trains than by missing them. The sum of joy to his methodical mind was to halt the slamming gates at the last fraction of the second with majestic upraised hand, and to stroll aboard his parlor car with studied deliberation, while the train crew were gnashing their teeth in rage and swearing to get even with the gateman for letting him through. Yet Mr. Armiston never missed a train. A good many of them tried to miss him, but none ever succeeded. He reckoned time and distance so nicely that it really seemed as if his trains had nothing else so important as waiting until Mr. Oliver Armiston got aboard. On this particular June day he was due in New Haven at 2. If he failed to get there at 2 o'clock, he could very easily arrive at 3, but an hour is 60 minutes, and a minute is 60 seconds. And further, Mr. Armiston, having passed his word that he would be there at 2 o'clock, surely would be. On this particular day, by the time Armiston finally got to the Grand Central, the train looked like an odds-on favorite. In the first place, he was still in his bed at an hour when another and less experienced traveler would have been watching the clock in the station waiting room. In the second place, after kissing his wife in that absent-minded manner characteristic of true love, he became tangled in a Broadway traffic rush at the first corner. Scarcely was he extricated from this when he ran into a socialist mass meeting at Union Square. It was due only to the wits of his chauffeur that the taxicab was extricated with very little damage to the surrounding human scenery. But our man of method did not fret. Instead, he buried himself in his book, a treatise on cause and effect, which at that moment was lulling him with this soothing sentiment. There is no such thing as accident. The so-called accidents of everyday life are due to the preordained action of correlated causes, which is inevitable and over which man has no control. This was comforting, but not much to the point, when Oliver Armiston looked up and discovered he had reached 23rd Street and had come to a halt. A 60-foot truck, with an underslung burden consisting of a 60-ton steel girder, had at this point suddenly developed weakness on its off hind wheel and settled down on the pavement across the right-of-way like a tired elephant. This, of course, was not an accident. It was due to a weakness in the construction of that wheel, a weakness that had from the beginning been destined to block streetcars and taxicabs at this particular spot at this particular hour. Mr. Armiston dismounted and walked a block. Here he hailed a second taxicab and soon was spinning north again at a fair speed, albeit the extensive building operations in Fourth Avenue had made the street well nigh impassable. The roughness of the pavement merely shook up his digestive apparatus and gave it zest for the fine luncheon he was promising himself the minute he stepped aboard his train. His new chauffeur got lost 3 times in the maze of traffic about the Grand Central Station. This, however, was only human, seeing that the railroad company changed the map on 42nd Street every 24 hours during the course of the building of its new terminal. Mr. Armstrong at length stepped from his taxicab, gave his grip to a porter, and paid the driver from a huge roll of bills. This same roll was no sooner transferred back to his pocket than a nimble-fingered pickpocket removed it. This, again, was not an accident. That pickpocket had been waiting there for the last hour for that roll of bills. It was preordained, inevitable, and Oliver Armstrong had just 30 seconds to catch his train by the tail and climb aboard. He smiled contentedly to himself. It was not until he called for his ticket that he discovered his loss. For a full precious second he gazed at the hand that came away empty from his money pocket, and then, "I find I left my purse at home," he said, with a grand air he knew how to assume on occasion. "My name is Mr. Oliver Armstrong." Now Oliver Armstrong was a name to conjure with. "I don't doubt it," said the ticket agent dryly. "Mr. Andrew Carnegie was here yesterday begging car fare to 125th Street, and Mr. John D. Rockefeller quite frequently drops in and leaves his dollar watch in hock. Next." And the ticket agent glared at the man blocking the impatient line and told him to move on. Armstrong flushed crimson. He glanced at the clock. For once in his life he was about to experience that awful feeling of missing his train. For once in his life he was about to be robbed of that delicious sensation of hypnotizing the gatekeeper and walking majestically down that train platform that extends northward under the train shed, a considerable part of the distance toward Yonkers. 20 seconds! Armstrong turned round, still holding his ground, and glared concentrated malice at the man next in line. That man was in a hurry. In his hand he held a bundle of bills. For a second the thief instinct that is latent in us all suggested itself to Armstrong. There, within reach of his hand, was the money, the precious paltry dollar bills that stood between him and his train. It scared him to discover that he, an upright and honored citizen, was almost in the act of grabbing them like a common pickpocket. Then a truly remarkable thing happened. The man thrust his handful of bills at Armstrong. "The only way I can raise this blockade is to bribe you," he said, returning Armstrong's glare. "Here, take what you want, and give the rest of us a chance." With the alacrity of a blind beggar miraculously cured by the sight of much money, Armstrong grabbed the handful, extracted what he needed for his ticket, and thrust the back into the waiting hand of his unknown benefactor. He caught the gate by a hair. So did his unknown friend. Together they walked down the platform, each matching the other's leisurely pace with his own. They might have been two potentates, so deliberately did they catch this train. Armstrong would have liked very much to thank this person, but the other presented so forbidding an exterior that it was hard to find a point of attack. By force of habit, Armstrong boarded the parlor car, quite forgetting he did not have money for a seat. So did the other. The unknown thrust a bill at the porter. "Get me 2 chairs," he said. "One is for this gentleman." Once inside and settled, Armstrong renewed his efforts to thank this strange person. That person took a card from his pocket and handed it to Armstrong. "Don't run away with a foolish idea," he said tartly, "that I have done you a service willingly. You were making me miss my train, and I took this means of bribing you to get you out of my way. That is all, sir. At your leisure you may send me your check for the trifle." "A most extraordinary person," said Armstrong to himself. "Let me give you my card," he said to the other. "As to the service rendered, you are welcome to your own ideas on that. For my part, I am very grateful." The unknown took the proffered card and thrust it in his waistcoat pocket without glancing at it. He swung his chair round and opened a magazine, displaying a pair of broad, unneighborly shoulders. This was rather disconcerting to Armstrong, who was accustomed to have his card act as an open sesame. "Damn his impudence," he said to himself. "He takes me for a mendicant. I'll make copy of him." This was the popular author's way of getting even with those who offended his tender sensibilities. 2 things worried Armstrong. One was his luncheon, or rather the absence of it, and the other was his neighbor. This neighbor, now that Armstrong had a chance to study him, was a young man well set up. He had a fine bronzed face that was not half so surly as his manner. He was now buried up to his ears in a magazine, oblivious of everything about him, even the dining car porter, who strode down the aisle and announced the first call to lunch in the dining car. "I wonder what the fellow is reading," said Armisen to himself. He peeped over the man's shoulder and was interested at once, for the stranger was reading a copy of a magazine called by the vulgar The Whited Sepulchre. It was the pride of this magazine that no one on earth could read it without the aid of a dictionary. Yet this man seemed to be enthralled. And what was more to the point and vastly pleasing to Armisen, the man was at that moment engrossed in one of Armisen's own effusions. It was one of his crime stories that had won him praise and lucre. It concerned the infallible Godall. These stories were pure reason incarnate in the person of a scientific thief. The plot was invariably so logical that it seemed more like the output of some machine than of a human mind. Of course the plots were impossible, because the fiction thief had to be an incredible genius to carry out the details, but nevertheless they were highly entertaining, fascinating, and dramatic at one and the same time. And this individual read the story through, without winking an eyelash, as though the mental effort cost him nothing, and then, to Armisen's delight, turned back to the beginning and read it again. The author threw out his chest and shot his cuffs. It was not often that such unconscious tribute fell to his lot. He took the card of his unknown benefactor. It read, Mr. J. Borden Benson, The Towers, New York City. "Humph," snorted Armisen. "An aristocrat and a snob, too." At this moment the aristocrat turned in his chair and handed the magazine to his companion. All his bad humor was gone. "Are you familiar," he asked, "with this man Armisen's work? I mean these scientific thief stories that are running now." Yes, sputtered Armisen, hastily putting the other's card away. In fact, you know, I take them every morning before breakfast." In a way this was the truth, for Armisen always began his day's writing before breakfasting. Mr. Benson smiled, a very fine smile, at once boyish and sophisticated. "Rather a heavy diet early in the morning, I should say," he replied. "Have you read this last one, then?" "Oh, yes," said the delighted author. "What do you think of it?" asked Benson. The author puckered his lips. "It is on par with the others," he said. "Yes," said Benson thoughtfully, "I should say the same thing, and when we have said that, there is nothing left to say. They are truly a remarkable product, quite unique, you know. And yet," he said, frowning at Armisen, "I believe that this man Armisen is to be ranked as the most dangerous man in the world today." "Oh, I say," began Armisen, but he checked himself, chuckling. He was very glad Mr. Benson had not looked at his card. "I mean it," said the other decidedly, "and you think so yourself, I fully believe. No thinking man could do otherwise." "In just what way? I must confess I have never thought of his work as anything but pure invention." It was truly delicious. Armisen would certainly make copy of this person. "I will grant," said Benson, "that there is not a thief in the world today clever enough, brainy enough, to take advantage of the suggestions put forth in these stories. But some day there will arise a man to whom they will be as simple as an ordinary blueprint, and he will profit accordingly. This magazine, by printing these stories, is merely furnishing him with his tools, showing him how to work, and the worst of it is—" "Just a minute," said the author, agreeing for the moment that these stories will be the tools of Armisen's hero in real life some day. "How about the popular magazines? They print 10 such stories to one of these by Armisen." "Ah, my friend," said Benson, "you forget one thing. The popular magazines deal with real life, the possible, the usual, and in that very thing they protect the public against sharpers by exposing the methods of those same sharpers. But with Armisen, no, as much as I enjoy him as an intellectual treat, I am afraid." He didn't finish his sentence. Instead he fell to shaking his head, as though in amazement at the devilish ingenuity of the author under discussion. "I am certainly delighted," thought that author, "that my disagreeable benefactor did not have the good grace to look at my card. This is really most entertaining." And then aloud, and treading on thin ice, "I should be very glad to tell Oliver what you say, and see what he has to say about it." Benson's face broke into a wreath of wrinkles. "Do you know him? Well, I declare, that is a privilege. I heartily wish you would tell him." "Would you like to meet him? I am under obligations to you. I can arrange a little dinner for a few of us." "No," said Benson, shaking his head. "I would rather go on reading him without knowing him. Authors are so disappointing in real life. He may be some puny, anemic little half-portion with dirty fingernails and all the rest that goes with genius. No offense to your friend. Besides, I am afraid I might quarrel with him." "Last call for lunch in the dining car," sang the porter. Ormiston was looking at his fingernails as the porter passed. They were manicured once a day. "Come lunch with me," said Benson heartily. "I should be pleased to have you as my guest. I apologize for being rude to you at the ticket window, but I did want to catch this train mighty bad." Ormiston laughed. "Well, you have paid my car fare," he said, "and I won't deny I'm hungry enough to eat 110-pound rail. I will let you buy me a meal, being penniless." Benson arose, and as he drew out his handkerchief the card Ormiston had given him fluttered into that worthy's lap. Ormiston closed his hand over it, chuckling again. Fate had given him the chance of preserving his incognito with this person as long as he wished. It would be a rare treat to get him ranting again about the author Ormiston. But Ormiston's host did not rant against his favorite author. In fact, he was so enthusiastic over that man's genius that the same quality which he decried as a danger to society, in his opinion, only added luster to the work. Benson asked his guest innumerable questions as to the personal qualities of his ideal, and Ormiston shamefully constructed a truly remarkable person. The other listened entranced. "No, I don't want to know him," he said. "In the first place, I haven't the time, and in the second I'd be sure to start a row. And then there is another thing. If he is half the man I take him to be from what you say, he wouldn't stand for people fawning on him and telling him what a wonder he is. That's about what I should be doing, I'm afraid." "Oh," said Ormiston, "he isn't so bad as that. He is a sensible chap, with clean fingernails and all that, you know, and he gets a haircut once every 3 weeks, the same as the rest of us." "I'm glad to hear you say so, Mr. Benson fell to chuckling. "By gad," he said, "here we've been talking with each other for an hour, and I haven't so much as taken a squint at your card to see who you are." He searched for the card Ormiston had given him. "Call it Brown," said Ormiston, lying gorgeously, and with a feeling of utmost righteousness. "Martin Brown, single, read and write, color white, laced shoes, and derby hat, as the police say." "All right, Mr. Brown, glad to know you. We will have some cigars. You have no idea how much you interest me, Mr. Brown. How much does Ormiston get for his stories?" "Every word he writes brings him the price of a good cigar. I should say he makes 40,000 a year." "Humph! That is better than Godall, his star creation, could bag as a thief, I imagine, let alone the danger of getting snipped with a pistol ball on a venture." Ormiston puffed up his chest and shot his cuffs again. "How does he get his plots?" Ormiston knitted his ponderous brows. "There's the rub," he said. "You can talk about so-and-so much a word until you are deaf, dumb, and blind. But after all, it isn't the number of words or how they are strung together that makes a story. It is the ideas, and ideas are scarce. I have an idea that I've always wanted Ormiston to get hold of, just to see what he would do with it. If you will pardon me, to my way of thinking the really important thing isn't the ideas, but how do you work out the details." "What's your idea?" asked Ormiston hastily. He was not averse to appropriating anything he encountered in real life and dressing it up to suit his taste. "I'll pass it on to Ormiston, if you say so." "Will you? That's capital. To begin with," Mr. Benson said as he twirled his brandy glass with long, lean, silky fingers, a hand Ormiston thought he would not have liked to handle him in a rage. "To begin with, Godall, this thief is not an ordinary thief. He is a highbrow. He has made some big hauls. He must be a very rich man now, eh? You see that he is quite real to me. By this time, I should say, Godall has acquired such a fortune that thieving for mere money is no longer an object. What does he do? Sit down and live on his income? Not much. He is a person of refined taste and an eye for the aesthetic. He desires art objects, rare porcelains, a gem of rare cut or color set by Benvenuto Cellini, a Leonardo da Vinci. Did Godall steal the Mona Lisa, by the way? He's the most likely person I can think of. Or perhaps a Gutenberg Bible. Treasures, things of exquisite beauty to look at, to enjoy in secret, not to show to other people. That is the natural development of this man Godall, eh? Splendid, exclaimed Ormiston, his enthusiasm getting the better of him. Have you heard of Mrs. Billy Wentworth? Asked Benson. Indeed, I know her well, said Ormiston, his guard down. Then you must surely have seen her white ruby. White ruby? I never heard of such a thing. A white ruby? Exactly, that's just the point. Neither have I. But if Godall heard of a white ruby, the chances are he would possess it, especially if it were the only one of its kind in the world. Gad, I do believe he would, from what I know of him. And especially, went on Benson, under the circumstances. You know the Wentworths have been round a good deal. They haven't been over-scrupulous in getting things they wanted. Now, Mrs. Wentworth— But before I go on with this weird tale, I want you to understand me. It is pure fiction, an idea for Ormiston and his wonderful Godall. I am merely suggesting the Wentworths as fictitious characters. I understand, said Ormiston. Mrs. Wentworth might very well possess this white ruby. Let us say she stole it from some potentate's household in the Straits Settlement. She gained admittance by means of the official position of her husband. They can't accuse her of theft. All they can do is steal the gem back from her. It is a sacred stone, of course. They always are in fiction stories. And the usual tribe of jugglers, rug peddlers, and so on, all disguised, you understand, have followed her to America, seeking a chance, not on her life, not to commit violence of any kind, but to steal that stone. She can't wear it, went on Benson. All she can do is hide it away in some safe place. What is a safe place? Not a bank. Godall could crack a bank with his little finger. So might these East Indian fellows laboring under the call of religion. Not in a safe, that would be folly. How then? Put in Ormiston eagerly. Ah, there you are. That's for Godall to find out. He knows, let us say, that these foreigners in one way or another have turned Mrs. Wentworth's apartments upside down. They haven't found anything. He knows that she keeps that white ruby in that house. Where is it? Ask Godall. Do you see the point? Has Godall ever cracked a nut like that? No. Here he must be the cleverest detective in the world and the cleverest thief at the same time. Before he can begin thieving, he must make his blueprints. When I read Ormiston, continued Benson, that is the kind of problem that springs up in my mind. I am always trying to think of some knot this wonderful thief would have to employ his best powers to unravel. I think of some weird situation like this. I say to myself, good, I will write that. I will be as famous as Ormiston. I will create another Godall. But, he said with a wave of his hands, what is the result? I tie the knot, but I can't untie it. The trouble is, I am not Godall. And this man Ormiston, as I read him, is Godall. He must be, or else Godall could not be made up to do the wonderful things he does. Hello, New Haven already? Mighty sorry to have you go, old chap. Great pleasure. When you get to town, let me know. Maybe I will consent to meet Ormiston. Ormiston's first care, on returning to New York, was to remember the providential loan by which he had been able to keep clean his record of never missing a train. He counted out the sum in bills, wrote a polite note, signed it Martin Brown, and dispatched it by messenger boy to J. Borden Benson, The Towers. The Towers, the address Mr. Benson's card bore, is an ultra-fashionable apartment hotel on Lower Fifth Avenue. It maintains all the pomp and solemnity of an English ducal castle, Ormiston remembered having on a remote occasion taken dinner there with a friend, and the recollection always gave him a chill. It was like dining among ghosts of kings, so glad and funereal was the air that pervaded everything. Ormiston, who could not forbear curiosity as to his queer benefactor, took occasion to look him up in the Blue Book and the club directory, and found that J. Borden Benson was quite some personage, several lines being devoted to him. This was extremely pleasing. Ormiston had been thinking that White Ruby yarn. It appealed to his sense of the dramatic. He would work it up in his best style, and on publication have a fine laugh on Benson by sending him an autographed copy, and thus waking that gentleman up to the fact that it really had been the great Ormiston in person he had befriended and entertained. What a joke it would be on Benson, thought the author, not without an intermixture of personal vanity, for even a genius such as he was not blind to flattery properly applied, and Benson unknowingly had laid it on thick. And by gad, thought the author, I will use the Wentworths as the main characters, as the victims of Godall. They are just the people to fit into such a romance. Benson put money in my pockets, though he didn't suspect it. Lucky he didn't know what shifts we popular authors are put to for plots. Suiting the action to the words, Ormiston and his wife accepted the next invitation they received from the Wentworths. Mrs. Wentworth, let it be understood, was a lion hunter. She was forever trying to gather about her such celebrities as Ormiston the author, Brackens the painter, Johansen the explorer, and others. Ormiston had always withstood her wiles. He always had some excuse to keep him away from her gorgeous table, where she exhibited her lions to her simpering friends. There were many undesirables sitting at the table, idle rich youths, girls of the fast-hunting set, and so on, and they all gravely shook the great author by the hand and told him what a wonderful man he was. As for Mrs. Wentworth, she was too highly elated at her success in roping him for sane speech, and she fluttered about him like a hysterical bridesmaid. But, Ormiston noted with relief, one of his pals was there, Johansen. Over cigars and cognac he managed to buttonhole the explorer. "Johansen," he said, "you have been everywhere." "You are mistaken there," said Johansen. "I've never before tonight been north of 59th Street in New York." "Yes, but you have been in Java and Ceylon and the settlements. Tell me, have you ever heard of such a thing as a white ruby?" The explorer narrowed his eyes to a slit and looked queerly at his questioner. "That's a queer question," he said in a low voice, "to ask in this house." Ormiston felt his pulse quicken. "Why?" he asked, assuming an air of surprised innocence. "If you don't know," said the explorer shortly, "I certainly will not enlighten you." "All right, as you please, but you haven't answered my question yet. Have you ever heard of a white ruby?" "I don't mind telling you that I have heard of such a thing. That is, that I have heard there is a ruby in existence that is called the white ruby. It isn't really white, you know. It has a purplish tinge. But the old heathen who rightly owns it likes to call it white, just as he likes to call his blue and gray elephants white." "Who owns it?" asked Ormiston, trying his best to make his voice sound natural. To find in this manner that there was some parallel for the mystical white ruby of which Benson had told him appealed strongly to his superdeveloped dramatic sense. He was now as keen on the scent as a hound. Johansen took to drumming on the tablecloth. He smiled to himself, and his eyes glowed. Then he turned and looked sharply at his questioner. "I suppose," he said, "that all things are crisp to a man of your trade. If you are thinking of building a story round a white ruby, I can think of nothing more fascinating. But Ormiston," he said, suddenly altering his tone and almost whispering, "if you are on the track of the white ruby, let me advise you now to call off your dogs and keep your throat whole. I think I am a brave man. I have shot tigers at 10 paces, held my fire purposely to see how charmed a life I really did bear. I've been charged by mad rhinos and by wounded buffaloes. I walked across a clearing where the air was being punctured with bullets as thick as holes in a mosquito screen. But," he said, laying his hand on Ormiston's arm. "I've never had the nerve to hunt the white ruby." "Capital!" exclaimed the author. "Capital, yes, for a man who earns his bread and gets his excitement by sitting at a typewriter and dreaming about these things. But take my word for it, it isn't capital for a man who gets his excitement by doing this thing. Hands off, my friend." "It really does exist, then?" Johansen puckered his lips. "So they say," he said. "What's it worth?" "Worth? What do you mean by worth? Dollars and cents? What is your child worth to you? $1,000,000? $1,000,000,000? How much? Tell me. No, you can't. Well, that's just what this miserable stone is worth to the man who rightfully owns it. Now let's quit talking nonsense. There's Billy Wentworth shooing the men into the drawing-room. I suppose we shall be entertained this evening by some of the $100-a-minute songbirds as usual. It's amazing what these people will spend for mere vulgar display when there are hundreds of families starving within a mile of this spot." 2 famous singers sang that night. Ormiston did not have much opportunity to look over the house. He was fully determined to lay the scene of his story in this very house. At leave-taking, the sugar-sweet Mrs. Billy Wentworth drew Ormiston aside and said, "It's rather hard on you to ask you to sit through an evening with these people. I will make amends by asking you to come to me some night when we can be by ourselves. Are you interested in rare curios? Yes, we all are. I have some really wonderful things I want you to see. Let us make it next Tuesday, with a little informal dinner, just for ourselves." Ormiston, then and there, made the lion hunter radiantly happy by accepting her invitation to sit at her board as a family friend instead of as a lion. As he put his wife into their automobile, he turned and looked at the house. It stood opposite Central Park. It was a copy of some French chateau in grey sandstone, with a barbican and overhanging towers and all the rest of it. The windows of the street floor peeped out through deep embrasures and were heavily guarded with iron lattice-work. "Godall will have the very devil of a time breaking in there," he chuckled to himself. Late that night his wife awakened him to find out why he was tossing about so. "That white ruby has got on my nerves," he said cryptically, and she, thinking he was dreaming, persuaded him to try to sleep again. Great authors must really live in the flesh, at times at least, the lives of their great characters. Otherwise these great characters would not be so real as they are. Here was Ormiston, who had created a Superman in the person of Godall the thief. For 10 years he had written nothing else. He had laid the life of Godall out in squares, thought for him, dreamed about him, set him to new tasks, gone through all sorts of queer adventures with him, and this same Godall had amply repaid him. He had raised the author from the ranks of struggling amateurs to a position among the most highly paid fiction writers in the United States. He had brought him ease and luxury. Ormiston did not need the money any more. The serial rights telling of the exploits of this Godall had paid him handsomely. The books of Godall's adventures had paid him even better, and had furnished him yearly with a never-failing income, like government bonds, but at a much higher rate of interest. Even though the crimes this Godall had committed were all on paper and almost impossible, nevertheless, Godall was a living being to his creator. More, he was Ormiston, and Ormiston was Godall. It was not surprising, then, that when Tuesday came, Ormiston awaited the hour with feverish impatience. Here, as his strange friend had so thoughtlessly and casually told him, was an opportunity for the great Godall to outdo even himself. Here was an opportunity for Godall to be the greatest detective in the world, in the first place, before he could carry out one of his sensational thefts. So it was Godall, not Ormiston, who helped his wife out of their automobile that evening and mounted the splendid steps of the Wentworth mansion. He cast his eye aloft, took in every inch of the facade. "No," he said, "Godall cannot break in from the street. I must have a look at the back of the house." He cast his eyes on the ironwork that guarded the deep windows giving on the street. It was not iron after all, but chilled steel sunk into armored concrete. The outposts of this house were as safely guarded as the vault of the United States Mint. "It's got to be from the inside," he said, making mental note of this fact. The butler was stone deaf. This was rather singular. Why should a family of the standing of the Wentworths employ a man as head of their city establishment who was stone deaf? Ormiston looked at the man with curiosity. He was still in middle age. Surely, then, he was not retained because of years of service. No, there was something more than charity behind this. He addressed a casual word to the man as he handed him his hat and cane. His back was turned, and the man did not reply. Ormiston turned and repeated the sentence in the same tone. The man watched his lips in the bright light of the hall. A lip-reader and a dandy, thought Ormiston, for the butler seemed to catch every word he said. "Fact number 2, said the creator of Godall the thief. He felt no compunction at thus noting the most intimate details of the Wentworth establishment. An accident had put him on the track of a rare good story, and it was all copy. Besides, he told himself, when he came to write the story, he would disguise it in such a way that no one reading it would know it was about the Wentworths. If their establishment happened to possess the requisite setting for a great story, surely there was no reason why he should not take advantage of that fact. The great thief, he made no bones of the fact to himself that he had come here to help Godall, accepted the flattering greeting of his hostess with a grand air that so well fitted him. Ormiston was tall and thin, with slender fingers and a touch of grey in his wavy hair for all his youthful years, and he knew how to wear his clothes. Mrs. Wentworth was proud of him as a social ornament, even aside from his glittering fame as an author. And Mrs. Ormiston was well born, so there was no jar in their being received in the best house of the town. The dinner was truly delightful. Here Ormiston saw, or thought he saw, one of the reasons for the deaf butler. The hostess had him so trained that she was able to catch her servant's eye and instruct him in this or that trifle by merely moving her lips. It was almost uncanny, thought the author, the silent conversation the deaf man and his mistress were able to carry on unnoticed by the others. "By gad, it's wonderful, Godall, my friend. Underscore that note of yours referring to the deaf butler. Don't miss it. It will take a trick." Ormiston gave his undivided attention to his hostess as soon as he found Wentworth entertaining Mrs. Ormiston and thus properly dividing the party. He persuaded her to talk by a cleverly pointed question here and there, and as she talked he studied her. "We are going to rob you of your precious white ruby, my friend," he thought humorously to himself. "And while we are laying our wires, there is nothing about you too small to be worthy of our attention." Did she really possess the white ruby? Did this man Benson know anything about the white ruby? And what was the meaning of the strange actions of his friend Johansen when approached on the subject in this house? His hostess came to have a wonderful fascination for him. He pictured this beautiful creature so avid in her lust for rare gems that she actually did penetrate the establishment of some heathen potentate in the Straits simply for the purpose of stealing the mystic stone. "Have you ever by any chance been in the Straits?" he asked indifferently. "Wait," Mrs. Wentworth said with a laugh, as she touched his hand lightly. "I have some curios from the Straits, and I will venture to say you have never seen their like." End of section 18 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. End of part 1 of The Infallible Godall by Frederick Irving Anderson. Section 19 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Adventures of the Infallible Godall by Frederick Irving Anderson, Part 2. Half an hour later they were all seated over coffee and cigarettes in Mrs. Wentworth's boudoir. It was indeed a strange place. There was scarcely a single corner of the world that had not contributed something to its furnishings. Carvings of teak and ivory, hangings of sweet-scented vegetable fibers, lamps of jade, queer little gods, all sitting like Buddha with their legs drawn up under them, carved out of jade or sardonyx, scarves of baroque pearls, Darjeeling turquoises. Ormiston had never before seen such a collection, and each item had its story. He began to look on this frail little woman with different eyes. She had been and seen and done, and the tale of her life, what she actually lived, outshone even that of that glittering rascal Godall, who was standing beside him now and directing his ceaseless questions. "Have you any rubies?" he asked. Mrs. Wentworth bent before a safe in the wall. With swift fingers she whirled the combination. The keen eyes of Ormiston followed the bright knob like a cat. "Fact number 3, said the Godall in him as he mentally made notes of the numbers. 5, 8, 7, 4, 6. That's the combination. Mrs. Wentworth showed him 6 pigeon-blood rubies. "This one is pale," he said carelessly, holding a particularly large stone up to the light. "Is it true that occasionally they are found white?" His hostess looked at him before answering. He was intent on a deep red stone he held in the palm of his hand. It seemed 1,000 miles deep. "What a fantastic idea!" she said. She glanced at her husband, who had reached out and taken her hand in a naturally affectionate manner. "Fact number 4, mentally noted Ormiston. Are you not in mortal fear of robbery with all this wealth?" Mrs. Wentworth laughed lightly. "That is why we live in a fortress," she said. "Have you never, then, been visited by thieves?" asked the author boldly. "Never," she said. A lie, thought Ormiston. Fact number 5. We are getting on swimmingly. "I do not believe that even your Godall the Infallible could get in here," Mrs. Wentworth said. "Not even the servants enter this room. That door is not locked with a key, yet it locks. I am not much of a housekeeper," she said lazily, "but such housekeeping as is done in this room is all done by these poor little hands of mine. No, most amazing. May I look at the door?" "Yes, Mr. Godall," said this woman, who had lived more lives than Godall himself. Ormiston examined the door, this strange device that locked without a key, apparently indeed without a lock, and came away disappointed. "Well, Mr. Godall?" his hostess said tauntingly. He shook his head in perplexity. "Most ingenious," he said, and then suddenly, "Yet I will venture that if I turned Godall loose on this problem, he would solve it." "What fun!" she cried, clapping her hands. "You challenge him?" asked Ormiston. "What nonsense is this?" cried Wentworth, coming forward. "No nonsense at all," said Mrs. Wentworth. "Mr. Ormiston has just said that his Godall could rob me. Let him try. If he can, if mortal man can gain the secret of ingress and egress of this room, I want to know it. I don't believe mortal man can enter this room." Ormiston noted a strange glitter in her eyes. Gad, she was born to the part. What a woman, he thought, and then aloud, "I will set him to work. I will lay the scene of this exploit in, say, Hungary, where this room might very well exist in some feudal castle. How many people have entered this room since it was made the storehouse of all this wealth?" "Not 6 besides yourself," replied Mrs. Wentworth. "Then no one can recognize it if I describe it in a story. In fact, I will change the material details. We will say that it is not jewels Godall is seeking. We will say that it is a—" Mrs. Wentworth's hand touched his own. The tips of her fingers were cold. "A white ruby," she said. "Gad, what a thoroughbred!" he exclaimed to himself, or to Godall, and then said aloud, "Capital! I will send you a copy of the story autographed." The next day he called at the Towers, and sent up his card to Mr. Benson's apartments. Surely a man of Benson's standing could be trusted with such a secret. In fact, it was evidently not a secret to Benson, who, in all probability, was one of the 6 Mrs. Wentworth said had entered that room. Ormiston wanted to talk the matter over with Benson. He had given up his idea of having fun with him by sending him a marked copy of the magazine containing his tale. His story had taken complete possession of him, as always had been the case when he was at work dispatching Godol on his adventures. "If that ruby really exists," Ormiston said, "I don't know whether I shall write the story or steal the ruby for myself. Benson is right. Godol should not steal any more for mere money. He is after rare, unique things now. And I am Godol. I feel the same way myself." A valet appeared, attired in a gorgeous livery. Ormiston wondered why any self-respecting American would consent to don such raiment, even though it was the livery of the great Benson family. "Mr. Ormiston, sir," said the valet, looking at the author's card he held in his hand. "Mr. Benson sailed for Europe yesterday morning. He is spending the summer in Norway. I am to follow on the next steamer. Is there any message I can take to him, sir? I have heard him speak of you, sir." Ormiston took the card and wrote on it in pencil, "I called to apologize. I am Martin Brown. The chance was too good to miss. You will pardon me, won't you?" For the next 2 weeks Ormiston gave himself over to his dissipation, which was accompanying Godol on this adventure. It was a formidable task. The secret room he placed in a Hungarian castle, as he had promised. A beautiful countess was his heroine. She had seen the world, mostly in men's attire, and her escapades had furnished vivacious reading for 2 continents. No one could possibly connect her with Mrs. Billy Wentworth. So far it was easy. But how was Godel to get into this wonderful room where the Countess had hidden this wonderful rare white ruby? The room was lined with chilled steel. Even the door, this he had noted when he was examining that particular portal, was lined with layers of steel. It could withstand any known tool. However, Ormiston was Ormiston, and Godol was Godol. He got into that room. He got the white ruby. The manuscript went to the printers, and the publishers said that Ormiston had never done anything like it since he started Godol on his astonishing career. He banked the check for his tale, and as he did so he said, "Gad, I would 100 times rather possess that white ruby. Confound the thing! I feel as if I had not heard the last of it." Ormiston and his wife went to Maine for the summer without leaving their address. Along in the early fall he received, by registered mail, forwarded by his trusted servant at the town house, a package containing the envelope he had addressed to J. Borden Benson, The Towers. Furthermore, it contained the dollar bills he had dispatched to that individual, together with his note which he had signed Martin Brown. And across the note, in the most insulting manner, was written in coarse, greasy blue pencil lines, "Damnable impertinence! I'll cane you the first time I see you." And no more. That was enough, of course. Quite sufficient. In the same mail came a note from Ormiston's publishers, saying that his story, The White Ruby, was scheduled for publication in the October number, out September 25th. This cheered him up. He was anxious to see it in print. Late in September they started back to town. "Aha," he said as he sat reading his paper in the parlor car. He had caught this train by the veriest tip of its tail, and upset the running schedule in the act. "Ah, I see my genial friend, J. Borden Benson, is in town, contrary to custom at this time of year. Life must be a great bore to that snob." A few days after arriving in town he received a package of advanced copies of the magazine containing his story, and he read the tale of the white ruby as if he had never seen it before. On the cover of one copy, which he was to dispatch to his grumpy benefactor, J. Borden Benson, he wrote, "Charmed to be caned. Call any time. C. Cohen's. Oliver Ormiston." On another he wrote, "Dear Mrs. Wentworth, see how simple it is to pierce your fancied security." He dispatched these 2 magazines with a feeling of glee. No sooner had he done so, however, than he learned that the Wentworths had not yet returned from Newport. The magazine would be forwarded to them, no doubt. The Wentworth's absence made the tale all the better. In fact, for his story, Ormiston had insisted on Godall's breaking into the castle and solving the mystery of the keyless door during the season when the chateau was closed and strung with a perfect network of burglar alarms connecting with the gendarmerie in the nearby village. That was the 25th of September. The magazine was put on sale that morning. On the 26th day of September, Ormiston bought a late edition of an afternoon paper from a leather-lunged boy who was hawking "Extra" in the street. Across the first page the headlines met his eye. Robbery and murder in the Wentworth mansion. Private watchman, summoned by burglar alarm at 10 o'clock this morning, finds servant with skull crushed on floor of mysterious steel-doored room. Murdered man's pockets filled with rare jewels. Police believe he was murdered by Confederate who escaped. The Wentworth butler, stone deaf, had just returned from Newport to open house at time of murder. It was 10 o'clock that night when an automobile drew up at Ormiston's door, and a tall man with a square jaw, square shoes, and a square mustache alighted. This was Deputy Police Commissioner Burns, a professional detective whom the new administration had drafted into the city's service from the government secret service. Burns was admitted, and as he advanced to the middle of the drawing-room, without so much as a nod to the ghost-like Ormiston who stood shivering before him, he drew a package of papers from his pocket. "I presume you have seen all the evening papers," he said, spitting his words through his half-closed teeth, with so much show of personal malice that Ormiston, never a brave man in spite of his Godall, cowered before him. Ormiston shook his head dumbly at first, but at length he managed to say, "Not all, no." The deputy commissioner, with much deliberation, drew out the latest extra and handed it to Ormiston without a word. It was the Evening News. The first page was divided down its entire length by a black line. On one side, and occupying 4 columns, was a word-for-word reprint of Ormiston's story, The White Ruby. On the other, the facts, in deadly parallel, was a graphic account of the robbery and murder at the home of Billy Wentworth. The parallel was glaring in the intensity of its dumb accusation. On the one side was the theoretical Godall, working his masterly way of crime step by step, and on the other was the plagiarism of Ormiston's story, following the intricacies of the master mind with copybook accuracy. The editor, who must have been a genius in his way, did not accuse. He simply placed the fiction and the facts side by side, and let the reader judge for himself. It was masterly. If, as the law says, the mind that conceives, the intelligence that directs, a crime is more guilty than the very hand that acts, then Ormiston here was both thief and murderer. Thief, because the white ruby had actually been stolen. Mrs. Billy Wentworth rushed to the city by special train, attended by doctors and nurses, now confirmed the story of the theft of the ruby. Murderer, because in the story, Godall had for once in his career stooped to murder as the means, and had triumphed over the dead body of his confederate, scorning in his joy at possessing the white ruby, the paltry diamonds, pearls, and red rubies with which his confederate had crammed his pockets. Ormiston seized the police officials by his lapels. "The butler!" he screamed. "The butler! Yes, the butler! Quick, or he will have flown!" Burns gently disengaged the hands that had grasped him. "Too late," he said. "He has already flown. Sit down and quiet your nerves. We need your help. You are the only man in the world who can help us now." When Ormiston was himself again, he told the whole tale, beginning with his strange meeting with J. Borden Benson on the train, and ending with his accepting Mrs. Wentworth's challenge to have Godall break into the room and steal the white ruby. Burns nodded over the last part. He had already heard that from Mrs. Wentworth, and there was the autographed copy of the magazine to show for it. "You say that J. Borden Benson told you of this white ruby in the first place?" Ormiston again told, in great detail, the circumstances, all the humour now turned into grim tragedy. "That is strange," said the ex-Secret Service chief. "Did you leave your purse at home, or was your pocket picked?" "I thought at first that I had absent-mindedly left it at home. Then I remembered having paid the chauffeur out of the roll of bills, so my pocket must have been picked." "What kind of a looking man was this Benson?" "You must know him," said Ormiston. "Yes, I know him, but I want to know what he looked like to you. I want to find out how he happened to be so handy when you were in need of money." Ormiston described the man minutely. The deputy sprang to his feet. "Come with me," he said, and they hurried into the automobile and soon drew up in front of the towers. 5 minutes later they were ushered into the magnificent apartment of J. Borden Benson. That worthy was in his bath, preparing to retire for the night. "I don't catch the name," Ormiston and the deputy heard him cry through the bathroom door to his valet. "Mr. Oliver Ormiston, sir." "Ah, he has come for his caning, I expect. I'll be there directly." He did not wait to complete his toilet, so eager was he to see the author. He strode out in a brilliant bathrobe, and in one hand he carried an alpenstock. His eyes glowed in anger, but the sight of Burns surprised as well as halted him. "Do you mean to say this is J. Borden Benson?" cried Ormiston to Burns, rising to his feet and pointing at the man. "The same," said the deputy. "I swear to it. I know him well. I take it he is not the gentleman who played your car fare to New Haven." "Not by 100 pounds!" exclaimed Ormiston as he surveyed the huge bulk of the elephantine clubman. The forced realization that the stranger he had hitherto regarded as a benefactor was not J. Borden Benson at all, but someone who had merely assumed that worthy's name while he was playing the conceited author as an easy dupe, did more to quiet Ormiston's nerves than all the sedatives his doctors had given him. It was a badly dashed, popular author who sat down with the deputy commissioner in his library an hour later. He would gladly have consigned Godall to the bottom of the sea, but it was too late. Godall had taken the trick. "How do you figure it?" Ormiston asked, turning to the deputy. "The beginning is simple enough. It is the end that bothers me," said the official. "Your bogus J. Borden Benson is, of course, the brains of the whole combination. Your infernal Godall has told us just exactly how this crime was committed. Now your infernal Godall must bring the guilty parties to justice." It was plain to be seen that the police official hated Godall worse than poison, and feared him too. "Why not look in the Rose Gallery for this man who befriended me on the train?" The chief laughed. "For the love of heaven, Ormiston, do you, who pretend to know all about scientific theory, think for a moment that the man who took your measure so easily is of the class of crooks who get their pictures in the Rose Gallery? Talk sense." "I can't believe you when you say he picked my pocket." "I don't care whether you believe me or not. He did, or one of his pals did. It all amounts to the same thing, don't you see? First, he wanted to get acquainted with you. Now the best way to get into your good graces was to put you unsuspectingly under obligation to him. So he robs you of your money. From what I have seen of you in the last few hours, it must have been like taking candy from a child. Then he gets next to you in line. He pretends that you are merely some troublesome toad in the path. He gives you money for your ticket, to get you out of his way, so he won't miss his train. His train! Of course his train is your train. He puts you in a position where you have to make advances to him. And then, grinning to himself all the time, at your conceit and gullibility, he plays you through your pride, your Godall. Think of the creator of the great Godall falling for a trick like that." Burns' last words were the acme of biting sarcasm. "You admit yourself that he is too clever for you to put your hands on." "And then," went on Burns, not heeding the interruption, "he invites you to lunch and tells you what he wants you to do for him, and you follow his lead like a sheep at the tail of the bellwether. Great Scott, Ormiston, I would give a year's salary for 1 hour's conversation with that man." Ormiston was beginning to see the part his queer character had played, but he was in a semi-hysterical state, and like a woman in such a position, he wanted a calm mind to tell him the whole thing in words of one syllable to verify his own dread. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I don't quite follow. You say he tells me what he wants me to do?" Burns shrugged his shoulders in disgust. Then, as if resigned to the task before him, he began his explanation. "Here, man, I will draw a diagram for you. This gentleman friend of yours, we will call him John Smith for convenience, wants to get possession of this white ruby. He knows that it is in the keeping of Mrs. Billy Wentworth. He knows you know Mrs. Wentworth and have access to her house. He knows that she stole this bauble and is frightened to death all the time. Now, John Smith is a pretty clever chap. He handled the great Ormiston like hot putty. He had exhausted his resources. He's baffled and needs help. What does he do? He reads the stories about the great Godall. Confidently, Mr. Ormiston, I will tell you that I think your great Godall is mush. But that is neither here nor there. If you can sell him as a gold brick, all right. But Mr. John Smith is struck by the wonderful ingenuity of this Godall. He says, 'Ha! I will get Godall to tell me how to get this gem.' So he gets a hold of yourself, sir, and persuades you that you are playing a joke on him by getting him to rant and rave about the great Godall. Then, and here the villain enters, he says, 'Here is a thing the great Godall cannot do. I dare him to do it.' He tells you about the gem, whose very existence is quite fantastic enough to excite the imagination of the wonderful Ormiston, and by clever suggestion he persuades you to lay the plot at the home of Mrs. Wentworth. And all the time you are chuckling to yourself, thinking what a rare joke you are going to have on J. Borden Benson when you send him an autographed copy, and show him that he was talking to the distinguished genius all the time and didn't know it. That's the whole story, sir." Burns sat back in his chair and regarded Ormiston with a smile a pedagogue bestows on a refractory boy whom he has just flogged soundly. "I will explain further," he continued. "You haven't visited the house yet. You can't. Mrs. Wentworth, for all she is in bed with 4 dozen hot water bottles, would tear you limb from limb if you went there. And don't think for a moment she isn't able to. That woman is a vixen." Ormiston nodded gloomily. The very thought of her now sent him into a cold sweat. "Mr. Godall, the obliging," continued the deputy, "notes one thing to begin with. The house cannot be entered from the outside, so it must be an inside job. How can this be accomplished? Well, there is the deaf butler. Why is he deaf? Godall ponders. Ha, he has it. The Wentworths are so dependent on servants that they must have them round at all times. This butler is the one who is constantly about them. They are worried to death by their possession of this white ruby. Their house has been raided from the inside a dozen times. Nothing is taken, mind you. They suspect their servants. This thing haunts them, but the woman will not give up this foolish bauble. So she has as her major domo a man who cannot understand a word in any language unless he is looking at the speaker and is in a bright light. He can only understand the lips. Handy, isn't it? In a dull light, or with their backs turned, they can talk about anything they want. This is a jewel of a butler." "But," added Burns, "one day a man calls. He is a lawyer. He tells the butler he is heir to a fortune, $50,000. He must go to Ireland to claim it. Your friend on the train, he is the man, of course, sends your butler to Ireland, so this precious butler is lost. They must have another. Only a deaf one will do. And they find just the man they want. Quite accidentally, you understand. Of course it is Godall, with forged letters, saying he has been in service in great houses. Presto! The great Godall himself is now the butler. It is simple enough to play deaf. You say this is fiction. Let me tell you this. 6 weeks ago, the Wentworths actually changed butlers. That hasn't come out in the papers yet." Ormiston, who had listened to the deputy's review of his story listlessly, now sat up with a start. He suddenly exclaimed gleefully, "But my story didn't come out until 2 days ago." "Ah, yes, but you forget that it has been in the hands of your publishers for 3 months. A man who was clever enough to dupe the great Ormiston wouldn't shirk the task of getting hold of a proof of that story." Ormiston sank deeper into his chair. "Once Godall got inside the house, the rest was simple. He corrupted one of the servants. He opened the steel-lined door with the flame of an oxyacetylene blast. As you say in your story, that flame cut steel like wax. He didn't have to bother about the lock. He simply cut the door down. Then he put his confederate in good humor by telling him to fill his pockets with the diamonds and other junk in the safe, which he obligingly opens. One thing bothers me, Ormiston. How did you find out about that infernal contraption that killed the confederate?" Ormiston buried his face in his hands. Burns rudely shook him. "Come," he said, "you murdered that man, though you are innocent. Tell me how." "Is this the 3rd degree?" asked Ormiston. "It looks like it," said the deputy grimly as he nodded his stubby mustache. Ormiston drew a long breath, like one who realizes how hopeless is his situation. He began to speak in a low tone. All the while the deputy glared at Godall's inventor with his accusing eye. "When I was sitting in the treasure room with the Wentworths and my wife, playing auction bridge, I dismissed the puzzle of the door as easily solved by means of the brazing flame. The problem was not to get into the house or into this room, but to find the ruby. It was not in the safe." "No, of course not. I suppose your friend on the train was kind enough to tell you that. He probably looked there himself." "Gad, he did tell me that, come to think of it. Well, I studied that room. I was sure the white ruby, if it really existed, was within 10 feet of me. I examined the floor, the ceilings, the walls, no result. But," he said, shivering as if in a draught of cold air, "there was a chest in that room made of Lombardy oak." The harassed author buried his face in his hands. "Oh, this is terrible," he moaned. "Go on," said the deputy in his colorless voice. "I can't. I tell it all in the story. Heaven help me." "I know you tell it all in the story," came the rasping voice of Burns. "But I want you to tell it to me. I want to hear it from your own lips. As Ormiston, you understand, whose deviltry has just killed a man, not as your damnable Godall." "The chest was not solid oak," went on Ormiston. "It was solid steel, covered with oak to disguise it." "How did you know that?" "I had seen it before." "Where?" "In Italy 15 years ago, in a decayed castle, back through the Soldini Pass from Lugano. It was the possession of an old nobleman, a friend of mine." "Humph," grunted the deputy, and then, "Well, how did you know it was the same one?" "By the inscription carved on the front. It was but I've told you all this in print already. Why need I go over it all again?" "I want to hear it again from your own lips. Maybe there are some points you did not tell in print. Go on." "The inscription was Sanctus Dominus." The deputy smiled grimly. "Very fitting, I should say. Praise the Lord, with the most diabolical engine of destruction I have ever seen." "And then," said Ormiston, "there was the owner's name, Arno Petroni. Queer name, that." "Yes," said the deputy dryly. "How did you hit on this as the receptacle for the white ruby?" "If it were the same one I saw in Lugano, and I felt sure it was certain death to attempt to open it. That is, for one who did not know how. Such machines were common enough in the Middle Ages. There was an obvious way to open it. It was meant to be obvious. To open it that way was inevitable death. It released tremendous springs that crushed anything within a radius of 5 feet. You saw that?" "I did," said the deputy, and he shuddered as he spoke. Then, bringing his fierce face within an inch of the cowering Ormiston, he said, You knew the secret spring by which that safe could be opened as simply as a shoebox, eh? Ormiston nodded his head. But Godall did not, he said. Having recognized this terrible chest, went on the author, I guessed it must be the hiding place of the jewel, for two reasons. In the first place, Mrs. Wentworth had avoided showing it to us. She passed it by as a mere bit of curious furniture. Second, it was too big to go through the door or any one of the windows. They must have gone to the trouble of taking down the wall to get that thing in there. Something of a task, too, considering it weighs about 2 tons. You didn't bring out that point in your story. Didn't I? I fully intended to. Maybe, said the deputy, watching his man sharply. It so impressed your friend who paid your car fare to New Haven that he clipped it out of the manuscript when he borrowed it. There's no humor in this affair, sir, if you will pardon me, said Ormiston. That is quite true. Go ahead. The rest you know. Godall in my story, the thief in real life, had to sacrifice a life to open that chest. So he corrupted a small kitchen servant, filling his pockets with these other jewels, and told him to touch the spring. You murdered that man in cold blood, said the deputy, rising and pacing the floor. The poor deluded devil, from the looks of what's left of him, never let out a whimper, never knew what hit him. Here, take some more of this brandy. Your nerves are in a bad way. What I can't make out is this, said Ormiston after a time. There was $1 million worth of stuff in that room that could have been put into a quart measure. Why did not this thief, who was willing to go to all the trouble to get the white ruby, take some of the jewels? Nothing is missing besides the white ruby, as I understand it. Is there? No, said the deputy, not a thing. Here comes a messenger boy. For Mr. Ormiston? Yes, he said to the entering maid. The boy handed him a package for which the deputy signed. This is for you, he said, turning to Ormiston as he closed the door. Open it. When the package was opened, the first object to greet their eyes was a roll of bills. This grows interesting, said Burns. He counted the money. $39. Your friend evidently is returning the money he stole from you at the station. What does he have to say for himself? I see there is a note. He reached over and took the paper out of Ormiston's hands. It was ordinary bond stationery, with no identifying marks of any consequence. The note was written in bronze ink, in a careful copperplate hand, very small and precise. It read, Most Excellency Sir, herewith, most honored dollars I am dispatching complete. Most Excellency Sir, herewith, most honored dollars I am dispatching complete. Regretful extremely of sad blood being not to be prevented, except trifle from true friend. That was all. There's a jeweler's box, said Burns. Open it. Inside the box was a lozenge-shaped diamond about the size of a little fingernail. It hung from a tiny bar of silver, highly polished and devoid of ornament. On the back, under the clasp pin, were several microscopic characters. There were several obvious clues to be followed. The messenger boy, the lawyers who induced the deaf butler to go to Ireland on what later proved to be a wild goose chase, the employment agency through which the new butler had been secured, and so on. But all of these avenues proved too respectable to yield results. Deputy Burns had early arrived at his own conclusions by virtue of the knowledge he had gained as government agent. Yet to appease a popular indignation, he kept up a desultory search for the criminal. It was natural that Ormiston should think of his friend Johansen at this juncture. Johansen possessed that wonderful Oriental capacity for aloofness which we Westerners are so ready to term indifference, or lack of curiosity. No, I thank you, said Johansen. I'd rather not mix in. The pleadings of the author were in vain. His words fell on deaf ears. If you will not lift a hand because of your friendship for me, said Ormiston bitterly. "Then think of the law. Surely there is something due justice when both robbery and bloody murder have been committed." "Justice?" cried Johansen in scorn. "Justice, you say? My friend, if you steal from me, and I reclaim by force that which is mine, is that injustice? If you cannot see the idea behind that, surely, then, I cannot explain it to you." "Answer one question," said Ormiston. "Have you any idea who the man was I met on the train?" "For your own peace of mind, yes. As a clue leading to what you so glibly term justice, tonight's sundown would be easier for you to catch than this man, if I know him. Mind you, Ormiston, I do not know, but I believe. Here is what I believe. In a dozen courts of kings and petty princelings that I know of in the East, there are Westerners retained as advisers. Fiscal agents they are usually called. Usually they are American or English, or occasionally German. Now I ask you a question. Say that you were in the hire of a heathen prince, and a grievous wrong were done that prince, say, by a thoughtless woman, who had not the least conception of the beauty of an idea she had outraged, merely for the possession of a bauble, valueless to her except to appease vanity. She ruthlessly wrote down a superstition that was as holy to this prince as your own belief in Christ is to you. What would you do?" Without waiting for Ormiston to answer, Johansen went on. "I know a man. You say this man you met on the train had wonderful hands, did he not?" "Yes, I thought so, Ormiston." "I know a man who would not sit idly by and smile to himself over the ridiculous fuss occasioned by the loss of an imperfect stone, off colour, badly cut, and everything else. Neither would he laugh at the superstition behind it. He would say to himself, 'This superstition is older by several thousand years than I or my people.' And this man, whom I know, is brave enough to right that wrong himself if his underlings failed." "I follow," said Ormiston dully. "But," said Johansen, leaning forward and tapping the author on the knees, "but the task proved too big to him. What did he do? He asked the cleverest man in the world to help him, and Godall helped him. That," said Johansen, interrupting Armstrong with a raised finger, "is the story of the White Ruby. The story of the White Ruby, you see, is something infinitely finer than mere vulgar robbery and murder, as the author of the infallible Godall conceived it." Johansen said a great deal more. In the end he took the lozenge-shaped diamond pendant and put the glass on the silver bar, that his friend might see the inscription on the back. He told him what the inscription signified, "Brother of a king," and furthermore, how few men alive possess the capacity for brotherhood. "I think," said Ormiston, as he was about to take his leave, "that I will travel in the Straits this winter." "If you do," said Johansen, "I earnestly advise you to leave your Godall and his decoration at home." End of section 19 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. End of part 2 of The Infallible Godall by Frederick Irving Anderson.
Section 20 of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes. The Frame-Up by Richard Harding Davis. When the voice over the telephone promised to name the man who killed Herman Banff, District Attorney Wharton was uptown lunching at Delmonico's. This was contrary to his custom, and a concession to Hamilton Cutler, his distinguished brother-in-law. That gentleman was interested in a state constabulary bill, and had asked State Senator Bissell to father it. He had suggested to the senator that, in the legal points involved in the bill, his brother-in-law would undoubtedly be charmed to advise him. So that morning, to talk it over, Bissell had come from Albany and, as he was forced to return the same afternoon, had asked Wharton to lunch with him uptown near the station. That in public life there breathed a man with soul so dead who, were he offered a chance to serve Hamilton Cutler, would not jump at the chance was outside the experience of the county chairman. And in so judging his fellow men, with the exception of one man, the senator was right. The one man was Hamilton Cutler's brother-in-law. In the national affairs of his party, Hamilton Cutler was one of the 4 leaders. In 2 cabinets he had held office. At a foreign court as an ambassador, his dinners, of which the diplomatic corps still spoke with emotion, had upheld the dignity of 90 million Americans. He was rich. The history of his family was the history of the state. When the Albany boats drew abreast of the old Cutler mansion on the east bank of the Hudson, the passengers pointed at it with deference. Even when the searchlights pointed at it, it was with deference. And on Fifth Avenue, as the Seeing New York car passed his townhouse, it slowed respectfully to half speed. When, apparently for no other reason than that she was good and beautiful, he had married the sister of a then unknown upstate lawyer, everyone felt Hamilton Cutler had made his first mistake. But, like everything else into which he entered, for him matrimony also was a success. The prettiest girl in Utica showed herself worthy of her distinguished husband. She had given him children as beautiful as herself. As what Washington calls a cabinet lady, she had kept her name out of the newspapers. As Madame Lambastris, she had put archduchesses at their ease. And after 10 years, she was an adoring wife, a devoted mother, and a proud woman. Her pride was in believing that for every joy she knew she was indebted entirely to her husband. To owe everything to him, to feel that through him the blessings flowed, was her ideal of happiness. In this ideal her brother did not share. Her delight in a sense of obligation left him quite cold. No one better than himself knew that his rapid-fire rise in public favor was due to his own exertions, to the fact that he had worked very hard, had been independent, had kept his hands clean, and had worn no man's collar. Other people believed he owed his advancement to his brother-in-law. He knew they believed that, and it hurt him. When, at the annual dinner of the Amen Corner, they burlesqued him as singing to Ham Cutler, "You made me what I am today, I hope you're satisfied," he found that to laugh with the others was something of an effort. His was a difficult position. He was a party man. He had always worked inside the organization. The fact that whenever he ran for an elective office the reformers endorsed him, and the best elements in the opposition parties voted for him, did not shake his loyalty to his own people. And to Hamilton Cutler, as one of his party leaders, as one of the bosses of the invisible government, he was willing to defer. But while he could give allegiance to his party leaders, and from them was willing to receive the rewards of office, from a rich brother-in-law he was not at all willing to accept anything. Still less was he willing that of the credit he deserved for years of hard work for the party, of self-denial, and of efficient public service, the rich brother-in-law should rob him. His pride was to be known as a self-made man, as the servant only of the voters. And now that he had fought his way to one of the goals of his ambition, now that he was district attorney of New York City, to have it said that the office was the gift of his brother-in-law was bitter. But he believed the injustice would soon end. In a month he was coming up for re-election, and night and day was conducting a campaign that he hoped would result in a personal victory so complete as to banish the shadow of his brother-in-law. Were he re-elected by the majority on which he counted, he would have the party leaders on their knees. Hamilton Cutler would be forced to come to him. He would be in line for promotion. He knew the leaders did not want to promote him, that they considered him too inclined to kick over the traces, but were he now re-elected, at the next election, either for mayor or governor, he would be his party's obvious and legitimate candidate. The re-election was not to be an easy victory. Outside his own party, to prevent his succeeding himself as district attorney, Tammany Hall was using every weapon in her armory. The commissioner of police was a Tammany man, and in the public prints Wharton had repeatedly declared that Banff, his star witness against the police, had been killed by the police, and that they had prevented the discovery of his murderer. For this the wigwam wanted his scalp, and to get it had raked his public and private life, had used threats and bribes, and with women had tried to trap him into a scandal. But Big Tim Meehan, the lieutenant the Hall had detailed to destroy Wharton, had reported back that for their purpose his record was useless, that bribes and threats only flattered him, and that the traps set for him he had smilingly sidestepped. This was the situation a month before Election Day when, to oblige his brother-in-law, Wharton was uptown at Delmonico's lunching with Senator Bissell. Downtown at the office, Rumson, the assistant district attorney, was on his way to lunch when the telephone girl halted him. Her voice was lowered and betrayed almost human interest. From the corner of her mouth she whispered, "This man has a note for Mr. Wharton. Says if he don't get it quick, it'll be too late. Says it will tell him who killed Hymie Banff." The young man and the girl looked at each other and smiled. Their experience had not tended to make them credulous. Had he lived, Herman Banff would have been for Wharton the star witness against a ring of corrupt police officials. In consequence, his murder was more than the taking off of a shady and disreputable citizen. It was a blow struck at the high office of the district attorney, at the grand jury, and the law. But so far whoever struck the blow had escaped punishment, and though for a month, ceaselessly by night and day, the office and the police had sought him, he was still at large, still unknown. There had been hundreds of clues. They had been furnished by the detectives of the city and county, and of the private agencies, by amateurs, by newspapers, by members of the underworld with a score to pay off or to gain favor, but no clue had led anywhere. When, in hoarse whispers, the last one had been confided to him by his detectives, Wharton had protested indignantly. "Stop bringing me clues," he exclaimed. "I want the man. I can't electrocute a clue." So when, after all other efforts over the telephone, a strange voice offered to deliver the murderer, Rumson was skeptical. He motioned the girl to switch to the desk telephone. "Assistant District Attorney Rumson speaking," he said. "What can I do for you?" Before the answer came, as though the speaker were choosing his words, there was a pause. It lasted so long that Rumson exclaimed sharply. "Hello," he called. "Do you want to speak to me, or do you want to speak to me?" "I've got a letter for the district attorney," said the voice. "I'm to give it to nobody but him. It's about Banff. He must get it quick, or it'll be too late." "Who are you?" demanded Rumson. "Where are you speaking from?" The man on the other end of the wire ignored the questions. "Where'll Wharton be for the next 20 minutes?" "If I tell you," parried Rumson, "will you bring the letter at once?" The voice exclaimed indignantly. "Bring nothing. I'll send it by district messenger. You're wasting your time trying to reach me. It's the letter you want. It tells—" The voice broke with an oath and instantly began again. "I can't talk over the phone. I tell you, it's life or death. If you lose out, it's your own fault. Where can I find Wharton?" "At Delmonico's," answered Rumson. "He'll be there until 2 o'clock." "Delmonico's? That's 44th Street." "Right," said Rumson. "Tell the messenger—" He heard the receiver slam upon the hook. With the light of the hunter in his eyes, he turned to the girl. "They can laugh," he cried, "but I believe we've hooked something. I'm going after it." In the waiting room he found the detectives. "Hewitt," he ordered, "take the subway and whip up to Delmonico's. Talk to the taxi starter till a messenger boy brings a letter for the DA. Let the boy deliver the note, and then trail him till he reports to the man he got it from. Bring the man here. If it's a district messenger and he doesn't report, but goes straight back to the office, find out who gave him the note, get his description, then meet me at Delmonico's." Rumson called up that restaurant and had Wharton come to the phone. He asked his chief to wait until a letter he believed to be of great importance was delivered to him. He explained, but of necessity somewhat sketchily. "It sounds to me," commented his chief, "like a plot of yours to get a lunch uptown." "Invitation!" cried Rumson. "I'll be with you in 10 minutes." After Rumson had joined Wharton and Bissell, the note arrived. It was brought to the restaurant by a messenger boy, who said that in answer to a call from a saloon on 6th Avenue, he had received it from a young man in ready-to-wear clothes and a green hat. When Hewitt, the detective, asked what the young man looked like, the boy said he looked like a young man in ready-to-wear clothes and a green hat. But when the note was read, the identity of the man who delivered it ceased to be of importance. The paper on which it was written was without stamped address or monogram, and carried with it the mixed odors of the drugstore at which it had been purchased. The handwriting was that of a woman, and what she had written was, "If the district attorney will come at once and alone to Kessler's Cafe on the Boston Post Road near the city line, he will be told who killed Herman Bempf. If he don't come in an hour, it will be too late. If he brings anybody with him, he won't be told anything. Leave your car in the road and walk up the drive. Ida Earle." Hewitt, who had sent away the messenger boy and had been called in to give expert advice, was enthusiastic. "Mr. District Attorney," he cried, "that's no crank letter. This Earle woman is wise. You got to take her as a serious proposition. She wouldn't make that play if she couldn't get away with it." "Who is she?" asked Wharton. To the police, the detective assured them, Ida Earle had been known for years. When she was young, she had been under the protection of a man high in the ranks of Tammany, and, in consequence, with her different ventures the police had never interfered. She now was proprietress of the roadhouse in the note described as Kessler's Cafe. It was a place for joyriders. There was a cabaret, a hall for public dancing, and rooms for very private suppers. In so far as it welcomed only those who could spend money, it was exclusive, but in all other respects its reputation was of the worst. In situation it was lonely, and from other houses separated by a quarter of a mile of dying trees and vacant lots. The Boston Post Road upon which it faced was the old Post Road, but lately, through this backyard and dumping ground of the city, had been relaid. It was patrolled only and infrequently by bicycle policemen. "But this," continued the detective eagerly, "is where we win out. The roadhouse is an old farmhouse built over, with the barns changed into garages. They stand on the edge of a wood. It's about as big as a city block. If we come in through the woods from the rear, the garages will hide us. Nobody in the house can see us, but we won't be 100 yards away. You've only to blow a police whistle and we'll be with you." "You mean I ought to go?" said Wharton. Rumsen exclaimed incredulously, "You gotta go." "It looks to me," objected Bissell, "like a plot to get you there alone and rap you on the head." "Not with that note inviting him there," protested Hewitt, "and signed by Earle herself." "You don't know she signed it," objected the senator. "I know her," returned the detective. "I know she's no fool. It's her place, and she wouldn't let them pull off any rough stuff there, not against the D.A. anyway." The D.A. was rereading the note. "Might this be it?" he asked. "Suppose it's a trick to mix me up in a scandal? You say the place is disreputable. Suppose they're planning to compromise me just before election. They've tried it already several times." "You've still got the note," persisted Hewitt. "It proves why you went there. And the senator, too. He can testify. And we won't be 100 yards away. And," he added grudgingly, "you have Nolan." Nolan was the spoiled child of the office. He was the district attorney's pet. Although still young, he had scored as a detective and as a driver of racing cars. As Wharton's chauffeur, he now doubled the parts. "What Nolan testified wouldn't be any help," said Wharton. "They would say it was just a story he invented to save me." "Then square yourself this way," urged Rumsen. "Send a note now by hand to Ham Cutler and one to your sister. Tell them you're going to Ida Earle's and why. Tell them you're afraid it's a frame-up, and for them to keep your notes as evidence, and enclose the one from her." Wharton nodded in approval, and while he wrote, Rumsen and the detective planned how, without those inside the roadhouse being aware of their presence, they might be near it. Kessler's Cafe lay in the 79th Police Precinct. In taxicabs they arranged to start at once and proceed down White Plains Avenue, which parallels the Boston Road, until they were on a line with Kessler's, but from it hidden by the woods and the garages. A walk of a quarter of a mile across lots and under cover of the trees would bring them to within 100 yards of the house. Wharton was to give them the start of half an hour. That he might know they were on watch, they agreed, after they dismissed the taxicabs, to send one of them into the Boston Post Road past the roadhouse. When it was directly in front of the cafe, the chauffeur would throw away into the road an empty cigarette case. From the cigar stand, they selected a cigarette box of a startling yellow. At half a mile, it was conspicuous. "When you see this in the road," explained Rumson, "you'll know we're on the job. And after you're inside, if you need us, you've only to go to a rear window and wave." "If they mean to do him up," growled Bissell, "he won't get to a rear window." "He can always tell them we're outside," said Rumson, "and they are extremely likely to believe him. Do you want a gun?" "No," said the DA. "Better have mine," urged Hewitt. "I have my own," explained the DA. Rumson and Hewitt set off in taxicabs, and a half hour later Wharton followed. As he sank back against the cushions of the big touring car, he felt a pleasing thrill of excitement, and as he passed the traffic police and they saluted mechanically, he smiled. Had they guessed his errand, their interest in his progress would have been less perfunctory. In half an hour he might know that the police killed Banff. In half an hour he himself might walk into a trap they had in turn staged for him. As the car ran swiftly through the clean October air, and the wind and sun alternately chilled and warmed his blood, Wharton considered these possibilities. He could not believe the woman Earle would lend herself to any plot to do him bodily harm. She was a responsible person. In her own world, she was as important a figure as was the district attorney in his. Her allies were the men higher up in Tammany and the police of the upper ranks of the uniformed force. And of the higher office of the district attorney she possessed an intimate and respectful knowledge. It was not to be considered that against the prosecuting attorney such a woman would wage war. So the thought that upon his person any assault was meditated, Wharton dismissed as unintelligent. That it was upon his reputation the attack was planned seemed much more probable. But that contingency he had foreseen, and so, he believed, forestalled. There then remained only the possibility that the offer in the letter was genuine. It seemed quite too good to be true. For, as he asked himself, on the very eve of an election, why should Tammany, or a friend of Tammany, place in his possession the information that, to the Tammany candidate, would bring inevitable defeat? He felt that the way they were playing into his hands was too open, too generous. If their object was to lead him into a trap, of all baits they might use, the promise to tell him who killed Banff was the one certain to attract him. It made their invitation to walk into the parlor almost too obvious. But were the offer not genuine? There was a condition attached to it that puzzled him. It was not the condition that stipulated he should come alone. His experience had taught him many will confess or betray to the district attorney who, to a deputy, will tell nothing. The condition that puzzled him was the one that insisted he should come at once or it would be too late. Why was haste so imperative? Why, if he delayed, would he be too late? Was the man he sought about to escape from his jurisdiction? Was he dying, and was it his wish to make a deathbed confession? Or was he so reluctant to speak that delay might cause him to reconsider and remain silent? With these questions in his mind, the minutes quickly passed, and it was with a thrill of excitement Wharton saw that Nolan had left the Zoological Gardens on the right and turned into the Boston Road. It had but lately been completed, and to Wharton was unfamiliar. On either side of the unscarred roadway still lay scattered the uprooted trees and boulders that had blocked its progress, and abandoned by the contractors were empty tar barrels, cement sacks, tool sheds, and forges. Nor was the surrounding landscape less raw and unlovely. Toward the Sound stretched vacant lots covered with ash heaps. To the left a few old and broken houses set among the glass-covered cold frames of truck farms. The district attorney felt a sudden twinge of loneliness, and when an automobile sign told him he was 10 miles from Columbus Circle, he felt that from the New York he knew he was much farther. 2 miles up the road his car overhauled a bicycle policeman, and Wharton halted him. "Is there a roadhouse called Kessler's beyond here?" he asked. "On the left, farther up," the officer told him, and added, "You can't miss it, Mr. Wharton. There's no other house near it." "You know me," said the DA. "Then you'll understand what I want you to do. I've agreed to go to that house alone. If they see you pass, they may think I'm not playing fair, so stop here." The man nodded and dismounted. "But," added the district attorney, as the car started forward again, "if you hear shots, I don't care how fast you come." The officer grinned. "Better let me trail along now," he called. "That's a tough joint." But Wharton motioned him back, and when again he turned to look, the man still stood where they had parted. 2 minutes later an empty taxicab came swiftly toward him, and as it passed, the driver lifted his hand from the wheel and with his thumb motioned behind him. "That's one of the men," said Nolan, "that started with Mr. Rumson and Hewitt from Delmonico's." Wharton nodded, and, now assured that in their plan there had been no hitch, smiled with satisfaction. A moment later, when ahead of them on the asphalt road Nolan pointed out a spot of yellow, he recognized the signal and knew that within call were friends. The yellow cigarette box lay directly in front of a long wooden building of 2 stories. It was linked to the road by a curving driveway marked on either side by whitewashed stones. On verandas enclosed in glass, Wharton saw white-covered tables under red candle shades, and protruding from one end of the house and hung with electric lights and paper lanterns, a pavilion for dancing. In the rear of the house stood sheds and a thick tangle of trees on which the autumn leaves showed yellow. Painted fingers and arrows pointing and an electric sign proclaimed to all who passed that this was Kessler's. In spite of its reputation, the house wore the aspect of the commonplace. In evidence, nothing flaunted, nothing threatened. From a dozen other inns along the Pelham Parkway and the Boston Post Road, it was in no way to be distinguished. As directed in the note, Wharton left the car in the road. "For 5 minutes, stay where you are," he ordered Nolan, "then go to the bar and get a drink. Don't talk to anyone, or they'll think you're trying to get information. Work around to the back of the house. Stand where I can see you from the window. I may want you to carry a message to Mr. Rumson." On foot, Wharton walked up the curving driveway, and if from the house his approach was spied upon, there was no evidence. In the second story the blinds were drawn, and on the first floor the verandas were empty. Nor, not even after he had mounted to the veranda and stepped inside the house, was there any sign that his visit was expected. He stood in the hall, and in front of him rose a broad flight of stairs that he guessed led to the private supper rooms. On his left was the restaurant. Swept and garnished after the revels of the night previous, and as though resting in preparation for those to come, it wore an air of peaceful inactivity. At a table a maitre d'hotel was composing the menu for the evening. Against the walls 3 colored waiters lounged sleepily, and on a platform at a piano a pale youth with drugged eyes was with one hand picking an accompaniment. As Wharton paused uncertainly, the young man, disdaining his audience, in a shrill nasal tenor raised his voice and sang, "And from the time the rooster calls I'll wear my overalls, and you a simple gingham gown. So if you're strong for a shower of rice, we 2 could make a paradise of any one-horse town." At sight of Wharton the head waiter reluctantly detached himself from his menu and rose. But before he could greet the visitor, Wharton heard his name spoken and, looking up, saw a woman descending the stairs. It was apparent that when young she had been beautiful, and in spite of an expression in her eyes of hardness and distrust, which seemed habitual, she was still handsome. She was without a hat and wearing a house dress of decorous shades and in the extreme of fashion. Her black hair, built up in artificial waves, was heavy with brilliantine. Her hands, covered deep with rings and of an unnatural white, showed the most fastidious care. But her complexion was her own, and her skin, free from paint and powder, glowed with that healthy pink that is supposed to be the perquisite only of the simple life and a conscience undisturbed. "I am Mrs. Earle," said the woman. "I wrote you that note. Will you please come this way?" That she did not suppose he might not come that way was obvious, for, as she spoke, she turned her back on him and mounted the stairs. After an instant of hesitation, Wharton followed. As well as his mind, his body was now acutely alive and vigilant. Both physically and mentally he moved on tiptoe. For whatever surprise, for whatever ambush might lie in wait, he was prepared. At the top of the stairs he found a wide hall along which on both sides were many doors. The one directly facing the stairs stood open. At one side of this the woman halted, and with a gesture of the jeweled fingers invited him to enter. "My sitting room," she said. As Wharton remained motionless, she substituted, "My office." Peering into the room, Wharton found it suited to both titles. He saw comfortable chairs, vases filled with autumn leaves, in silver frames photographs, and between 2 open windows a business-like roller-top desk on which was a hand telephone. In plain sight through the windows he beheld the garage, and behind it the tops of trees.
To summon Rumson, to keep in touch with Nolan, he need only step to one of these windows and beckon. The strategic position of the room appealed, and with a bow of the head he passed in front of his hostess and entered it. He continued to take note of his surroundings. He saw that from the office in which he stood doors led to rooms adjoining. These doors were shut, and he determined swiftly that before the interview began he must first know what lay behind them. Mrs. Earle had followed and, as she entered, closed the door. "No," said Wharton. It was the first time he had spoken. For an instant the woman hesitated, regarding him thoughtfully, and then without resentment pulled the door open. She came toward him swiftly, and he was conscious of the rustle of silk and the stirring of perfumes. At the open door she cast a frown of disapproval, and then, with her face close to his, spoke hurriedly in a whisper. "A man brought a girl here to lunch," she said. "They've been here before. The girl claims the man told her he was going to marry her. Last night she found out he has a wife already, and she came here today meaning to make trouble. She brought a gun. They were in the room at the far end of the hall. George, the waiter, heard the 2 shots and ran down here to get me. No one else heard. These rooms are fixed to keep out noise, and the piano was going. We broke in and found them on the floor. The man was shot through the shoulder, the girl through the body. His story is that after she fired, in trying to get the gun from her, she shot herself by accident. That's right, I guess. But the girl says they came here to die together, what the newspaper calls a suicide pact, because they couldn't marry, and that he first shot her, intending to kill her and then himself. That's silly. She framed it to get him. She missed him with a gun, so now she's trying to get him with this murder charge. I know her. If she'd been sober, she wouldn't have shot him. She'd have blackmailed him. She's that sort. I know her, and..." With an exclamation, the district attorney broke in upon her. "And the man," he demanded eagerly, "was it he killed Banff?" In amazement the woman stared. "Certainly not," she said. "Then what has this to do with Banff?" "Nothing." Her tone was annoyed, reproachful. "That was only to bring you here." His disappointment was so keen that it threatened to exhibit itself in anger. Recognizing this, before he spoke Wharton forced himself to pause. Then he repeated her words quietly. "Bring me here?" he asked. "Why?" The woman exclaimed impatiently. "So you could beat the police to it," she whispered. "So you could hush it up." The surprised laugh of the man was quite real. It bore no resentment or pose. He was genuinely amused. Then the dignity of his office, tricked and insulted, demanded to be heard. He stared at her coldly. His indignation was apparent. "You have done extremely ill," he told her. "You know perfectly well you had no right to bring me up here, to drag me into a row in your roadhouse." "Hush it up," he exclaimed hotly. This time his laugh was contemptuous and threatening. "I'll show you how I'll hush it up." He moved quickly to the open window. "Stop!" commanded the woman. "You can't do that." She ran to the door. Again he was conscious of the rustle of silk, of the stirring of perfumes. He heard the key turn in the lock. It had come. It was a frame-up. There would be a scandal, and to save himself from it, they would force him to hush up this other one. But as to the outcome, in no way was he concerned. Through the window, standing directly below it, he had seen Nolan. In the sunlit yard, the chauffeur, his cap on the back of his head, his cigarette drooping from his lips, was tossing the remnants of the sandwich to a circle of excited hens. He presented a picture of bored indolence, of innocent preoccupation. It was almost too well done. Assured of a witness for the defense, he greeted the woman with a smile. "Why can't I do it?" he taunted. She ran close to him and laid her hands on his arm. Her eyes were fixed steadily on his. "Because," she whispered, "the man who shot that girl is your brother-in-law, Ham Cutler." For what seemed a long time Wharton stood looking down into the eyes of the woman, and the eyes never faltered. Later he recalled that in the sudden silence many noises disturbed the lazy hush of the Indian summer afternoon, the rush of a motor car on the Boston road, the tinkle of the piano, and the voice of the youth with the drugged eyes singing, "And you'll wear a simple gingham gown." From the yard below, the cluck-cluck of the chickens and the cooing of pigeons. His first thought was of his sister and of her children, and of what this bomb, hurled from the clouds, would mean to her. He thought of Cutler, at the height of his power and usefulness, by this one disreputable act dragged into the mire of what disaster it might bring to the party, to himself. If, as the woman invited, he helped to hush it up, and Tammany learned the truth, it would make short work of him. It would say for the murderer of Bamp he had one law, and for the rich brother-in-law who had tried to kill the girl he deceived another. But before he gave voice to his thoughts, he recognized them as springing only from panic. They were of a part with the acts of men driven by sudden fear, and of which acts in their sane moments they would be incapable. The shock of the woman's words had unsettled his traditions. Not only was he condemning a man unheard, but a man who, though he might dislike him, he had for years, for his private virtues, trusted and admired. The panic passed, and with a confident smile he shook his head. "I don't believe you," he said quietly. The manner of the woman was equally calm, equally assured. "Will you see her?" she asked. "I'd rather see my brother-in-law," he answered. The woman handed him a card. "Dr. Muir took him to his private hospital," she said. "I loaned them my car because it's a limousine. The address is on that card. But," she added, "both your brother and Sammy, that's Sam Muir, the doctor, asked you wouldn't use the telephone. They're afraid of a leak." Apparently Wharton did not hear her. As though it were Exhibit A, presented in evidence by the defense, he was studying the card she had given him. He stuck it in his pocket. "I'll go to him at once," he said. To restrain or dissuade him, the woman made no sudden move. In level tones she said, "Your brother-in-law asked especially that you wouldn't do that until you'd fixed it with a girl. Your face is too well known. He's afraid someone might find out where he is, and for a day or two no one must know that." "This doctor knows it," retorted Wharton. The suggestion seemed to strike Mrs. Earle as humorous. For the first time she laughed. "Oh, Sammy," she exclaimed. "He's a lobbygow of mine. He's worked for me for years. I could send him up the river if I liked. He knows it." Her tone was convincing. "They both asked," she continued evenly, "you should keep off until the girl is out of the country and fixed." Wharton frowned thoughtfully. And observing this, the eyes of the woman showed that so far toward the unfortunate incident the attitude of the district attorney was to her most gratifying. Wharton ceased frowning. "How fixed?" he asked. Mrs. Earle shrugged her shoulders. "Cutler's idea is money," she said, "but believe me, he's wrong. This girl is a vampire. She'll only come back to you for more. She'll keep on threatening to tell the wife, to tell the papers. The way to fix her is to throw a scare into her, and there's only one man can do that. There's only one man that can hush this thing up. That's you." "When can I see her?" asked Wharton. "Now," said the woman. "I'll bring her." Wharton could not suppress an involuntary start. "Here?" he exclaimed. For the shade of a second Mrs. Earle exhibited the slightest evidence of embarrassment. "My room's in a mess," she explained, "and she's not hurt so much as Sammy said. He told her she was in bad, just to keep her quiet until you got here." Mrs. Earle opened one of the doors leading from the room. "I won't be a minute," she said. Quietly she closed the door behind her. Upon her disappearance the manner of the district attorney underwent an abrupt change. He ran softly to the door opposite the one through which Mrs. Earle had passed and pulled it open. But if beyond he expected to find an audience of eavesdroppers, he was disappointed. The room was empty and bore no evidence of recent occupation. He closed the door and, from the roller-top desk, snatching a piece of paper, scribbled upon it hastily. Wrapping the paper around a coin and holding it exposed to view, he showed himself at the window. Below him, to an increasing circle of hens and pigeons, Nolan was still scattering crumbs. Without withdrawing his gaze from them, the chauffeur nodded. Wharton opened his hand, and the note fell into the yard. Behind him he heard the murmur of voices, the sobs of a woman in pain, and the rattle of a doorknob. As from the window he turned quickly, he saw that toward the spot where his note had fallen, Nolan was tossing the last remnants of his sandwich. The girl who entered with Mrs. Earle, leaning on her and supported by her, was tall and fair. Around her shoulders her blonde hair hung in disorder, and around her waist, under the kimono Mrs. Earle had thrown about her, were wrapped many layers of bandages. The girl moved unsteadily and sank into a chair. In a hostile tone Mrs. Earle addressed her. "Rose," she said, "this is the district attorney." To him she added, "She calls herself Rose Gerard." One hand the girl held close against her side, with the other she brushed back the hair from her forehead. From half-closed eyes she stared at Wharton defiantly. "Well," she challenged, "what about it?" Wharton seated himself in front of the roller-top desk. "Are you strong enough to tell me?" he asked. His tone was kind, and this the girl seemed to resent. "Don't you worry," she sneered. "I'm strong enough to tell all I know, to you and to the papers and to a jury, until I get justice." She clenched her free hand and feebly shook it at him. "That's what I'm going to get," she cried, her voice breaking hysterically. "Justice." From behind the armchair in which the girl half reclined, Mrs. Earle caught the eye of the district attorney and shrugged her shoulders. "Just what did happen?" asked Wharton. Apparently with an effort, the girl pulled herself together. "I first met your brother-in-law," she began. Wharton interrupted quietly. "Wait," he said. "You are not talking to me as anybody's brother-in-law, but as the district attorney." The girl laughed vindictively. "I don't wonder you're ashamed of him," she jeered. Again she began. "I first met Ham Cutler last May. He wanted to marry me then. He told me he was not a married man." As her story unfolded, Wharton did not again interrupt, and, speaking quickly in abrupt, broken phrases, the girl brought her narrative to the moment when, as she claimed, Cutler had attempted to kill her. At this point a knock at the locked door caused both the girl and her audience to start. Wharton looked at Mrs. Earle inquiringly, but she shook her head, and with a look at him also of inquiry and of suspicion as well, opened the door. With apologies, her head waiter presented a letter. "For Mr. Wharton," he explained, "from his chauffeur." Wharton's annoyance at the interruption was most apparent. "What the devil?" he began. He read the note rapidly, and with a frown of irritation raised his eyes to Mrs. Earle. "He wants to go to New Rochelle for an inner tube," he said. "How long would it take him to get there and back?" The hard and distrustful expression upon the face of Mrs. Earle, which was habitual, was now most strongly in evidence. Her eyes searched those of Wharton. 20 minutes, she said. "He can't go," snapped Wharton. "Tell him," he directed the waiter, "to stay where he is. Tell him I may want to go back to the office any minute." He turned eagerly to the girl. "I'm sorry," he said. With impatience he crumpled the note into a ball and glanced about him. At his feet was a waste-paper basket. Fixed upon him he saw, while pretending not to see, the eyes of Mrs. Earle burning with suspicion. If he destroyed the note, he knew suspicion would become certainty. Without an instant of hesitation, carelessly he tossed it intact into the waste-paper basket. Toward Rose Gerard he swung the revolving chair. "Go on, please," he commanded. The girl had now reached the climax of her story, but the eyes of Mrs. Earle betrayed the fact that her thoughts were elsewhere. With an intense and hungry longing, they were concentrated upon her own waste-paper basket. The voice of the girl in anger and defiance recalled Mrs. Earle to the business of the moment. "He tried to kill me," shouted Miss Rose, "and his shooting himself in the shoulder was a bluff. That's my story. That's the story I'm going to tell the judge." Her voice soared shrilly. "That's the story that's going to send your brother-in-law to Sing Sing." For the first time Mrs. Earle contributed to the general conversation. "You talk like a fish," she said. The girl turned upon her savagely. "If he don't like the way I talk," she cried, "he can come across." Mrs. Earle exclaimed in horror. Virtuously her hands were raised in protest. "Like hell he will," she said. "You can't pull that under my roof." Wharton looked disturbed. "Come across?" he asked. "Come across," mimicked the girl. "Send me abroad and keep me there, and I'll swear it was an accident. 25,000, that's all I want. Cutler told me he was going to make you governor. He can't make you governor if he's in Sing Sing, can he? Ain't it worth 25,000 to you to be governor? Come on," she jeered. "Kick in." With a grave but untroubled voice, Wharton addressed Mrs. Earle. "May I use your telephone?" he asked. He did not wait for her consent, but from the desk lifted the hand telephone. "Spring 3100, he said. He sat with his legs comfortably crossed, the stand of the instrument balanced on his knee, his eyes gazing meditatively at the yellow treetops. If with apprehension both women started, if the girl thrust herself forward, and by the hand of Mrs. Earle was dragged back, he did not appear to know it. "Police headquarters?" they heard him ask. "I want to speak to the commissioner. This is the district attorney." In the pause that followed, as though to torment her, the pain in her side apparently returned, for the girl screamed sharply. "Be still," commanded the older woman. Breathless, across the top of the armchair, she was leaning forward. Upon the man at the telephone her eyes were fixed in fascination. "Commissioner," said the district attorney, "this is Wharton speaking. A woman has made a charge of attempted murder to me against my brother-in-law, Hamilton Cutler. On account of our relationship, I want you to make the arrest. If there were any slip and he got away, it might be said I arranged it. You will find him at the Winona Apartments on the Southern Boulevard in the private hospital of a Dr. Samuel Muir. Arrest them both. The girl who makes the charge is at Kessler's Cafe on the Boston Post Road, just inside the city line. Arrest her, too. She tried to blackmail me. I'll appear against her." Wharton rose and addressed himself to Mrs. Earle. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I had to do it. You might have known I could not hush it up. I am the only man who can't hush it up. The people of New York elected me to enforce the laws." Wharton's voice was raised to a loud pitch. It seemed unnecessarily loud. It was almost as though he were addressing another and more distant audience. "And," he continued, his voice still soaring, "even if my own family suffer, even if I suffer, even if I lose political promotion, those laws I will enforce." In a more conventional tone of everyday politeness, he added, "May I speak to you outside, Mrs. Earle?" But, as in silence that lady descended the stairs, the district attorney seemed to have forgotten what it was he wished to say. It was not until he had seen his chauffeur arouse himself from apparently deep slumber and crank the car that he addressed her. "That girl," he said, "had better go back to bed. My men are all around this house, and until the police come will detain her." He shook the jeweled fingers of Mrs. Earle warmly. "I thank you," he said. "I know you meant well. I know you wanted to help me, but—" he shrugged his shoulders. "My duty." As he walked down the driveway to his car, his shoulders continued to move. But Mrs. Earle did not wait to observe this phenomenon. Rid of his presence, she leaped, rather than ran, up the stairs and threw open the door of her office. As she entered, two men followed her. One was a young man who held in his hand an open notebook. The other was Tim Meehan of Tammany. The latter greeted her with a shout. "We heard everything he said," he cried. His voice rose in torment. "And we can't use a word of it. He acted just like we'd oughta knowed he'd act. He's honest. He's so damned honest he ain't human. He's a gilded saint." Mrs. Earle did not heed him. On her knees, she was tossing to the floor the contents of the waste-paper basket. From them she snatched a piece of crumpled paper. "Shut up," she shouted. "Listen. His chauffeur brought him this." In a voice that quivered with indignation, that sobbed with anger, she read aloud. "As directed by your note from the window, I went to the booth and called up Mrs. Cutler's house and got herself on the phone. Your brother-in-law lunched at home today with her and the children, and they are now going to the Hippodrome. Stop, look, and listen. Back of the bar I see two men in a room, but they did not see me. One is Tim Meehan, the other is a stenographer. He is taking notes. Each of them has on the earmuffs of a dictograph. Looks like you'd better watch your step and not say nothing you don't want Tammany to print." The voice of Mrs. Earle rose in a shrill shriek. "Him a gilded saint?" she screamed. "You big stiff! He knew he was talking into a dictograph all the time, and he double-crossed us." End of the Frame-Up by Richard Harding Davis. End of The American Rivals of Sherlock Holmes.